Chapter 43, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Administration of Fitzwilliam, 1588 to 1594. When the danger was over, it was not unnatural that Fitzwilliam should wish to chastise those who had favoured the invaders, or at least to reduce them to submission. His enemies said he only wanted to convert some of the Spanish treasure to his own use, but it is clear that he got none of it, either for himself or for the Queen. On 2 miles of strand in Sligo there lay, he says, more wrecked timber, in my opinion, having small skill or judgment therein, than would have built 5 of the greatest ships that ever I saw, besides mighty great boats, cables, and other cordage answerable thereunto, and some such masts for bigness and length as in mine own judgment I never saw any two could make the like. But there were no doubloons. The castles of Ballyshannon and Balleek were in possession of Tyrone's father-in-law, Sir John MacTool O'Gallagher, who had formerly enjoyed a good service pension of £100, of which he had been deprived by Perrott. He was now in close alliance with Ineen du Eve, the mother of Hugh Roe O'Donnell, and it was dangerous to oppose her, for she murdered at this time another O'Gallagher, whose independent bearing annoyed her. Neither O'Rourke nor any of the smaller chiefs who had befriended the Spaniards came to Fitzwilliam, and the cattle were driven off into the mountains. O'Donnell did come, and so did Sir John O'Gallagher and Sir John O'Doherty. Fitzwilliam's enemies said O'Gallagher came under safe conduct, but the annalists do not allege this. The deputy himself says he persuaded him to come by courteous entreaty, and that O'Doherty came of his own accord. He treated them as sureties for Perrott's tribute, of which not one beef had been paid, and carried them both prisoners to Dublin, but the 2,100 cows remained in Donegal. Whether word was broken with these chiefs or not, Fitzwilliam's policy was certainly bad. How were O'Rourke and MacSwiney punished by imprisoning O'Gallagher or O'Doherty? There could be no result except to make Irishmen very shy of the Viceroy. O'Doherty remained in Dublin Castle for a year or more, and the Deputy Remembrancer of the Exchequer said he was only released then because certain hogsheads of salmon were sent to the Lord Chancellor's cellar. O'Gallagher remained 6 years in prison, Fitzwilliam saying he was too dangerous to liberate, and his critics maintaining that he only wanted to be bribed. The wretched chief, who was old and infirm, was released by Sir William Russell, but died soon after. Fitzwilliam, who went from Donegal to Strabane, made O'Donnell's sheriff. He was O'Donnell's eldest son by an Irish wife or mistress, and it was supposed that he would do good service against the Scotch party who thirsted for his blood. It was hoped that Tyrone would help to get the promised rent from Tyrconnell, but he contented himself with entertaining the army sumptuously at Dungannon, and he afterwards made the treatment of Sir John O'Gallagher one of his principal grievances. The redoubtable Ineen soon afterwards burned down her husband's house at Donegal, lest it should serve to shelter a garrison, and at the same time her son Hugh, who was a prisoner at Dublin Castle, was betrothed to the Earl's daughter. The Lord Deputy's journey to the north had no results of importance, but he could boast of not losing one man in 7 weeks. In order to clear up some of the claims made upon the forfeited Desmond estates, it was thought wise to send over no less a person than Chief Justice Anderson. His law could not be gainsaid, and he was not likely to err on the side of leniency. The English lawyers joined in commission with him were Sir Robert Gardiner, Chief Justice of Ireland, Thomas Gent, Baron of the Exchequer in England, and Jesse Smith, Chief Justice of Munster, and upon these 4 fell the principal part of the work. Of 82 claims, only one was allowed, a conveyance from Desmond being produced in that case of a date prior to his first reasonable act. In the absence of such proof, the Queen was held to be seized in fee of all the Earl's estate. The materials exist for a detailed account of the Munster settlement, but they are more properly available for histories of Cork, Kerry, Limerick, and Waterford than for that of Ireland. One of the suitors grieved by the decision of the commissioners was Lord Roche, and his case is especially interesting because of its connection with Spencer. He made 7 distinct claims, and on the first being dismissed because he had sinisterly seduced the witnesses, he refused to proceed with the others, and threatened to complain to the Queen, whereupon the commissioners sent him to jail. The imprisonment was short, but he declared that one of the undertakers had shot an arrow at him, professed to be in fear of his life, and begged Ormond to lend him some house on the sewer, where he might be safe for a time. In the meantime, he managed to make the country very unsafe for some other people. Spencer had killed Comyn and 4,000 acres allotted to him, but he complained that the area was really much less. Less or more, he was not allowed to dwell in peace, and his chief enemy was Lord Roche, who accused him of intruding on his lands and using violence to his tenants, servants, and cattle. The poet retorted that the peer entertained traitors, imprisoned subjects, and brought the law into contempt, and forbade all his people to have any dealings with Mr. Spencer and his tenants. An English settler named Keat asked Morris McShane, one of the Lord Roche's men, why he had no fear of God, and it was sworn that he answered, he feared not God, for he had no cause, but he feared his lord, who had punished him before, and would have his goods. Lord Roche was charged with many outrages, such as killing a bullock belonging to a smith who mended a settler's plough, seizing the cows of another for renting land from the owner of this plough, and killing a fat beast belonging to a third because Mr. Spencer lay in his house one night as he came from the sessions at Limerick. Ultimately, the poet's estate was surveyed as 3,028 acres at a rent of £8 13 shillings 9 pence, which was doubled at Michaelmas 1594, making it about 5 farthings per acre. Spencer maintained himself at Kilcolman until 1598, when the undertakers were involved in general ruin. Troubles with Lord Roche continued to the end, and it may be doubted whether even the happy marriage which inspired his finest verses ever reconciled him to what he has himself described as my luckless lot, that banished had myself like white forlore into that waste where I was quite forgot. Raleigh, whose society was one of Spencer's few pleasures in Munster, settled a very large number of English families upon his great estate in Cork and Waterford. Passing afterwards into the boy's skilful hands, this settlement became of the greatest importance, but it was overrun like the rest in 1598. 10 years before the crash came, Raleigh could see that Thomas of Desmond and his son James were dangerous neighbours. Sir Richard Grenville and Fane Beecher had the whole barony of Kinalmeaky between them, and at the end of 1589 there were only 6 Englishmen there upon land estimated at 24,000 acres. The hero of Flores had a very poor opinion of the prospect unless questions which proved insoluble could be speedily settled, and the English settlers found their position everywhere very disagreeable. Grenville and St. Leger planted a considerable number in the district immediately south of Cork, and Arthur Hyde did pretty well on the Blackwater, but as a rule the newcomers were greatly outnumbered by the natives, nor can it be doubted that many returned to England when they found that Munster was not Eldorado. Irish tenants were easily got to replace them, and even to pay rents to the undertakers until it was possible to cut their throats. When the day of trial came, the remaining settlers were easily disposed of. They cried, and there was none to help them. Among other devices for balancing the Desmond power in Munster, Elizabeth had made Donald MacCarthy More, Earl of Cloncair, and Shane O'Neill has spoken very sarcastically of this attempt to turn a foolish chief into a wise earl. His only legitimate son ran away to France, where he died, and all hereditary rights were then vested in his daughter Ellen, who became an important figure in the eyes of English and Irish fortune hunters. It appears that Clancaird sold his daughter to Sir Valentine Browne as a wife for his son Nicholas, Sir Thomas Norris having first given up the idea of wooing her. Sir Valentine was a mortgagee, for the Earl had wasted his substance in riotous living and in the hands of a family of undertakers and land surveyors. Every claim of that sort would have its full value. In the eyes of the McCarthys and of their heiress's mother, who was a Desmond, the proposed match was a disparagement, and early in 1589 a private marriage was celebrated between Lady Ellen and Florence McCarthy, who had probably come from London on purpose. Sir Nicholas Browne afterwards married a daughter of O'Sullivan Bear. The heiress does not seem to have been much consulted, and the marriage, which began so romantically, was not in the end even moderately happy. In 1599 she distrusted her husband, who called her foolish and froward, and not long afterwards she was practically a spy upon his actions. Florence was Tanist of Carberry, which had passed to his uncle, and the result of his runaway match would be to unite the territories of McCarthy Rick and McCarthy Moor in one hand. Now that the Desmonds were gone, a McCarthy on this scale would be the strongest man in Munster. To break up these great estates was a fixed object with the English government, and Florence was sent as prisoner to England, where he remained for several years. His wife escaped from Cork, hid for a long time among her people, and then joined her husband in London. The clans generally acknowledged him as McCarthy Moor, but there was another claimant in the person of Clancaird's illegitimate son Donald, who had many friends among the people, and who was probably his father's favourite. A peaceable inhabitant was murdered by this spirited young man, whom he had ventured to reprove for his Irish extortions, and who supported himself and his band of followers by promiscuous robbery. It is thought, said Saint Leger, that this detestable murder was committed by the Earl's consent, for that the party murdered would not relieve him with money to bear out his drunken charges at Dublin. Florence, on the contrary, was a scholar, and a man who, notwithstanding his gigantic stature, used his pen more readily than his sword. His accomplishments, and the very hard treatment he received, have made him interesting, but there was nothing heroic about him. He was an astute Irishman, and while English writers could rightly accuse him of treasonable practices, his rival Donald called him a damned counterfeit Englishman, whose only study and practice was to deceive and betray all the Irish in Ireland. In June 1589, Sir Ross MacMahon, chief of Monaghan, died without heirs male. He held of the Queen by letters patent, and was regarded as MacMahon, and also as feudal grantee of the whole country except the districts comprised in the modern barony of Farnay, which had been granted to Walter, Earl of Essex. He was liable to a rent of 400 beeves, and to certain services. His brother Hugh Roe at once claimed his inheritance. Fitzwilliam's great object was to break up these principal chiefries into moderate estates, and he thought this a good opportunity. Brian MacHugh Oge also claimed to be MacMahon, but upon purely Celtic grounds, and very much upon the strength of 500 or 600 armed men, whom he found means to pay. Fitzwilliam persuaded Hugh Roe that he had not much chance of success, and brought him to agree to a division, but his kinsman refused, since each gentleman of the name claimed to be the MacMahon himself. Fitzwilliam then acknowledged Hugh Roe as chief, and sent him 400 foot and 40 horse. Brian MacHugh was in possession of Leek Hill, and of the stone upon which MacMahons were inaugurated, and was supported by Tyrone and by Hugh Maguire, who had just become chief of Fermanagh upon the death of his father Hugh Connacht. On the approach of the Queen's troops he fled into O'Rourke's country, and left Hugh Roe in possession. Returning a few days later with help from O'Rourke or Maguire, he drove his rival from Clones and killed a few soldiers, but without coming into collision with the main body. Hugh Roe did, however, maintain himself, but soon showed that he had no intention of abandoning native customs. He rescued prisoners from the sheriff of Monaghan, drove cattle in Farnay, burned houses, and behaved himself generally like a spirited Irish chieftain. These offences legally involved a forfeiture of his patent, and Fitzwilliam found means to arrest him. Tyrone looked upon the casual stealing merely as a distraining for his right according to custom, but Fitzwilliam saw another chance of effecting the much-desired partition. The Queen was inclined to think that MacMahon had committed nothing more than such march offences as are ever ordinarily committed in that realm, that great caution should be used in punishing a man who undoubtedly depended on the crown, and that Brian MacHugh in particular was not to be preferred. In the end, Hero was tried and executed at Monaghan in 1591. The country, with the exception of Farnay, was divided between 6 MacMahons and McKenna, the chief trough. The rent reserved to the Queen was 7 shillings 6 for every 60 acres. An ample demesne was assigned to each, and those holding land under them at a rent of 12 shillings 6 for every 60 acres were called freeholders. A seneschal was appointed to represent the crown. Brian MacHugh was established in Dartry, and Never MacCooley in Cormorn. The church lands, and only the church lands, were leased to private speculators, but the settlement was not destined to remain unquestioned. Fitzwilliam has been accused of acting corruptly in this matter, but such charges were matters of course, and his own strong denial ought to prevail, since there is no evidence against him. I did it, he said, to the profit of Her Majesty and good of this state, nothing regarding mine own private. I speak it in the presence of God, by whom I hope to be saved, if ever there were such a motion or meaning for me, or for any of mine. Let God wipe us all out of this book. Bingham had treated the Spaniards very severely, as well as those who harboured them. The consequence of allowing them to draw together on Irish soil would have been serious, and in Walsingham's eyes at least he had done no more than his duty. But the chiefs who already hated him now hated him worse than ever, and when the danger was over, plenty of Englishmen were ready to censure his proceedings. Among them was Thomas Jones, Bishop of Meath, and afterwards Archbishop of Dublin, a Lancashire man who had been admitted to the council at the same time as Bingham, in according with the Queen's instructions to Sir John Perrott, and who had afterwards been sharply rebuked by her for proposing severe measures against recusants, and for openly and without notice blaming that deputy's remissness in the matter. He now gave out that Ustian MacDonald, a noted leader of gallowglasses, had been unadvisedly executed by the governor of Connaught, but Bingham replied that the court-martial was quite regular and the sentence just. He had, he said, never a foot of land in the world as his own, nor yet anything else, and had always been the worst man in all these parts of his time. The chief charge against him was that of combining with the Devil's Hook's son and other Burkes to receive Alonso de Leyva when he was driven upon the Arras shore, and for preventing the country people from supplying the troops, while they readily gave their cattle to the Spaniards. The Bishop of Meath, with John Garvey, Bishop of Kilmore, and Kilkenny man, who was immediately afterwards translated to Armagh, the veteran Sir Nicholas White, Sir Robert Dillon, Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, and Sir Thomas Lestrange, were appointed commissioners for the pacification of Connaught. They may have let their hostility to Bingham be known, or, as was so often the case, their mere presence seemed to show that he was distrusted. The result was not satisfactory, for they found the Mayo Burkes in open rebellion, and they left them in no better case. White thought these people desired peace, and that it was prevented by a revengeful disposition in some of his colleagues to lay all the blame on Bingham. John Brown, the founder of a great Connaught family, had been in the service of Sir Christopher Hatton, and was attached politically to Walsingham. He arrived in Ireland in 1583, and Sir Nicholas Maltby appears to have been his first patron there. His original project, in which he was associated with Robert Fowle and others, was to rebuild and people the deserted town of Athenry, but this proved impracticable, and at a hint From Walsingham the adventurers took all Connaught for their province. Browne established himself at the Neil near Bolingbroke, and prided himself on being the first Englishman who had settled in Mayo. When Bingham came into Maltby's room, he recognized a congenial spirit, and in 1586 Browne was employed by him with much effect against the Burkes and Joyces. In 1589 he received a commission to harry the Burkes and all their maintainers with fire and sword, and a few days afterwards they killed him. Daniel Daly, sub-sheriff of Mayo, who was also employed by Bingham, was murdered at the same time. The reason or pretext given for their rebellion by the chiefs of Western Connaught was that Bingham's tyranny was intolerable. They declared that they had paid for protections which proved no protection, and for pardons which were not regarded, and that they never would be quiet until there was a radical change. It is always very hard to decide whether complaints such as these were really genuine and well-founded, or whether the mischief was mainly caused by the jealousy of chiefs who saw their authority disregarded, and their power of levying endless exactions curtailed. They spoke of liberty, but most Englishmen considered that they only wanted license to oppress. Their power to give trouble was at least not doubtful. William Burke, called the blind abbot, was chief of the lower Burkes, and aspired to be MacWilliam I Octar. Another leader was Richard MacRicard, called the Devil's Hook, or the Demon of the Reaping Hook. 400 of the Clandonal Gallaglasses joined the Burkes. Sir Mark ne Do O'Flaherty dismantled his castles in Galway, ferried 600 men over Lough Corrib, and entered Mayo in company with his neighbours, the Joyces. The outbreak had been long time hatching, and was violent in proportion. 16 villages were burned, and 3,000 cattle driven away. All who were not with the insurgents were held to be against them, and peaceable husbandmen had a bad time of it. One housewife was called upon to feed 100 men, and particularly observed that they gave her no thanks. In another poor dwelling 6 barrels of ale were drunk or spoiled, and the owner was threatened with personal violence. It was Lent, but a Spanish priest, who was with O'Flaherty, gave them all absolution for eating flesh, and there was much feasting at other people's expense. Sir Maroc was found of money, and a promise of £500 was supposed to have reconciled him to the probable execution of his son, who was a hostage for his good behaviour. On the whole, the number of men in rebellion was thought not to fall short of 200, and they had some pieces of ordnance and stores taken from 3 ships of the Armada. There were about 20 Spaniards with them, who did not at all relish the conditions of Irish warfare. Bishop Jones and his fellow commissioners came to Athlone on April 11, about 3 months after the murder of Browne. The O'Flahertys had in the meantime been very thoroughly beaten by Lieutenant Francis Bingham and other officers, assisted by Gerald Comerford, the Marshal Attorney General for Connaught. They lost something like 200 men, while only 1 soldier fell. Bishop Garvey was sent first into Mayo, while Jones and his other colleagues went straight to Galway. Sir Maroc refused to come into the town without protection, and this the mayor refused to grant, in opposition to Comerford, lest Bingham should take him nevertheless, and so destroy the credit of his corporation. Sir Richard was at little pains to hide his dislike of the whole inquiry. The Bishop of Meath laid down the principle, and with this at least it is impossible not to agree, that loyal men should keep their words, no matter how much rebels broke theirs. What, said Bingham, would you have us keep our words with those which have no conscience, but break their word daily? I'm not of that opinion. Chief Justice Dillon's reading of his commission was that he was to make peace. Sir Richard commanded the troops, and might fight if he pleased. Bingham said he would hold his hand until the commissioners had done their best or worst, and he let them see that he had no belief in their doings. the Bishop of Kilmore succeeded in bringing in leaders of the Burghs to Galway, and the blind abbot, as soon as he came within sight, held out the commission which had been found on Browne's person at the time of his murder, and declared he would send it to the Queen. The knowledge that this document existed, said another Burgh, was the real cause of the crime. Bingham was at Galway during the visit of the commissioners, though he did not conceal his disgust, and he had a considerable force with him. He declared that soldiers were necessary for the safety of the commissioners, and perhaps they were, but their presence brought danger of another sort. In the town the governor had many enemies, and the rebels many friends, and brawls took place between them and some of Bingham's men, who were probably indignant at the treatment of a chief whom they trusted and who habitually led them to victory. "Nay, sirs," said Sir Richard to two of the Burghs, who were stating their grievances, "would you not be clean rid of a sheriff, or would you not have a MacWilliam established among you?" The commissioners professed themselves unable to detect any such intention, but the event showed that Bingham was right. Sir Maurice O'Flaherty and the blind abbot refused altogether to come into Bingham's presence, and the commissioners agreed to meet them outside the town. The trysting place was an abbey beyond the river, probably the dissolved priory of the Dominicans, and Bingham blamed the commissioners for trusting themselves in a place where violence was easy, while some of his followers illustrated this opinion in a very curious way. Two men dressed like nuns, or at least like women, with mantles and caps, and a third in a black gown, which may have been intended to represent the garb of St. Dominic, passed through the church while the commissioners were in the choir. "Let us go and tarry no longer," said Jones, "for I see they do begin to mock us already," and accordingly they regained their boat and went back to the town. The masqueraders, who were joined by others, took their place in the choir and went through the farce as of a parley. Afterwards they paraded the streets. "I am the Bishop of Meath," said one. Another said, "I am the Justice Dillon," reverence for the Queen's commissioners, and so on. In the end, after several abortive discussions, Jones and his colleagues left Galway without concluding peace. It is evident that Bingham's discontented subjects distrusted each other quite as much as they did him. Sir Maurice O'Flaherty was ready to make separate terms for himself, and the Burghs feared to promise anything, lest others should take advantage of them. Bingham's hands were tongue-tied, and he proceeded to restore order in his own way. End of chapter 43, part 1. Chapter 43, Part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3 by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Administration of Fitzwilliam, 1588 to 1594. Sir Donald O'Connor of Sligo had surrendered his possessions to the Queen and taken out a fresh grant, with remainder to the heirs male of his father. The castle and Dominican friary were originally founded by the Kildare family, and the O'Connors were technically their constables, but attenders intervened, and the claim was too antiquated to weigh much with Elizabethan statesmen. Sir Donald died about the beginning of 1588, and his nephew Donogh claimed to succeed him. According to Bingham, both Donogh and his father Cahill Og were illegitimate, and he was anxious to have the castle of Sligo in safe hands because it commanded the passage from Ulster into Connaught. Donogh, who was attached to Leicester, declared that the governor's real object was to get all for his brother George. But Bingham's proposal was that the barony of Carberry, on account of its strategic importance, should be retained for the Queen, and that all O'Connor Sligo's lands in the neighbouring districts should be regranted to Donogh. A commission consisting of the Bishop of Meath, Sir Robert Dillon, and others was appointed by Perrott to inquire into the matter, and they decided in favour of Donogh. Bingham declared that they were quite wrong, and that he gave up Sligo under compulsion for fear of disobeying the Lord Deputy and in plain defiance of the Queen's real interest. After Perrot's departure from Ireland, a further inquiry into Donog's title was made, the commissioners being Bingham himself, with Chief Justice Sir Robert Gardiner and Mr. Justice Walsh. The jurors were substantial men, but it was alleged that Bingham had taken one of them by the beard and threatened to punish him as a traitor if he persisted in finding Donogh legitimate. After 5 days, a verdict was obtained for the Crown, and the Chief Justice particularly stated that the trial was impartial, that all O'Connor's challenges were allowed, and that Bingham did not use a harsh word to any witness or juror. Sligo remained in safe hands during the time the Armada was on the coast. Walsingham wrote a stinging rebuke to Bishop Jones for his corrupt conduct in the matter, and for his malice to Bingham. It was told me at what time you were in England that I should in the end find you a hypocrite. And what better reckoning can I make of you? This practice of yours, though not by Sir Richard Bingham, is sufficiently discovered already from Ireland, and the gentleman, I doubt not, will stand upright there, in despite of all your malice. Others accused Jones of acting entirely under Dillon's guidance, and the latter of receiving bribes. William Nugent, the ex-rebel of the Pale, said that he received 100 cows for making a false record. Bishop Jones was profuse in apologies both to Walsingham and Burghley, and though Swift calls him a rascal, there is no proof that he acted corruptly in the matter. Well, it might not be safe to say as much of Sir Robert Dillon. On June 10, Fitzwilliam himself arrived at Galway, whence Bingham departed at his urgent request, and on the following day the blind abbot and Sir Murroch ne do O'Flaherty made their submissions openly in the church of St. Nicholas, and remained on their knees for nearly 3/4 of an hour. The Lord Deputy received a statement of their grievances in writing, and lost no time in advising Burghley that he thought they would never trust their lives under Bingham's government. A few days later, Sir Richard told Walsingham that Fitzwilliam only impoverished Connaught by the cost of his train, that he had done nothing in 3 weeks, and that the province was a prey to rebels whom he, the governor, was forbidden to chastise. Hostages had been given, Archbishop Garvey's eldest son among them, for the chiefs lately received on submission a couple of doting old fools who were amply protected by the garrison. O'Rourke was the real head of the rebellion, and he was shielded by the spite of Jones and the corruption of Dillon. The Queen's representatives, he added, had in fact sued for peace, and it was not worth having, for the other parties were beggars and wretches. The terms were that the chiefs should disperse their forces and go home, that they should surrender any foreigners among them, that they should make such reparation for their rebellions as the Lord Deputy should appoint, and that they should pay for all the harm they had done since the first appointment of the commissioners. Fitzwilliam refused to let Bingham confront his accusers at Galway, lest the terror of his presence should silence them. The result was that their contradicted statements were sent over to England, and Walsingham's wrath was hot within him. The unfairness of the procedure was evident, the reason for it much less so. It may fall out, my Lord Deputy, to be your own case, for it is no new thing in that realm to have deputies accused. Considering Walsingham's evident prejudice against him, Fitzwilliam suggested that the Queen should give him a successor. The trial of the case was removed to Dublin, and the Lord Deputy foretold that no Connaught chief would go there to accuse Bingham. If fear did not prevent such a journey, poverty would. And so it turned out. Much was proved against inferior officers, and there can be no doubt that the governor of Connaught was apt to shield useful underlings under almost any circumstances. That he was guilty of extreme severity, and that he executed children who were retained as hostages, is probably true, but he managed the province well and got a large revenue out of it, and it is certain that he had friends among the Irish as well as enemies. Among these was Roger O'Flaherty, grandfather of the author of O Gia. This Roger owned the castle and lands of Moycullen, and had long complained of Sir Murroch's usurpations. It seems that he was satisfied, for he wrote strongly in the governor's favour, who also befriended him with the English government. Sir Murroch was an enterprising man, and never made the impossible attempt to prove his title to land. "Why, man," he told his own council, "I got it by the sword. What title should I say else?" Bingham was an absolute ruler. Opposition he checked ruthlessly, and he cared little for constitutional forms. He took no pains to conciliate anyone, and was of course accused of provoking men to rebel. Nor did he care to disguise his opinion that many of the Irish ought to be rooted out. Perhaps the worst charge against him is that made by Fitzwilliam, who called him an atheist. For that he careth not what he doeth, nor to say anything how untrue soever, so it may serve his turn. Fitzwilliam and Jones acknowledged that William Burke, the blind abbot, was a fool, and on the whole the person who suffered most from the inquiry into Bingham's conduct was the Bishop of Meath. Sir Richard said his lordship blamed intemperate language, while he himself exclaimed at cards, "God's wounds play the 10 hearts." He was so busy preparing a case against him that he found no time to preach once during the 3 weeks that he spent at Galway, though he would go to church in the morning to hear an exercise, and again in the afternoon to hear a play. He was superseded in the Connaught Commission, and Walsingham rebuked him for not attending to his own proper duties. The bishop's apology was almost abject, and he promised to give up temporal business. He had, he said, not neglected his own diocese, though thinking it unnecessary to preach in Dublin more than once a term. Fitzwilliam defended him, and he was employed again during Walsingham's life, but not in business connected with Connaught. Loftus, whose wife's sister he had married, considered him as one of his own family, and urged that the papists had taken great advantage of the bishop's disgrace. The composition in Connaught had been favourable to the power of Sir Brian O'Rourke, the chief of Leitrim. Nominally, his jurisdiction over the people of his country was restrained, but so large a share of land was given to him absolutely that he found himself stronger than ever, and refused to acknowledge the governor of Connaught, maintaining that he was under no man except the Lord Deputy himself. In the original scheme for shiring Leitrim, made in 1538, a considerable part of Fermanagh was included, but the arrangement did not hold for the purposes of the composition agreed upon 2 years later. O'Rourke's country, and then defined, is contained within the modern county of Leitrim. Its contents were roughly estimated as some 70,000 acres. Of this nominal area, more than 8,000 acres were allowed to O'Rourke in demesne. Out of about 50,000 more he was permitted to receive a rent of £300 a year, and the rest he was to hold by 3 knights' fees. The smaller freeholders were required to pay 10 shillings a year out of each quarter of 120 acres, and to supply 8 horsemen and 40 footmen on general hostings. Old MacMurray, one of these subordinate chiefs, wept with joy and blessed the good queen. "We have," he said, "heretofore paid O'Rourke the better than 10 marks or a quarter, and shall we indeed escape now for a trifle of 20 shillings?" But O'Rourke refused to pay his rent to Bingham, and was friendly to the intruding Scots. After their overthrow at Ardenney, it was no longer possible to despise the governor, but O'Rourke persuaded Perrott to remit part of what he owed, and it was not until after that deputy's departure that Bingham found himself really master. When the Spaniards came, Sir Brian did what he could to help them, and his rent was soon again in arrear. The King of Spain sent a friar with letters of thanks for his services to the Armada, and early in 1589 he was reported to be in open rebellion, and to be acting under the secret advice of Tyrone. His sons and brothers, with more than 400 men, swept the northern part of Sligo to the Moy, and drove off 3,000 cows and 1,000 mares. O'Rourke kept so many armed men among the bogs and hills of Leitrim that it was said he could not feed them without spoiling a neighbouring county. O'Rourke had struggled hard to prevent a sheriff from being established in his country, and it was natural that he should wish to retain his autonomy, but his unwillingness to obey any authority lay much deeper than any mere dislike to Sir Richard Bingham. About a month after the slaughter of the Scots at Ardnaree, in 1586, the sergeant-at-arms, the Fourconnacht, saw a wooden figure of a woman set on wheels near McClancy's house on Loch Melvin. The bystanders told him it was meant for a hag who lived over the water and who had denied a carpenter milk. This seems to have been the same effigy as that on which O'Rourke caused the words Queen Elizabeth to be written, and upon which he showered abuse while the gallowglasses hacked it with their axes. A halter was placed around the neck of the mutilated figure, and it was then dragged through the dirt by horses. This was an incident in the Christmas festivities, which Sir Brian kept according to Romish and Popish computation, that is, the Gregorian calendar, and he took the opportunity of announcing that Her Majesty was the mother and nurse of all heresies and heretics. Bingham did not hear of the matter until after his return from the Low Countries, and it was reported to Perrott, and his refusal to order O'Rourke's arrest was brought against him at his trial. Sir Brian O'Rourke was lawfully married to Lady Mary Burgh, and her only son, Teague, had a grant of the family estates in the next reign, but he had an elder son by the wife of John O'Crean, a merchant of Sligo, and it was to him that the chiefry was likely to fall. The work of chastising O'Rourke was entrusted by Bingham to Clanricarde, and it seems to have been a labour of love, either because the Earl resented wrongs done to his sister, or because he hated her former misdeeds, or because he felt that his nephew's case had some resemblance to what his own had been. With 30 horsemen and some kern of his own, and 2 regular companies, he set out from Elphin and marched to Aballinafed, where news came that O'Rourke was at his house near Lochiel. Clanricarde asked Captain Mordaunt if his soldiers could go another 14 miles the same night, and was told that they would do their best. The daylight overtook them at some distance from O'Rourke's house, and they had to fight after their long night's march. The O'Rourkes fell back into a bog, and Clanricarde insisted on following them with his horse. He was dismounted, and a spur torn from his heel. The bullets flew thickly about him, and Mordaunt's men came up only just in time, his gallantry exciting the admiration of the English officers. O'Rourke was never able to make head again, but he probably fancied himself safe in his own country. When the Lord Deputy held sessions at Sligo a few months later, he refused to attend on the ground that the Binghams had something to do with them. The result was that Fitzwilliam accepted Bingham's policy as against O'Rourke's, though he was always ready, and often with very good reason, to testify against the governor's harshness and against the tyranny of his brothers, cousins, and followers. While it was still uncertain whether Bingham or his enemies would get the upper hand, the Burkes continued in rebellion. They went about in bands of 500 or 600, openly celebrated the Mass, and robbed all who were not with them. The blind abbot was made MacWilliam with all the ancient ceremonies, and in virtue of his office he proceeded to assault and capture a castle garrisoned by Attorney General Comerford's men. When Bingham had gained his cause in Dublin, it became evident that his policy must prevail, and a letter from the Queen herself, whom the creation of a MacWilliam touched in her tenderest point, probably decided Fitzwilliam's course. He made arrangements to have a strong force at Galway, and went there himself to make a last effort for peace. Sir Murroch na Dó came in, but failed to find acceptable pledges, and was lodged in jail. The Burkes did not appear, and some thought their contumacy was caused by the wording of the proclamation, which gave safe conduct to come but not to return. It may be remembered that no less a personage than Shane O'Neill had been detained in virtue of a quibble of this kind. At all events, the time of grace was allowed to pass, and Bingham went to work in earnest. With about 1,000 men, of whom more than 3/4 were regular soldiers, he swept Crawley from end to end. Only once in a defile of the Nephin range did the rebels make a stand, and they burned their own villages without waiting to be attacked. The poor MacWilliam had cause to rue his blushing honours, for he had a foot cut off by one of Thormond's soldiers with a single blow of his sword. That earl marched on foot through the mountains, and Clanricarde was also very active. The wounded chief lay for several days without meat or drink in an island in Loch Con, and was afterwards drawn on a hurdle from place to place to seek the alms of his clansmen. It is not, said Bingham, a halfpenny matter what becomes of him now. The Burkes all submitted on Sir Richard's own terms, and peace was concluded with them. O'Rourke's turn had now come. He may have supposed that his country was unassailable, but was quickly undeceived. Bingham had no doubt about being able to subdue him in 10 days, but refused to move without written orders from the Lord Deputy, lest he might be disavowed afterwards. The order was given, and the governor, who was suffering from dysentery, sent 4 divisions of soldiers into Leitrim under his brother George and Sir Henry Duke. Some malcontent O'Rourke's helped the English, and much damage was done. The mere presence of so large a force was enough to exhaust the district, and the subordinate chiefs were glad to make their peace, and perhaps glad to free themselves from O'Rourke, who fled to the McSwineys in Donegal. Gueller's friend McClancy was hunted down and killed as he tried to swim to one of his islands. He had still 14 Spaniards with him, and some of these were taken alive. O'Rourke remained during the rest of the year in Donegal, and then escaped to Scotland, but James gave him up to the English government. In thanking her dear brother for this, Elizabeth wondered how his subjects of Glasgow should doubt the stop of their traffic for so poor a caitiff, who was never of ability to make or give traffic. In London, O'Rourke justified Sidney's assertion as to his being the proudest man he had ever dealt with, for he demanded that the Queen herself should judge him. His refusal to surrender Spaniards after the proclamation was treason, and he was told the indictment was sufficient if he refused to plead. If it must be so, he said, let it be so, and he was accordingly condemned and hanged at Tyburn with all the usual barbarities. He was attended on the scaffold by Myler McGrath, but refused his ministrations and upbraided the old Franciscan as an apostate. He had previously refused to bend the knee before the council. I've always thought, he said, that a great distance separated you from God and the saints, whose images alone I am accustomed to venerate. Experience had shown the many evils of an ill-paid soldiery, but efforts at reform were not always wisely directed. Newcomers and raw levies were sometimes better treated than the old garrison. Those whose services were yet to come got all the available money, while veterans, who passed all the soldiers in Europe in the travel and hard diet they had endured, had to put up with scanty and irregular payments on account. Old soldiers saw their boys receive a shilling a day in punctual weekly payments, while their own 7 pence was often in arrear. In May 1590, in the absence of their commander, and without the knowledge of their officers, Sir Thomas Norris' company of foot suddenly left Limerick and appeared in Dublin with drums and fifes playing. At 8 in the morning they assembled on the bridge at the castle gate and clamoured for their pay and allowances many months in arrear. Fitzwilliam, whose passage was obstructed by them, at first thought of a whiff of grape shot, but changed his mind and sallied forth among the mutineers. Sir George Carew bore the sword before him. Rather than let it go, said Archbishop Loftus, your lordship may be sure he will do as the mayor of London did. The services of a Walworth were not required, and indeed the poor soldiers seemed to have had no evil intentions. They besought Fitzwilliam to be good to them, and only one man used some offensive expression. The Lord Deputy turned his horse upon him, calling him baggage and mutinous knave, and drew his blade when the man held up his piece in self-defence. Gentlemen and servants streamed out of the castle and drew their swords, and Fitzwilliam cried out, "Disarm these villains!" They made no resistance, but fell upon their knees, and 61 out of 77 were imprisoned. Many of the arms were stolen in the confusion. Fitzwilliam soon pardoned the mutineers and sent them back to Munster. The collar, says Carew, that his lordship was in was very exceeding abundant, and yet so tempered that any man might discern that his valour did appear unspotted either with fear or cruelty, for he thrust himself into the midst of them all without respect of his person, and struck many with the flat of his rapier, yet hurt none, saving one of them a little in the head, and holding the point of it at sundry of their breasts, forbore to thrust any of them into the body. The part of Tyrone lying north and west of the Mullaghcarn mountains had been retained by Turlough Luainich in 1585, when he agrees to take 1,000 marks a year for the rest. The lease was for 7 years, but O'Neill had reserved and wished to exercise the power of taking back the territory in 3, which expired at Michaelmas 1588. Fitzwilliam, who had a strong bias in the Earl's favour, obtained the remaining 4 years for him, but on condition of paying 300 fat beeves a year in addition to the rent. The two chiefs continued nevertheless to quarrel, and it is curious to note how the English officials sided with Tyrone. The mere fact that he represented the settlement by patent was enough for many of them, and they did not see the danger of making him supreme in the north. Shane O'Neill's sons were giving trouble, and the ghost seemed more terrible than the reality. Con MacShane had long been a prisoner with Turlough Luainich, but it was now released and taken into his confidence. A brother, Hugh Gavelloch, who had been 2 years in Scotland, now returned to Ulster, and was supposed to have incurred Tyrone's enmity by giving information to the government. He had promised to Perrott to bring over no Scots, and he kept his word, but it was known that he might have plenty if he wished, and his popularity in the north was very great. Hugh Gavelloch was seized by some of the Maguires, sold to Tyrone, and by him hanged on a thorn tree, and it was reported all over Ireland that the Earl could find no executioner, and had to do the business himself. This he denied, giving the names of the actual operators, and defending his conduct strenuously. Hugh Gavelloch, he said, had murdered many men, women, and children, and there was no regular law in Ulster, but certain customs, and I hope Her Majesty will consider that, as Her Highness's lieutenant under the deputy, as I take myself within my own territory, I am bound to do justice upon thieves and murderers. Otherwise, if I may restrain from such executions and liberty left to O'Neill, O'Donnell, and others to use their ancient customs, then should I not be able to defend my country from their violence and wrongs. In this sentence we have the whole difficulty of Tudor rule in Ireland briefly expressed. The government was not strong enough to enforce equal justice, and practically confessed its impotence by allowing authority to lapse into the hands of Tyrone and such as he. From Fitzwilliam downwards, nearly all the officials seemed to think that they could keep things quiet by strengthening a man who aimed at being O'Neill in the fullest sense of the word, but who was quite ready to play at being an earl when it suited him, and to remember his English education. Walsingham saw more clearly from a distance, and wished to make Turlough Luainich Earl of Omagh, with an estate of inheritance in his part of Tyrone, and with a superiority over O'Cahan for life. To his rival he was willing to give the rest, including a perpetual superiority over Maguire, but Tyrone was determined to have all, and the men immediately responsible for order found it convenient to support the younger and the abler, and, as it turned out, the more ambitious and dangerous man. In order to understand the history of Ulster during the last decade of Queen Elizabeth, it may be well to define the position of parties there just before Tyrone entered upon his last struggle. Besides the Earl himself, who was for a long time looked upon as the representative of English ideas, and who was probably not an O'Neill at all, there were 3 families who claimed to be at the head of the ruling race. Turlough Brasloch, Shane O'Neill's uncle, claimed to be the eldest of the house, and according to ancient Celtic notions, he had perhaps the best right. His lands lay to the south of Locke, Neach, and he had many sons, but his party was on the whole the weakest. Turlough Luainich, the actual chief, represented the family of Art Og, who had long been excluded from the supremacy, and he was thought to hold his position more by force and policy than by right. His eldest son, Sir Arthur, seems not to have been legitimate, but was fully acknowledged as his heir male both by Tyrone and by the government. His influence was greatest in what are now the baronies of Strabane. The third set of pretenders were Shane O'Neill's 7 sons, known as the McShanes. Their legitimacy is not worth discussing, but they were favourites with the Irish, and by them generally thought to have the best right. Hugh, Gablov, Con, and Brian were at this time the most formidable. Tyrone says he made an agreement with Turlough Leonich that one of these 3 should always remain with him as hostage, that Hugh Gaveloch's neck was especially pledged for its performance, and that the breach was the cause of his death. The other brothers were Henry, Arthur, Edmund, and Turlough, with a score or so of fighting O'Neills, all trying to be first. It is not surprising that Ulster was turbulent, or that its reduction by the strong hand was only a question of time. The actual chief of Tyrconnell was Sir Hugh O'Donnell, the husband of Eileen Dhu-Eve, whose own son, Hugh Roe, was in prison. Donald, an elder and seemingly illegitimate son by an Irish mother, was made sheriff by Fitzwilliam in 1588 and was a thorn in Ineen's side. Calvac's son, Con, died in 1583, but he in turn left 9 sons, of whom Neil Garve was the most formidable, and their claims under the patent could hardly be denied. A third set of pretenders were the descendants of Hugh Duff, who were of the eldest blood and who appealed to Celtic law, but the favourite of the clansmen was young Hugh Roe. All the tribes of the north depended more or less upon O'Donnell and O'Neill, and the lesser chiefries were in dispute as much as the greater. There was a prophecy that Ireland should be delivered by the O'Donnells when Hugh succeeded lawfully to Hugh. Its fulfilment was expected in Henry VIII's time, and now again it was in men's mouths. Perrott, who had small regard for such fancies, noticed the boy's importance and decided that he would be a good pledge. In the winter of 1587 he sent a ship laden with wine and manned by 50 armed men round to Locke, Swilly, where the master John Birmingham of Dublin traded freely with the natives. Hugh Roe came to hunt in the neighbourhood or to visit McSwiney's Fanad, near whose castle of Rathmullen the false merchantman lay. As soon as the strangers heard of his arrival, they went on board and kept careful watch. In due course messengers came from McSwiney, who wanted wine to entertain his distinguished guest. Birmingham answered that he had sold all he had to spare, but would he be most happy to entertain McSwiney and the gentleman with him. They came on board accordingly, and when they had caroused for some time in the cabin, the seamen quietly got under way, shut down the patches, and carried the whole party out to sea. Pursuit was impossible, for the natives had no boats, and Hugh Roe was lodged in Dublin Castle, where he found many companions in misfortune, and where prisoners beguiled the time only by lamenting to each other their troubles, and listening to the cruel sentences passed on the high-born nobles of Ireland. Although not more than 15 or 16 years old, Hugh Roe was married to Tyrone's daughter, and the whole north was thus interested in his safety. Perrott refused £2,000 for his release, and he remained in prison until Fitzwilliam's time. His brother Donald, who married a daughter of Turlough Leonich, would have seized the chiefry had he not been killed in resisting a force raised by Eileen Dhu-Eve on behalf of her husband and son. Hugh's fellow prisoners were hostages from every part of Ireland, among them being Henry and Arthur, sons of Shane O'Neill and Patrick Fitzmaurice, afterwards Lord Carey. The seneschal of Imokilly died in the castle early in 1589. After more than 3 years' confinement, Hugh Roe found means to escape with some of his friends. A wet ditch at that time surrounded the castle, and the approach was over the wooden bridge, where the Lord Deputy had lately come into collision with the mutineers. The favour, almost amounting to subservience, which Fitzwilliam showed to Tyrone, made people think that he was ready to connive at his son-in-law's escape, but this is very hard to believe. Upon my duty, he said, when supporting one of the Earl's numerous applications for Hugh's release, no reward maketh me write thus much. Friendly partisans were numerous in Dublin, and the soldiers were kept at the gate always wanted money, and were often under female influences. A rope was conveyed into the castle, and Hugh slipped on to the bridge in the dusk of evening. The sentry was for the moment inside the gatehouse, and the prisoners managed to chain the gate on the outside. Art Kavanagh, a renowned warrior of Leinster, was near, with swords hidden under his Irish mantle, and the whole party slipped out of the town and across the mountains to a wood near Power's Court. Hugh's companions here left him, for his shoes had fallen to pieces with the wet, and his feet were lacerated by the furze. Phelim O'Toole, the lord of the neighbouring castle, was appealed to, for he had lately visited Hugh in prison, and was supposed to be his friend, the rather that he had married the sister of Fionn MacHugh O'Byrne. Fearing to offend the government, or believing that escape was hopeless, O'Toole decided to gain credit for loyalty, and he gave up the fugitive, who was taken back to Dublin and loaded with irons. A plot in private life may have great public consequences, as every generation can testify. The Helen of the Elizabethan Wars was Mabel Bagwell, daughter of Sir Nicholas and sister of Sir Henry, whose charms were at least one principal cause of the Ulster revolt. Tyrone had been first married to a daughter of Sir Brian MacPhelim O'Neill, from whom, according to his own account, he was divorced by the orders of the Church. As to the validity of this divorce, there were certainly doubts at the time, but the repudiated wife married again and had children. Tyrone's second venture was with an O'Donnell, and he talked of discarding her too, though possibly without intending to do it. She died, and he then fell in love with Miss Bagwell, whom he might see at Newry as often as he pleased. Bagwell would not consent to the match, and his objections had some weight. The possible opposition of the Queen, the incivility of the Earl's country not agreeing with his sister's education, and the uncertainty of a jointure to be allotted for her maintenance after the Earl's death, being those which seemed important to the Irish government. Tyrone was a much more civilized being than Shane O'Neill, and Mabel Bagwell was more accustomed to Irish ways than Lady Frances Radcliffe. But Bagwell hated the proposed alliance as much as Sussex. I can, he told Burgh, but curse myself and fortune that my blood, which in my father and myself hath often been spilled in repressing this rebellious race, should now be mingled with so traitorous a stock and kindred. To keep her out of harm's way, he sent Mabel to her sister, who was married to Sir Patrick Barnwall, and who lived at Turvey near Swords. But Tyrone invited himself to the house for a night, obtained a secret promise of her hand, and presented her with a gold chain worth £100. A few days after this he came to Turvey to dine with several friends, and after dinner the young lady slipped away on horseback behind one of them. When I understood, he said, that my prey, the language of cattle lifting, was well forward in her way towards the place where we had agreed upon, I took my leave of St. Patrick Barnwall and his lady, and followed after, and soon after I was gone, and the gentlemen which were in company with me took their horses and came away privately. Tyrone was 50 and Mabel 20, which makes the romance rather less romantic, but Bagwell may have been right in saying that he did, by taking advantage of her years and ignorance of his barbarous estate and course of living, entice the unfortunate girl by nursing in her, through the report of some corrupted persons, an opinion of his behaviour and greatness. At all events, she probably liked the idea of being countess. Tyrone's intentions were so far honourable, in spite of Bagwell's insinuations to the contrary, and the marriage was celebrated at William Warren's house near Dublin, by no less person than the Bishop of Meath, who declared that he was chiefly actuated by regard for the gentlewoman's credit. And as Tyrone well knew, regard for Bishop Jones's credit would prevent the marriage from being seriously questioned. But Bagwell's hostility was unabated, and even in his sister's presence Tyrone openly declared that he hated no man in the world so much as the Knight Marshal. There is no evidence that he ill-treated her, as Shane ill-treated his victim, but there is some that she was not altogether happy in the wild life which she had chosen, or with her crafty and unscrupulous mate. She died after less than 5 years of matrimony, and so did not live to see her brother killed in the conflict with her husband. End of chapter 43, part 2. Chapter 44 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Administration of Fitzwilliam, 1592 to 1594. It was no new thing that prisoners should escape from Dublin Castle, nor that they should be brought back again, and Hugh Roe did not despair. A year after his first attempt, and at the same evening hour, he knocked off his irons and lowered himself with a long rope into the ditch. His companions were Shane O'Neill's sons, Henry and Art, and they were helped outside by Tyrone's confidential servant, Turlough O'Hagan. The fugitives passed through the streets unnoticed and reached the mountains that same night. Their sufferings from exposure were great, and Art O'Neill, who had grown fat in prison, and had besides received a blow from a falling stone when getting out of it, was forced to lie down under a rock at the foot of the mountains. Edward Eustace, who had been sent by Fiach MacHugh to act as guide, was now dispatched to that chief, and food and beer were sent to their relief. The men who brought the provisions said that O'Neill was past help, and there he died. Hugh was badly frostbitten, and the nails of his great toes afterwards fell off, but he was able to drink some beer, and they carried him to a solitary house in the woods of Glenmalure. In due course Tyrone sent a messenger with whom he travelled northwards, though he had to be lifted into the saddle and out of it. Phelim O'Toole was now eager to help, and accompanied him to the Liffey, which he forded unperceived just above Dublin. His guide spoke English and led him through Meath to the neighbourhood of Drogheda. Avoiding the town, they diverged to Mellifont, which belonged to Sir Edward More, and here they were lodged and helped on their way. After resting until the evening of the next day, they rode all night and passed through Dundalk as soon as the gates were opened in the morning. The danger was now over, and Turlough MacHenry O'Neill, whose power lay in the south part of Armagh, forwarded them safely to Dungannon, whence Tyrone sent Hugh O'Donnell under escort to Lough Erne. Here he was met by Maguire and brought in triumph to Ballyshannon. Henry McShane O'Neill did not go to Glenmalure at all, but escaped northwards from the Dublin mountains, among which his brother had died, and thus fell into Tyrone's hands. The Earl kept him long in captivity, and it is probable that in helping his son-in-law to escape, he also intended to prevent the government from setting up the McShanes against him. Hugh Maguire said that he had given Fitzwilliam 300 cows to free his country from a sheriff, but that one had nevertheless been appointed in the person of Captain Willis. This officer did not confine his attention to Fermanagh, and much of Tyrconnell was actually in his power. This company, who bore a very bad character in the country, were quartered in the monastery of Donegal, from which they expelled the friars, and Hugh Roe's first care was to get rid of the intruders. The O'Donnells mustered in large numbers, and Willis and his men were glad to escape with their lives into Connaught. The friars then returned to their house. During March and April, Hugh was in the hands of the doctors, who are said to have amputated both his great toes. But in May his father made way for him, and he was installed as O'Donnell with the usual ceremonies. 2 expeditions against Turlough Luanich followed, and all the country about Strabane was laid waste. Nor was Tyrone quite idle, for he allowed his son Con to attack MacKenna, the chief of Trough, who had profited by Fitzwilliam's settlement of the MacMahon's country. The opportunity taken was while MacKenna was attending the sessions at Monaghan, and the commissioners were forced to adjourn. It suited neither O'Neills nor O'Donnells to have sheriffs and gibbets so near them. Fitzwilliam proceeded to Dundalk, intent upon making Tyrone give up the offenders so that they might be hanged at Monaghan, but the outrage turned out to be much less grave than was reported. Anxious to gain a good character, which might be of use to him in arranging his lawsuits with Turlough Luanich, Tyrone went to Donegal and brought Hugh Roe O'Donnell with him into the Lord Deputy's presence. Hugh made public submission in the church at Dundalk, swearing to be loyal like his father and to expel strangers from his country. The result was that all opposition to him ceased in Tyrconnell, since no pretender could hope to cope with a chief who enjoyed the help of the government. It has been often said that Sir John Perrott was driven out of Ireland by intrigue, but the fact is that he had long clamoured for his own recall. In England he enjoyed considerable influence, sat as a privy councillor, and remained in communication with several men of position in Ireland. But he made enemies everywhere, and it is supposed that the real cause of his downfall was a quarrel with the Chancellor, whom he openly taunted with having danced himself on to the woolsack. Sir John Perrott talked, says one biographer, while Sir Christopher Hatton thought he despised the usual and perhaps necessary arts of a courtier, and was so too frequently absent from the centre of favour and intrigue. Burghley was certainly his friend, but great as was the old minister's power, he could not always prevail against combinations. In Dublin the officials said were generally hostile to Perrott, and many had personal grudges against him. He himself attributed his misfortunes to Loftus, whom he had abused for not allowing St. Patrick's Cathedral to be turned into a college, and Bishop Jones had also his grievances. Philip Williams, Perrott's secretary, having been dismissed and imprisoned by him, offered to disclose matters affecting the Queen, and it was to the Archbishop of Dublin and Bishop of Meath that he applied for help. Sir Nicholas White, who in some degree represented the old English families of Ireland as distinguished from the purely English and official element, was favourable to Perrott. His firmest ally was Richard Meredith, a Welshman who had been his chaplain, and who had held the deanery of St. Patrick's and the bishopric of Leighlin together. Sir Richard Bingham, who had no cause to love Perrott, does not seem to have borne malice, but Fitzwilliam evidently leaned to the side of his accusers. The late deputy's language was not only violent, but had that unfortunate quality of picturesqueness which made people remember it. Thus Loftus could tell Burghley, with the certainty of getting corroborative evidence, how his enemy had boasted that he would send the council out of Dublin Castle on cabbage stalks, and how he had threatened to pull the archbishop into small pieces like grass between his fingers. Such speeches were not treasonable, but they show why so many men were anxious to prove that Sir John Perrott was a traitor. Numerous accusations were brought against Perrott soon after his return to England, but he had little difficulty in meeting them. Matters became more serious when a letter purporting to be written by him was actually produced, in which he offered to make Philip II King of England and Ireland on condition of being made hereditary Prince of Wales. It seems clear that the paper was forged by Charles Trevor, an adventurer who had been employed by O'Rourke to manage his son's escape from Oxford, and whom Perrott had formerly imprisoned. His companion in the castle, and perhaps his accomplice in the forgery, was one Dennis O'Rourhan, or Rogan, who had originally been a Roman Catholic priest and had lived in Spain. Finding it convenient to return, Rogan professed himself a Protestant, and had several children by Margaret Leonard of New Ross, whom some called his wife and some did not. He was evidently a liar of the first magnitude, for he told Fitzwilliam that he had said Mass to Perrott, who was no persecutor, but who was certainly a sincere Protestant and a hater of Spaniards. When Trevor escaped from prison, the forged letter, or one like it, remained in his hands, and he seems to have been accused of several of the forgeries and found guilty of at least one. Raucan produced his false letter, and pretended to be in fear of his life from Perrott's friends. With an evident desire to make the most of it all, the deputy sent over his son with orders to give the document to the Queen herself. Bishop Meredith observed that John Fitzwilliam would have to ride very fast if Perrott did not know all before Her Majesty. Considering the abundant evidence as to Raucan's bad character, and he was a perjurer by his own confession, it might be supposed that no credit would have been given to him. Probably much of the truth was kept from the Queen's knowledge. An inquiry in Dublin had but doubtful results, and the commissioners whom the Queen herself rebuked were accused of partiality to Perrott. They examined Raucan, who soon showed his real colours, and they were probably disinclined to do anything on such evidence. When the man went to London, where nothing was known about him, he accused the commissioners of corrupt dealing, but he soon lost credit in England too. Fitzwilliam evidently leaned strongly against Perrott, and Sir N. White was placed under restraint by him. Whether anyone really believed Raucan may be doubted, but the information gained in connection with his story enabled Perrott's enemies to draw their net around him. At the beginning of February 1591, Sir John Perrott was in the custody of the Lord Treasurer, and of his friends we are told that the Bishop of Leighlin was merry in the Fleet, and Sir Nicholas White sat in the Marshalsea. Contrary to the expectation of many, Sir John was sent to the Tower on March 8, and there he was destined to end his days. His imprisonment was closed, and he complained of impaired memory from the treatment he received. At last, in April 1592, he was brought to trial for treason, his indictment specifying that he had compassed the Queen's death. On one side were Popham, Egerton, and Puckering, and on the other a rough old knight, conscious of many rash speeches, but strong in the confidence which innocence gives, and the renouncing the merits and mercy of his Saviour Jesus Christ, as if he was really guilty. The court did nothing to supply the want of counsel. Chief Justice Anderson behaved with his usual brutality, declaring that Perrott was worse than Babington or than any of the traitors, and they were many at whose trials he had assisted. Hunsdon was one of the commission, and he also interfered very often and very unfairly. The accused could do little but protest that he was innocent, and that Raucan and Williams were perjured scoundrels. He wished the devil might take him body and soul if he had uttered a certain coarse speech which many thought he the real cause of Elizabeth's animosity. He appealed to Rokeby, Master of Request, who was one of his judges, whether his experience in Ireland had not taught him that witnesses there had no respect for an oath, and might be cheaply bribed to swear anything. God, he said, would plague his persecutors for their corrupt dealing. He was found guilty, but a great judge of our own time has described his trial as the scandalous attempt of prerogative lawyers, of which Elizabeth herself was ashamed, to convert the peevish speeches against her of that worthy old soldier, Sir John Perrott, into covert acts of high treason. Sir John Perrott, says Swift, was the first man of quality whom I find upon the record to have sworn by God's wounds. He lived in the reign of Queen Elizabeth, and was supposed to be a natural son of Henry VIII, who might also probably have been his instructor. According to Naunton, who is not a bad authority on such a point, Perrott was aware of his royal parentage. What he asked the lieutenant of the Tower, with oaths and fury, "Will the Queen suffer her brother to be offered up a sacrifice to my skipping adversaries?" Naunton shows that circumstances make the fact not improbable, and adds that Perrott's manners, appearance, and voice were like those which the Elizabethan tradition ascribed to Henry. Hatton, the chief of Sir John's skipping adversaries, was now dead, and the Queen was urged by Burghley and others to spare a faithful though rash servant. At all events, she refused to sign his death warrant, and when his speech to Hopton was reported to her, she swore by God's death that they were all knaves. It was thought that she intended to pardon him, and she was often heard to applaud a rescript of Honorius, that if any person speak ill of the emperor through a foolish rashness and inadvertency, it is to be despised. If out of madness, it deserves pity. If from malice and aversion, it calls for mercy. Perrott died in the Tower in the following September, but his chief request was granted, and his son was allowed to inherit. The fact of that son being married to Essex's sister may have had something to do with this. The disputes between Tyrone and Turlough Lucanich were hard to settle, for the several grants were not easily reconcilable with one another. but Coke's opinion was taken, and that great lawyer laid down that by virtue of an indenture made in 1587 the Earl might be forced to leave Turlock and his son in quiet possession of such lands as should be awarded to them by inquisition. This had been practically a condition of reviving the earldom in Hugh's person, and the older grant of all Tyrone by Henry VIII was so far modified by it. As to the lands, Fitzwilliam effected an arrangement nearly in accordance with Coke's opinion, but Turlock was now old, and finding himself unable to resist both Tyrone and O'Donnell, he thought it wiser to resign his chiefry in his rival's favour. Hugh O'Neill, namely, the Earl, say the Four Masters, was then styled the O'Neill and Turlock Looney each. Having made peace with O'Neill and O'Donnell, sent away the English whom he had with him. This was done in May 1593. Ulster was then under the peaceable government of these two, and they had hostages of the inhabitants in their power, so that they were subject to them. Tyrone's object for the movement was to keep things quiet and to gain credit for loyalty, but neither he nor O'Donnell ever enjoyed much of the peaceable power described by the annalists. Briar Oge O'Rourke had a dispute with the Binghams about his composition rent, and plundered the country about Ballymote. Maguire's emulation was aroused, and in spite of a promise to Tyrone, he also invaded Connaught, leaving Lough Allen to his left, and penetrating to Tulsk in Roscommon, where Sir Richard Bingham was encamped. The English party were outnumbered, and the Maguire drove off many cattle, but in the running fight which followed, Edmund MacGarren, titular primate of all Ireland, was killed. According to Bingham, MacGarren was constantly occupied in stirring up sedition, which he fostered by assurances of Spanish aid. He was, he says, a champion of the popes, like Dr. Allen, the notable traitor, but God be thanked, he hath left his dead carcass on the Margery, only the said rebels carried his head away with them, that they might universally bemoan him at home. O'Sullivan said that the Archbishop had special orders from Philip II to stir up war against the Protestants and to hold out hopes of Spanish succours, and that Maguire was sorry for his loss rather than pleased at the spoil which he was able to secure. O'Rourke kept Bingham pretty busy during the summer, and Maguire turned his attention to Monaghan. It was not difficult to raise a party among the MacMahons, and Monaghan was vigorously attacked early in September. The garrison repulsed the assailants, but not without considerable loss, and Fitzwilliam found it necessary to make a great display of force. Bagwell and Tyrone commanded the troops which were collected at Clones, and Maguire drove off his flocks and herds into Tyrconnell. The fords over the Erne near Balleek were found indefensible against so strong a force, but Tyrone was severely wounded in the thigh. This victory of the brothers-in-law only increased their mutual hatred, for the Marshal claimed most of the credit which the Earl thought belonged to him. The O'Neills were engaged in large numbers, and the tactics which afterwards proved so fatal to Bagwell had been employed on his side. Maguire's assailants, says O'Sullivan Bear, had 700 horse against 100, and musketeers against archers, and the leaden bullets went further than the arrows. The musketeers in the woods bordering on the river shot down with impunity the Catholics who stood in the open, while the archers could take no aim at men protected by thick clumps of trees. The same writer says that Bagwell asked Tyrone to write in praise of his valour both to the Queen and to the Deputy, and that the Earl replied that he would tell the truth when he came into their presence. It was one of Tyrone's grievances that Bagwell got more than his due share of credit, but it is probable that this was mainly an excuse for the course upon which he had already determined. According to O'Sullivan, O'Donnell was on his way to help Maguire, but was delayed by a messenger from Tyrone, who begged him not to compromise him while in the power of the Protestants, whose party he was about to desert. Tyrone believed, or pretended to believe, that the Marshal had orders from Fitzwilliam to arrest him, and wounded as he was, he withdrew to Dungannon out of harm's way. This was his last service to the crown during Elizabeth's life, and the annalists believe that it was rendered unwillingly. Bingham pressed Maguire from the Connaught side, and boats were launched upon Lough Erne, so that the defeated chief was hunted from island to island during a great part of the winter. To find his cattle was to take them, for no resistance could be made, but Enniskillen Castle held out for a long time against the fire of field pieces. To present Her Majesty's forces, said Fenton, before a castle in Ireland, and not to carry it, were highly dishonourable to the state, and a dangerous preparation to all the Irish to think less of Her Majesty's strength. But the soldiers worked while the secretary criticised, and early in February Enniskillen was taken by assault. On the 9th day of the actual siege, boats protected with hides and hurdles kept the garrison occupied while the trenches were advanced, and letters were used for the final storm. But O'Sullivan declared that the place would never have been taken had not Bingham bribed one of the warders, known from his hideous countenance as the Pig's Son. The traitor, he says, made a feigned resistance only, and was spared, while the rest, including some women, were put to the sword. Maguire was driven into Tyrone with a few followers, but Bingham maintained that nothing had really been done until Bundrose, Ballyshannon, and Balleek were taken from O'Donnell. The Lord Deputy did not like Bingham nor his advice, but the event proved that the latter was right. Fitzwilliam's health had been failing since the summer of 1592, and latterly he had been very anxious to leave Ireland. The Queen had been ready to recall him at Michaelmas, but Burgh said he should have the honour of finishing Maguire's affair, and he could only beg that he should not be expected to catch a runagate rogue. I am, he said, upon the pitch of 69 years old. My body is weak, my stomach weaker. The stone doth oft torment me, and now the gout hath utterly lamed me in my leg. My sight and memory do both fail me, so that I am less than half a man, and not much more than a dead man. Had the Queen adhered to her original intention, he might have been spared these pains. He was now directed to appoint Lords Justices if he felt too ill to carry on the routine business of government, but if possible to retain office until the arrival of his successor. The new viceroy was Sir William Russell, fourth son of Francis, Earl of Bedford, who had served with credit in Holland, who was by Sidney's side when he received his death wound, and who succeeded him as governor of Flushing. Fitzwilliam did not find it necessary to appoint Lords Justices, but he was unable to leave Dublin, and negotiations with Tyrone were referred to commissioners. The Earl maintained that he was quite loyal, but that the Lord Deputy and the Marshal were in league against him. Bagwell had orders to treat with O'Donnell, and sent one Darby Newman from Newry to make a beginning. Tyrone received Newman at Dungannon, and refused to send him on to Strabane. Bagwell's emissary, he said, was not sufficiently important to risk his credit for. He had already done too much, and was determined that Tyrconnell should not be treated as Fermanagh had been. The Marshal, he added, raising his voice for all to hear, might do it by himself if he could. Maguire was now again at the head of 200 or 300 men, and would not leave a head on anyone's shoulders who wore hat or cloak, or who spoke a word of English. With Bagwell he would have no dealings, nor would he let O'Donnell have any, but any other commissioner should be welcome to his country. Archbishop Loftus, Chief Justice Gardiner, and Sir Anthony Sir Leger, the Master of the Rolls, were chosen, and they proceeded to Dundalk early in March. In this meantime, Tyrone tried to enlist the great influence of Ormond on his side, and his letters were so startling that the latter thought it right to send him straight to the Queen. Tyrone kept the commissioners waiting for some days, professing to be afraid of Bagwell's treachery, but he appeared at last on protection, and gave in a long list of grievances. Hatred of the Marshal, whom he accused of bribing Fitzwilliam with money extorted from the people under him, seems indeed to have been the mainspring of his movements at this time. As to the settlement of Monaghan, for instance, he says that every peddling merchant and other men of no account had a share of the land, and the Marshal, who never took pains in bringing up that country to subjection, had a great part of it. Besides the general statement of his grievances given to the commissioners, Tyrone sent a secret article to Sir Henry Wallop, whom he thought inclined to favour him. In this he alleged specific acts of corruption against Fitzwilliam and Bagwell, saying that he did not mention these to the commissioners only because they were in such haste to be gone. But before Loftus and his colleagues left Dundalk, he promised to keep the peace until his cause could be heard impartially, and swore that if O'Donnell or any other broke out in the meantime, he would be the first to cut his throat. This did not prevent some of the O'Neills from immediately harrying the Marshal's country, nor from burning houses with women and children in them. Indeed, there can be little doubt that it was a main object with Tyrone, as it had been with Shane O'Neill, to get rid of the settlement at Newry. It was planted on purpose to bridle Ulster, and it had proved effective, and English laws or English officers are unpopular in Ireland exactly in proportion to their efficiency. Fitzwilliam emphatically denied all charges of corruption against himself, and said he had always treated Tyrone with the consideration due to a useful instrument. Appearances were now very much against him, and the Chief Justice had shown scandalous partiality in separating from his fellow commissioners, and remaining for 2 or 3 days quite alone with the Earl. Captain Thomas Lee, too, who was a needy man, and suspiciously intimate with Tyrone, had stolen away to him, and was not likely to exercise a good influence. Lee, who was afterwards hanged at Tyburn for his share in the Essex conspiracy, distinguished himself in the Wicklow district, and he was left a curious paper in which he cautioned the Queen against the probable cost and trouble of an Ulster war. According to him, the North could only be governed with Tyrone's help. The chief authority there should be in his hands, and that being granted, there would be no difficulty in getting him to accept a sheriff and to have regular assizes at Dungannon. Being often his bedfellow, says Lee, he hath divers times bemoaned himself with tears in his eyes, saying if he knew any way in the world to behave himself otherwise than he hath done, to procure your Majesty's assured good opinion of him, he would not spare, if it pleased you to command him, to offer himself to serve your Highness in any part of the world against your enemies, though he were sure to lose his life. Which tears have neither proceeded from dissimulation or of a childish disposition, for all who knew him will acquit him thereof, but of mere zeal unto your Highness, etc. Of a childish disposition, indeed, he may well be acquitted, but dissimulation was his strong point. And Lee's proposed system of government involved the arrangements with other chiefs also. Yet he averred O'Donnell, Maguire, Brian Og MacMahon, and Brian Og O'Rourke to be traitors and villains, and obstinate against the Queen. O'Donnell was married to one of Tyrone's daughters, and Maguire was soon to wed another. Again, he says all the friends to your Highness in those countries are by to O'Hanlon and Magennis. O'Hanlon is married to the Earl of Tyrone's sister, and merely enriched by the Earl. Magennis's eldest son is to marry the Earl's daughter, and if this affinity were not the manner of the Irish, is always to the part they see strongest. And when your Majesty, as there is no doubt, shall prevail, they will then seek favour and make offer of much service, but seldom or never perform any. Whereof myself have been too often a witness, this testimony is remarkable because it exactly coincides with that of Bagwell, who said his neighbours O'Hanlon and Magennis were combined with Tyrone, not because they liked him, but because he seemed for the moment to be the strongest. In Tyrone's interest, Lee stigmatizes Bagwell as a slanderer and a coward, but he agrees with him where his hero's interests are not specially concerned, praising Bingham to the skies, and losing no opportunity of calling Freach MacHugh a traitor. Burghley urged Ormond for his own honour and the state's safety to make some arrangement with Tyrone, and Sir George Carew, whose advice was taken about this time, believed that the new Irish trouble might thus be nipped in the bud. Ormond, he said, has that credit with the Earl at his will he can lead him to do what he list, for upon his wisdom and friendship he only dependeth. A correspondence took place accordingly, in which Ormond entreated Tyrone to bear himself loyally, and in the sight of all, and never to forget the Queen's benefits. He had promised the commissioners to behave themselves, and it was dishonourable for gentlemen to break their words. by presenting himself frankly to the viceroy as became a nobleman and a good subject, he would show that he had nothing to fear, and he might be sure of justice if he harboured no traitors in the meantime. Tyrone thanked his adviser heartily, promised to come to Dublin like the Queen's loyal subject as he was, and declared that he feared nothing but the spite of Fitzwilliam and Bagwell, who sought his life. As to harbouring rebels, there were 2,000 or 3,000 proclaimed traitors in Ireland, and it would be strange if some were not sheltered near him. Owing in great measure to Ormond's intercession, who gave a bond in £1,000 for his good behaviour, Florence MacCarthy had been released from the Tower early in 1591 and left at liberty, provided he did not go more than 3 miles from London. He was a persistent and skilful suitor, and his constant pleas of poverty were not without their effect on the Queen. First she granted him a warrant of protection against arrest for debt, and then she devised a means of enriching him without expense to herself. David Lord Barry had been implicated in the Desmond treasons, and had been fined £500, which he was not asked to pay. He looked upon this as in the nature of a mere recognizance, and he had done nothing whatever to forfeit it. The Queen had nothing new to complain of, but she gave Florence MacCarthy leave to recover the fine if he could. This was a poor reward for Barry's loyalty, especially as he had been the first to warn the government of the danger to be apprehended from Florence's marriage, and was even now cautioning them against letting Florence return to his own country. To Ireland, nevertheless, he was allowed to go, and Fitzwilliam ordered Barry to pay the £500 in 4 quarterly instalments. It does not, however, seem to have been paid, and Florence spent more than the whole amount it cost. Lord Barry, who remained staunchly loyal, put in one dilatory plea after another, and in due course Florence was himself involved in treasonable plots. His brother-in-law, Donald, if the term can be used of a bastard, continued to maintain himself in the character of Robin Hood, and the undertakers had their difficulties with both. Fitzwilliam's long public career was now at an end, though he lived until 1599, years before he had expected to be buried in Ireland and slandered in England. And slandered he seems to have been, though he was allowed to sleep in his own country. He was not a brilliant man, and he was never given the means of doing very great things, but he steadily advanced the power of the crown in Ireland. Not being a professional soldier, he gained no remarkable victories, but of his courage there could be no doubt. As the Dublin mutiny well proved, the charge of corruption has been commonly repeated against him, but this old-world gossip wants confirmation. It was the general practice to make accusations of covetousness against Irish officials, and especially against chief governors. Russell did not escape, and it is clear that many things capable of an ill interpretation would be done in a country where enough money was never forthcoming for the public service. It is evident that neither Elizabeth nor Burghley believed the stories against Fitzwilliam, and if an official satisfies those who employ him, he can afford to despise unpopularity. He was not a great man, but he was eminently serviceable, and if he gained no striking successes, his reign was free from crushing disasters. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Government of Russell, 1594 to 1597. Sir William Russell left Theobalds on June 25 and did not reach Dublin till August 1. Even at midsummer no wind served to sail out of the Dee, and Holyhead itself there was a week's delay. Keeping to the letter of his instructions, Russell refused to receive the sword until Fitzwilliam and the council had given him a written account of the state of Leinster and Connaught. And this 10 days' pause gave Tyrone time to look about him. Ormond went to Dublin and waited anxiously for 11 days to see whether the northern earl would perform his promise. On August 15, and to the great surprise of all men, Tyrone made his appearance, the late deputy having sailed for England the day before. Russell had desired his predecessor to stay and make good his charges, but Fitzwilliam declined unless ordered to do so on his allegiance, and Tyrone was thus enabled to say that he would have easily cleared himself in his oppressor's presence had the latter stayed but 1 day longer. On arriving in Dublin, Tyrone sent in a written submission, and 2 days later he presented it on his knees to the Lord Deputy sitting in council. Again he laid all blame on Fitzwilliam and Bagwell, acknowledging that his efforts to save his life from their machinations might have some appearance of ingratitude, and professing himself ready to serve the Queen and her new deputy. He promised to do his best to restore peace in Ulster, to expel the Scots, and to protect the Pale. He was ready to receive a sheriff provided Armagh and Tyrone were made one county, and to have a jail at Dungannon, and to pay a reasonable composition. He promised to send his eldest son Hugh to Wallop or Gardiner, who might send him to an English university within 3 months, to give sufficient pledges, and to molest no Englishman within his jurisdiction. The division of Armagh from Tyrone had long been part of a settled policy, in the fact that Tyrone insisted on in its reversal should have been warning enough. At the same sitting of the council, Bagwell produced a written statement of his charges against the Earl. The first of these, and the one which would weigh most with the Queen, was that many of Tyrone's foster brothers and household servants had joined with Archbishop Magauran, who was unquestionably the emissary of Rome and Spain, and that Tyrone had nevertheless protected and favoured them. But Bagwell was naturally not ready to prove his case by witnesses then and there, and upon this it was decided not to detain the Earl, although he had come in quite voluntary and without any condition whatever. And it was resolved, for weighty considerations concerning Her Majesty's service, that the Earl should not be charged with the said articles at this time, but to be deferred to a more fit time. Russell afterwards said that he thought it safer to let him go, because his brother Cormac MacBaron was puffed up by some late successes, and as Tanist would naturally take advantage of the Earl's absence and be ready to cut his throat. Tyrone's submission, too, had been very humble. He had promised to banish the Scots, to appease the rebels, and to give his son as pledge. In fact, his humility disappeared as soon as he was clear of the Pale. He neither expelled the Scots nor appeased the rebels, and he never sent his son to Dublin. The evident truth is that Russell, who was new to Ireland, was completely hoodwinked, and that the council, after the manner of councils, took the course which was easiest for the moment, and sheltered both themselves and the Viceroy behind a formidable list of names. Fitzwilliam had confessed to Perrott that he received Ireland from him in peace, and that he should do the Queen good service if he could leave it but half as well. Measured by that standard, his success had not been great, for he left the island very much disturbed. Ulster was replenished with more treason than we have known it in former times. Bingham had bridled Connaught, but O'Rourke was with O'Donnell and was a constant source of danger. Fiach MacHugh and his crew were traitorously bent, and the arrival of 3,000 Scots in Donegal was likely to aggravate the general peril. After all the fighting in Fermanagh, Her Majesty had no stronghold left there except Enniskillen, and that was closely besieged. Sir Henry Duke and Sir Edward Herbert were sent with 600 foot and 46 horse to revictual it, but could not, and Sir Richard Bingham went to help them with 200 foot and 50 horse. Before he could arrive, Maguire and Cormac MacBaron had attacked the relieving force at the ford of Dromain on the Arnie River, and routed them completely. The convoy fell into the hands of the Irish, and the place was long known as the Ford of Biscuits. This news met Bingham on his way northwards, and he returned to Dublin. The check was a severe one, and Russell lost no time in taking the field himself. His route was by Mullingar, Athlone, Roscommon, and Boyle, over the Curlews, Loch Arrow and Loch Allen were passed on the right hand and Loch Melvin on the left, the dangers of the march being from bogs and flooded rivers rather than from armed opposition. Enniskillen was relieved for that time, and Dublin was reached on the 22nd day. The return was by way of Cavan, and the only casualties were from drowning at the passages of the Scillies and the Erne. Sir Edward More of Mellifont, who was on friendly terms with Tyrone, was employed to patch up a truce, and war was deferred until the new year. In the meantime Russell had to bear as best he might the Queen's severe blame for letting the Earl go in spite of direct private orders from her. The reasons which he gave were indeed very inconclusive, and it is plain that Tyrone had known how to profit boldly by the moment of weakness which in Ireland has always attended every change of governors in old times, and every vicissitude of party in our own. But opinions were still divided as to Tyrone's real intentions. Some professed to believe that his animosity was only against Fitzwilliam and Bagwell, but others, if we may judge by the sequel, were less optimistic or better informed. Tyrone's brother had contributed to the disaster at Enniskillen, and neither he nor the O'Neills, who served under him, would have acted against the chief's wish. There was plenty of Spanish gold circulating in Tyrone, and powder was being made there with imported sulphur. In Roman Catholic circles there were great hopes of what the Earl would do, but some feared that he sought an earthly rather than a heavenly kingdom. It was more certain that he had enormously increased his force, and that he was daily enlarging his power over the neighbouring chiefs. He had obtained leave to import a great quantity of lead by way of roofing his house at Dungannon, and that was now available to make bullets. It is difficult to say exactly when Tyrone's correspondence with Spain began, but some great movement was clearly impending. Jesuits and seminary priests swarmed throughout Ireland, and in any city or town, says one Protestant writer, there is not an Irish woman nor merchant's wife throughout the kingdom but refuseth to come to the church, save that in Dublin a few women under 20 in all are not quite fallen from us. When the Christmas festivities were over, during which the Earl of Kildare tilted at the ring, Russell went into the Wicklow mountains and returned on the third day. Fiach MacHugh was driven from Ballinacor, and the house garrisoned. O'Byrne himself with his wife and the notorious bastard Geraldine, Walter Rioch, being proclaimed traitors. Some heads were brought in, but after a few days Walter Rioch's brother Gerald was out with his followers and burned the village of Crumlin, not 3 miles from St. James's Gate. The lead was stripped from the church and carried off to make bullets. The Lord Deputy appeared in Thomas Street, had the gate opened, and sent horse in pursuit, but the mischief was already done. As such insolence could not be allowed to pass, another journey was immediately undertaken, and a camp was formed at Ballinacor. A fort was built, and there was no difficulty in getting 100 soldiers. In another, a bag of bullets was found newly cast. Heads came in fast, but straggling foragers from Russell's camp were sometimes cut off. Ormond came up from Kilkenny with a large force, and it became evident that Walter Rioch's career was near its end. One of his brothers was taken by the Kavanaghs. The Gerald who burned Crumlin was killed, and he himself was wounded in attacking the house of Sir Piers Fitzjames Fitzgerald, who was Sheriff of Kildare and Ormond's kinsman. His leg being almost broken by the blow of a hammer, he was carried by his followers to a cave, and there attended by a native leech, who went every second day to the woods to gather herbs. With the help of this leech, Walter's first cousin, Dermot MacPhillam Rioch, betrayed him to Sir Henry Harrington, and promised also to give up Fiach MacHugh himself. Another O'Byrne, Muirch MacTeague Og, is also mentioned as being in the plot. Walter Rioch was brought to Dublin, examined, and hanged alive in chains for 24 hours as a notable example of justice. This was Russell's opinion, but it must be evident that such barbarity could have no real effect, and in fact the Wicklow rebels were soon as strong as ever. No sooner was Walter Rioch dead than Russell set out again for the disturbed districts of Leinster. A camp formed at Money, between Turlough and Shillelagh, was the Lord Deputy's headquarters for 3 weeks, and he visited all the country round, finding time for a little hunting and fishing, and receiving heads of prisoners almost daily. Several companies scoured the Wicklow mountains, but never quite succeeded in catching Fiach MacHugh, but his wife, the famous Rice O'Toole, fell into Harrington's hands, and a Dublin jury found her guilty of treason. The sentence was death by burning, as if she was considered a witch, but the Queen spared her life. The arrival of Sir John Norris required Russell's presence in Dublin, preparatory to dealing seriously with Tyrone. Sir Henry had already bought rather more than 2,000 of the Brittany veterans, and the news of their coming kept the north quiet for a moment. Garrisons were left to bridle Wicklow, and it was supposed that the fort at Ballincourt could easily hold out. But Fiach MacHugh had now a thorough understanding with Tyrone, who had promised him 1,000 men, 400 from himself, 400 from O'Donnell, and 100 each from Maguire and O'Rourke. The MacMahons had also promised 100. These were to be maintained for a year, doubtless with some of the Spanish gold which was circulating in Ulster. We are now entering upon the great Tyrone War, which cost Queen Elizabeth so many men and so much money. The trained troops at her command were very few, and fresh levies were constantly required. From what took place in one county we may judge of the method pursued all over England, and gain some idea of the drain upon the scanty population of that time. Gilbert, Earl of Shrewsbury, a great figure among the nobility of that day, was Lord Lieutenant of Derbyshire. In March 1595 he was directed by warrant to make a compulsory levy of 100 men and for the Irish service. This was done, and the new company assigned to Captain Nicholas Merryman, the captain of his 2 subalterns, being appointed by the Crown, and not by Lord Shrewsbury, who thought some men were pressed rather for ill will than for any care of the Queen's service. Nor is the suggestion singular in the correspondence of this period. In the same year, Derbyshire had to raise 3 horsemen for the Irish service, and the cost was compulsorily divided among the gentlemen and freeholders. John Manners of Haddon was assessed at 53 shillings 4pence, while some had to pay only 6 shillings. In 1596, 50 more men were raised for Ireland. Directions are sometimes given that the arms and uniforms should be bought of particular persons. Captain Merryman, who was a skilled veteran, commended the armour supplied by Mr. William Grosvenor of Belfort, who was a friend of Shrewsbury and a follower of the Earl of Essex. In April 1597, 23 men were pressed for Ireland. 4 of them ran away, and the arms of those who did not were so bad that the officers had to buy others from the armourers at Chester. In 1598, 100 men were first levied, and after the disaster at Blackwater 50 more were wanted. These levies were not completed till the spring of 1599, but in 1600 the demands began again. 150 were required, but some ran away and some were inefficient, and there was a further call for 15 men before the year was out. John Manners was also ordered to provide 1 light horseman with a cuirass and staff at his own charge, and the county was forced to have carpenters, smiths, and bricklayers among the recruits. In 1601, 3 horsemen and 110 footmen were raised, and there was a further levy of horse ordered as soon as it was known that Spaniards had landed at Kinsale. About 70 gentlemen and ladies are mentioned as specially contributory to this last call, and again John Manners had to supply a gelding with a good saddle and a good man to fill it. furnished with a good cuirass and a casque, northern staff, a good long pistol, a good sword and dagger, and a horseman's coat of good cloth. Clothing for foot soldiers was contracted for at 40 shillings a head. After the victory of Kinsale, we read of no more levies in Derbyshire, but the drain had been severe. Of foot soldiers alone, some 450 were raised in that single county from 1595 to 1601, and we may be sure that most of them never returned. Naturally, the service was very unpopular. Better be hanged at home than die like dogs in Ireland had become a Cheshire proverb. Sometimes it was necessary to set sufficient watch in all the highways, footpaths, and by-lanes for the apprehending of such soldiers as shall offer to escape before God sends a wind, and it is not difficult to see how Shakespeare made the study for his immortal picture of the ragged regiment with whom Falstaff refused to march through Coventry. You appointed 12 shires, said the mayor of Bristol, to send men here for Cork. We protested to your lordships, excepting of some 2 or 3 shires, there was never man beheld such strange creatures brought to any muster. They are most of them either old, lame, diseased boys, or common roadies. Few of them have any clothes, small, weak, starved bodies, taken up in fair market and highway to supply the place of better men kept at home. If they be any of them better than the rest, we find they have been set forth for malice. We have done what we could to put able men into silly creatures' places, but in such sort that they cannot start nor run away. But if the Irish service was odious and terrible to the poor conscript, adventurous young gentlemen sought therein the means of retrieving their fortunes and of getting out of scrapes. There is, says one such, nothing under the elements permanent. Yesternight I lived with such delight in my bosom, concealing it, that I was for this voyage, and that the overmuch heat is now cooled by a storm. And my prayer must be to send better times and fortunes than always to live a poor, base justice, recreating myself in sending rogues to the gallows. The veterans who had fought and bled in many lands were not anxious to have their places filled by lads who were brave enough, doubtless, but who had everything to learn. Complaints upon this subject are frequent, but no one has told his story better than Captain Bostock, who, having served for 18 years by sea and land, thought he was entitled to some reward. Bostock was at the siege of Antwerp in 1582, and remained long in the Netherlands wherever hard knocks were going. Then he commanded a ship commissioned by Henry of Navarre. Afterwards he was in the Netherlands again, under Russell and Vere, and with Lord Willoughby at the siege of Burgh. Then he commanded Her Majesty's pinnace Merlin in Portugal, returned to Holland, and served under Essex all the time that he was in France. His next venture was in command of a man-of-war to the West Indies. Then there was more fighting in the Netherlands, and under Fitzwilliam and Russell in Ireland. In the voyage to the Azores, Bostock was captain of a man-of-war, and fought with a carrack every day for 20 days. Then he served under Essex at sea and in Ireland, and at the end of it all found that he had spent 1,000 pounds of his patrimony, and was still without recognized rank. A soldier that is no captain, he says, is more to be esteemed than a captain that is no soldier. The one is made in an hour, and the other not in many years. Of both which kinds I know many. Russell had asked for a good officer to help him, but to his great disgust the government sent him a general with absolute authority. A commission, indeed, was to be issued by the Lord Deputy and Council, and for this Russell expressed his thanks. But the terms of it were dictated by the Queen, who fixed upon Sir John Norris as the fittest man for the place. Norris was still Lord President of Munster, but the administration of that province was left to his brother, and he was put over all the forces in Ireland with almost unlimited authority for the purpose of pacifying Ulster. His promises of pardon or protection were to be performed as a matter of course by the Lord Deputy and Council. The fame of Norris was deservedly great, and it seems to have been thought, as it has sometimes been thought in our own time, that the mere terror of his name would save the cost of an army. But he was under no such illusion himself, and complained before he left England that Russell was hostile to him. He was in bad health too, and declared that but for that he would post back from Bristol and refute the detractors, who began to buzz as soon as his back was turned. The servile herd of courtiers well knew that abuse of Sir John Norris sounded sweet in the Earl of Essex's ears. The favourite had interfered in the appointment of officers, and was told that the general had accused him of passing over the best men. This Norris denied, declaring that he had always tried to be the Earl's friend, and wondering why the latter would always treat him as an enemy. Norris landed at Waterford on May 4, after a bad passage, which brought on the ague to which he was subject. He found the season so late that there was no likelihood of much grass before June, and in any case he was unable to ride for some days. Russell civilly begged that he would take his time, and he did not reach Dublin until 4 weeks after leaving Bristol. While riding near the city, his horse fell with him, and this accident brought on a fresh attack of ague. But he saw enough in a very few days to make him realize that the struggle before him was very different from any that had preceded it. The rebels were more in number and better armed than of old, and they had plenty of ammunition. Spanish gold found its way from Tyrone to some gentlemen of the Pale, and sometimes, like a panic, prevailed. 2,000 good soldiers had hesitated to march 10 miles by a tolerable road from Newry to Dundalk, and had clamoured to be sent by water. The like had never been heard of before, and both gentlemen and townsmen for the first time refused even to pass the doors of a church. While Russell waited at Dublin for Norris, Maguire regained possession of Enniskillen. The garrison had been reduced by sickness to 14, who were promised their lives, but the English account says the promise was not kept. Monaghan was also threatened, and 1,400 foot and 200 horse were sent to Newry. With this force, Bagwell succeeded in victualling the place, but Tyrone greatly harassed the army on its return, killing over 30 and wounding over 100. 10 barrels of powder were expended and many horses lost. It was said that the Irish engaged were more than 5,000, and that twice or even 3 times that number were in the neighbourhood. The road between Dundalk and Newry was then broken up by Tyrone's orders. Russell reported that the powder left in the master of the ordnance's hands was less than had been burned in this one day's work. Sir Richard Bingham had lost no opportunity of warning the government how necessary it was to seize the passage between Ulster and Connaught. He had made preparations at Sligo for the occupation of Ballyshannon. His plans were frustrated by one of those unexpected acts of treachery in which Irish history abounds. The governor of Sligo under him was his cousin, George Bingham the younger, who seems to have depended almost entirely on Irish troops, and especially upon his ensign Ulick Burke, Clanrickarde's cousin german, and son of that Redmond of the Bosoms, as he was called from his sweeping raids, who had been the actual murder of Sir John Shamrock. George Bingham had lately made a descent upon Tory Island, which he plundered, and also upon McSwiney's Vanance village at Rathmullen, where he sacked the Carmelite monastery. Ulick Burke was left in charge at Sligo, and it seems that he or his Irish followers were offended at not receiving their due portion of the spoil. Sir Richard Bingham admits that they were badly paid, and that all the mischief came from that. At all events, George Bingham and 8 Englishmen with him were butchered by the treacherous ensign without a word of warning. Ulick had been twice saved from hanging by Bingham, but he gave the signal by stabbing his preserver with his own hand. Sligo, with its guns and stores, was handed over to O'Donnell, and Ulick Burke became his constable. This, says Sir Richard, is the worst news ever happened in Connaught in my time. A week after the disaster at Sligo, Norris started for Newry, whither Russell followed him 5 days later with 2,200 foot and 550 horse. Tyrone and his adherents were proclaimed traitors at Dundalk, both in English and Irish. The causeway through the Moray Pass had been broken up, but no resistance was offered, and a band of pioneers soon made it practicable. In the presence of the Lord Deputy, Norris disclaimed all power and responsibility, but there was no outward breach between them. Russell reached the Blackwater without serious fighting and pitched his camp close to Armagh. The church was fortified and made capable of sheltering 200 men, and Tyrone spent his time in burning the houses round about and in razing his own castle of Dungannon. He had intended to make a great stronghold fortified by the device of a Spaniard that he had with him, but in the end employed those masons that were entertained for builders up, for pullers down of that his house, and that in so great a haste as the same overnight, mustering very stately and high in the sight of all our army. Next day by noon it was so low that it could scarcely be discerned. The arrival of cannon at Newry had already taught Tyrone that he could not defend any castle against a regular army, and he afterwards constantly acted upon that principle. Besides making Armagh tenable, Russell again relieved Monaghan. There was constant skirmishing, which cost a good many men, but nothing like a general battle. On his return to Newry, the Lord Deputy very early fell into an ambuscade, but no one was actually hurt except O'Hanlon, who carried the Queen's colours. The Moray Pass was again found unoccupied, and a council of war was held at Dundalk. Russell announced that he had fulfilled Her Majesty's order, and would now leave Ulster matters to the general according to his commission, while Bingham should attend to Connaught. Norris said he would do his best, but if his invasion of Tyrone was frustrated by want of provisions, as the Lord Deputy had been, he trusted it should be without imputation to him. And so, says the chronicler, every man returned, well wearied, towards his own dwelling, that had any. During the expedition, Russell wrote to say that he agreed better with Norris than he had at first thought possible, but the general looked at everything upon the darkest side. He accused the Lord Deputy of stretching his conscience to injure him, of detaining letters so as to deprive him of the means of answering them, of making his commission less ample than the Queen had ordered, and he declared, though without actually naming Russell, that his letters to Cecil and Cecil's to him were certainly opened. He maintained that every obstacle was thrown in his way, and that his private fortune was spent without increase or of honour after so many years of service. The means provided were utterly inadequate, since even Russell thought more than 3,000 men necessary for the Ulster War, and scarcely half the number were actually available. I wish, he says, it had pleased God to appoint me to follow some other more grateful profession. End of chapter 45, part 1. Chapter 45, part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Government of Russell, 1594 to 1597. It was not without many misgivings that the proclamation against Tyrone was allowed to issue, Burgh dreaming almost to the last moment of a pacification by Ormond's means. But Ormond himself had already made up his mind that Tyrone could not be trusted at all, since he had broken his last promises. Nevertheless, he went to Dublin, and on arriving there found that the humour had changed. No commission came for him, and without one he could attempt nothing. His anxiety was lest the Queen should think him lukewarm, whereas his greatest wish, though far beyond his power, was that Tyrone's and every other traitor's head should be at Her Majesty's disposal. He rejoiced at the appointment of Sir John Norris, and wished the Queen had many such to serve her. When Tyrone is proclaimed, he said, I wish head money may be promised for him, as I did for the Earl of Desmond, and pardon to be given to such others of the north as will serve against him." Bingham came to Dublin to confer with Russell and Norris, and the result was to show clearly how much the work to be done exceeded the available means. The governor of Connaught said no quiet could be expected in his province until the Ulster rebels were stopped at the Erne. 3 whole counties were in revolt, and Clanricarde's near kinsman had been engaged in the Sligo massacre, although he himself was loyal. Russell agreed with Bingham, but the majority of the council were for stumbling along in the old rut. Bingham went back to Athlone, expecting nothing but disaster, and Norris went to Newry with the certain knowledge that he had not men enough to effect anything. First he tried what negotiation would do, and Tyrone sent in a signed paper which he called a submission. He was heartily sorry for his offences, and humbly besought pardon first for himself and all the inhabitants of Tyrone, but also for all his adherents, who would give the same assurances, for that since the time I was proclaimed there have passed an oath between us to hold one course. This submission was rejected, as it would have practically acknowledged Tyrone's local supremacy, and of this rejection the Queen quite approved. Armagh was victualled without much trouble by Norris in person, and the army then returned to Newry for more provisions. Bengal succeeded in surprising 2,000 of the enemy's cows, and Armagh was again reached without fighting. Some days were spent in fortifying and in making arrangements for a winter garrison, but Norris failed to bring on a general engagement. Tyrone kept to his vantage ground, but made a great effort to annoy the English at a little pass which cannot be far from Market Hill. The baggage was sent on in front and escaped, but the rearguard had to fight their best. There were Scots with Tyrone, whose arrows proved very effective, and the Irish horse were much more active than the English. Norris himself was shot in the arm and side, and his horse was hit in 4 places. His brother Thomas was shot through the thigh, and Captain Wingfield through the elbow. "I have a lady's hurt," said Sir John. "I pray, brother, make the place good if you love me, and I will new horse myself, and return presently, and I pray charge home." 2 other officers were killed with 10 men, and about 30 men were wounded. It does not appear that Tyrone's losses were much greater, and it was evident that nothing of moment could be done with the forces at hand. Norris told Russell that he ought to send him every man he could scrape together, regular or irregular, leaving pioneers and carriers to follow as they might, and that in this were not done he would not be responsible for anything. He sent his brother Henry straight to England, complaining that he had but 150 draft horses, when formerly 10 times that number came out of the Pale, and that he was not properly supported in any way. And yet Russell may have done his best. He did detach Thomond with 5 companies and 145 horse to Newry, besides sending Secretary Fenton to help the wounded general in administrative work, but to get supplies from the unwilling Catholics of the Pale was beyond his power. The gentry had promised to muster 1,000 foot and 300 horse at Kells for the defence of the border, but a month after the trysting day only 1/3 of that number had arrived. At the moment of this first fight with Tyrone in his character of proclaimed traitor, old Turlough Luanich died. He had already resigned the chiefry, but it now suited his successor to drop the mask, and he went at once to Tullahoge to be invested, and yet he was quite ready to renounce the name of O'Neill 4 months later, though objecting to take an oath on the subject. The annalists say he had been appointed heir 10 years before at the Parliament held in Dublin in the name of Queen Elizabeth, but it is, of course, quite untrue that Tyrone was made Tanist by Act of Parliament, and the four masters themselves record that Turlough had resigned in his favour more than 2 years before. In 1587 it had been intended to make Turlough Earl of Armagh, and thus to perpetuate the division of Tyrone. The old chief had always realized in a vague way that an O'Neill could not stand alone, and had listened without enthusiasm to the bards who called upon him to imitate the legendary heroes of his race and to make himself monarch of Ireland in spite of the English. The real effect of this death was to make Tyrone chief of Ulster in the popular estimation, as he had long been in real power. He also saw that the Queen would be too strong for him unless he could make foreign alliances, and he strove to excite sympathy abroad by appearing as the head of a Catholic confederacy. Nothing, said the Queen, would more become this base traitor whom she had raised from the dust than his public confessing what he knows of any Spanish practices, and his abjuration of any manner of hearkening or combining with any foreigners, a course fit in his offers to be made vulgar, that in Spain and abroad the hopes of such attempts may be extinguished. Tyrone protested that he never corresponded with Spain before August 20, but this can hardly be true, for in a letter to Don Carlos, written little more than a month after that date, he complained that the king had returned no answer to frequent previous letters. He begged Philip to send 3,000 soldiers, at whose approach all the heretics would disappear, and the king Catholic be recognized as the sole sovereign of Ireland. Elizabeth shrank from the cost of war and from the suffering which it would bring, and Norris was ordered to negotiate. A general without an army is not usually the most successful of diplomatists, and Sir John had no belief in the work. There were, he said, but two courses open. One was to give Tyrone a free pardon, mainly on condition of his abjuring Spain and the Pope, by which means these potentates would be alienated from him. If there was to be fighting, then he thought it best to leave Connaught alone and confine himself to Ulster. He demanded a separate treasurer, as Ormond had in the Desmond times, £5,000 a month for 6 months, and £2,000 more for fortifications, and power to spend the whole as he liked. With this, but not with less, he thought he could post a garrison at Lough Foyle, for, like every other competent soldier, he maintained that Tyrone could be bridled only by permanent fortresses. The course which seemed easiest and cheapest was taken, and the negotiations began without sincerity on Tyrone's part, and with a presentiment of failure on that of Norris, who thought force the only remedy. Norris did not himself meet Tyrone, but sent two captains, St. Leger and Warren, who made a truce to last until January 1, and for 1 month longer, should the Lord Deputy desire it. Peace was to be kept on both sides, but none of the points at issue were decided. Tyrone and O'Donnell made separate submissions, upon which great stress was laid, but as they were both in correspondence with Spain, it is clear that their chief object was to gain time, upon which great stress was laid. But as they were both in correspondence with Spain, it is clear that their chief object was to gain time. Tyrone further declared his readiness to renounce the title of O'Neill, protesting that he had assumed it only to prevent anybody else from doing so. Upon these terms, since no better were to be had, the Queen was inclined to pardon the chief rebels, but this only encouraged them to make fresh demands. Burgh, in the meantime, was advising that money should be sent into Ireland, where he foresaw nothing but trouble. "I see," he said, "a manifest disjunction between the Lord Deputy and Sir John Norris. Sir John was too bold to command the companies in the English Pale for Waterford without assenting of the deputy, for out of Munster he hath no sole authority. I fear continually evil disasters. O'Donnell had in the meantime made himself master of a great part of Connaught. Bingham failed in a determined attempt to retake Sligo, and his nephew Captain Martin was killed by an Irish dart which pierced the joint of his breastplate as his arm was raised to strike. Russell went to Galway and was received with full military honours, and at first the rebellious Burkes seemed inclined to come to him. But O'Donnell entered the province and persuaded them to content themselves with a written submission, accompanied by a statement of their complaints against Bingham. They accepted of MacWilliam at the northern chief's hands in the person of Theobald Burke, a young man who had just distinguished himself by surprising the castle of Balleek in Mayo and inflicting great loss on a relieving force led by Bingham's brother John, and by Christmas there was no county in Connaught except Clare in which the inhabitants, or great numbers of them, had not united with O'Donnell. If a peace could be made on anything like honourable terms, Russell was authorized to act without further orders from home, and to pardon every rebel who would come in and submit himself. Wallop and Gardiner, both of whom were thought rather friendly to Tyrone, were sent as commissioners to Dundalk. But protection or no protection, Tyrone refused to enter that town. The commissioners were fain to waive the point, and meeting of 5 persons on each side was held a mile outside. Swords only were worn, and the greatest distrust was shown. The forces of either side stood a quarter of a mile distant from them, and while they parleyed on horseback, 2 horsemen of the commissioners stood firm in the midway between the Earl's troops and them, and likewise 2 horsemen of the Earl's was placed between them and Her Majesty's forces. These scout officers were to give warning if any treacherous attempt were made on either part. Tyrone and his brother Cormac, whom the keener spirits among the O'Neills made Tanist in defiance of the Queen's patent, O'Donnell, Maguire, MacMahon, O'Doherty, O'Reilly, and many others were at the meeting or in the immediate neighbourhood. The first article of the Irish demand was free liberty of conscience for those who were anxious to exchange the sovereignty of Elizabeth for that of Philip II, free pardons and restoration in blood of all of the northern rebels, the maintenance of Tyrone's power over his neighbours, the acknowledgment of O'Donnell's claims in Connaught, a pardon for Fiach Mahugh, and the non-appointment of sheriffs in Ulster, except for Newry and Carrickfergus. These were the other demands of which they believed the concession would draw them to a more nearness of loyalty. They mounted in truth to an abrogation of the royal authority in nearly all Ulster and in a great part of Connaught. The negotiations following lasted 11 days. With growing distrust on both sides, and at last a fresh truce was concluded for February, March, and April. The terms, in so far as they differed from the former ones, were in favour of Tyrone and O'Donnell. On the very day that the truce was concluded, Russell wrote to complain that the commissioners were too easy with men who made immoderate demands, contrary to their former submissions, and on the next day, as if his words were prophetic, an indignant letter came from the Queen, accompanied by a much-needed remittance of £12,000. She had good reason to complain that the more inclined to mercy she showed herself, the more insolent the rebels became, and was particularly annoyed at the fact that the commissioners addressed Tyrone and his associates by such titles as loving friends and our very good lord. So anxious were the commissioners for peace at any price that they withheld the terms on which the Queen was willing to pardon the rebels until the truce was safely concluded, nor did they venture to show the actual articles sent from England, thinking the chiefs would be less alarmed by conditions of their own devising. Elizabeth held the language of a merciful sovereign who was ready to pardon rebels, but who had their lands and lives at her mercy. Tyrone had forfeited his patent and should only receive back portions of his estate, while his jurisdiction over his neighbours was ousted altogether. He was to give several substantial pledges, and to send his eldest son to be educated in England. O'Donnell, Maguire, O'Rourke, and the MacMahons were to be treated with separately, and in every case members of their septs who had not rebelled were to have some of their lands. If the Earl held out, efforts were to be made to detach O'Donnell from him. All this was consistent with what the chiefs had demanded from the commissioners, and the latter could only give the Queen's ideas in their own language and solicit observations from the parties concerned. Tyrone said he was anxious to send over his son, but that his people would not allow him, and indeed it is likely that he was afraid of his brother Cormac's doings as Tanist. He had no objection to a jail nor to a sheriff, provided that official were an inhabitant of Tyrone, was ready to renounce the name of O'Neill, though not upon oath, and agreed to give reasonable pledges, but he would not consent to garrison at Armagh, insisting that Tyrone and Armagh should be one county, nor would he bind himself, without the consent of his clansmen, to pay a fine in support of the garrisons at Monaghan, Blackwater, and Newry. O'Donnell was even less accommodating, ironically offering to build a jail in Donegal whenever he agreed to receive a sheriff there. He claimed the county of Sligo as his own, and maintained that O'Doherty held all his territory of him. Having received these answers, the commissioners returned to Dublin, and when Gardiner went thence to England, the Queen for some time refused to see him. Russell's journey to Galway had resulted in a truce, but there was no peace in Connaught. Bingham managed to victual Ballymote across the Curlew Mountains, but not without the help of 3 veteran companies, who did all the fighting and lost 5 officers and 50 men. Boyle and Athlone were threatened, while a MacDermott and an O'Connor Rowe were set up, as well as a MacWilliam. At last the Burghs, aided by a party of Scots, having done what damage they could on the Galway side of the Shannon, crossed the river and began to harry the King's county. The Lord Deputy started without delay, and was joined by O'Molloy and MacCaughlin, and fell upon the intruders at daybreak. 140 were killed or drowned in trying to escape, and Russell then turned to the castle of Coughlin, which was strongly held by the O'Maddens. Not if you were all deputies, they replied, on being summoned to surrender, and added that the tables would probably be turned on the morrow. Russell humanely proposed that the women should be sent out, but the O'Maddens refused. Next morning the soldiers contrived to throw a firebrand on to the thatched roof, which blazed up at once. A brisk fusillade was directed upon the battlements, and another fire was lit at the gate, while the assailants made a breach in the wall. 46 persons were cut down, smothered, or thrown over the walls, while 2 women and a boy were saved. The Scots who came over the Shannon had been reported as 400, and Russell made a good deal of his success, but Norris reduced the number of strangers to 40, and spoke with contempt of the whole affair. When the Queen at last consented to hear Chief Justice Gardiner's account of his proceedings in the north, she expressed great displeasure. The demand for liberty of conscience, she said, was a mere pretext, the result of his disloyal conspiracy, and put forward as an excuse for past rebellion, more than from any desire to do better in future. Tyrone and the rest had no persecutor to complain of, and what they asked was in reality liberty to break laws, which your Majesty will never grant to any subject of any degree, a pronouncement which might well have been quoted by the foes of the dispensing power 90 years later. And as if it were intended to strike Russell obliquely, a new commission was ordered to be issued to Norris and Fenton. They were to meet the rebels during the truce, and to proceed with them to some final end, either according to their submissions to yield them pardons with such conditions as are contained in our instructions, or if they shall refuse the reasonable offers therein contained, or seek former delays to leave any further treaty with them. and at the same time there was to be a general inquiry into all alleged malpractices in government which might cause men to rebel. Some of the directions to the new commissioners were rather puzzling, but the Lord Deputy and Council refused to suggest any explanation, for that they were left no authority to add, diminish, or alter. Russell indeed gave out that he would go to the north himself, and Norris was in despair. The mere brute, he says, will cross us, and I am sure to meet as many other blocks in my way as any invention can find out. I know the deputy will not spare to do anything that might bring me in disgrace, and remove me from troubling his conscience here. Russell, on the other hand, complained that Burghley was his enemy, and sought out all his faults. I wish, said the old treasurer, they did not deserve to be sought out. Tyrone must have been an agreeable, or at least a persuasive man, for he often made friends of those Englishmen who came under his personal influence. Such a one was Captain Thomas Lee, who at this juncture made an effort in his favour, saying that he would be loyal if drawn apart from these rogues that he is now persuaded by. He would go to England or to the deputy if he had a safe conduct straight from the Queen, and Essex and Buckhurst might write to him for his better assurance, since he believed Burghley to be his bitter enemy. Lee confessed that he had not seen Tyrone for some time, and that he founded his opinion upon old conversations, but he was ready to stake his credit, and begged to be employed against the Earl should he fail to justify such an estimate. For having ventured to address the Queen when in England without first consulting Burghley, Lee humbly apologized, and hinted, perhaps not very diplomatically, that a contrary course might have preserved the peace. The Cecils had little faith in Lee's plausibilities, and it was reserved for Essex to employ him as a serious political agent. Fenton foresaw that Tyrone and O'Donnell would probably stand upon their barbarous custom to commune with us in the wild fields, and so it proved. They refused to come into any town, and proposed a meeting-place near Dundalk, with a river, a thicket, and a high mountain close at hand. This was rejected, and they then suggested that the commissioners should come on to the outer arch of a broken bridge and back across the water, while they themselves stayed on dry land. This was considered undignified, and indeed the proposal looks like studied impertinence, and in the end it was decided that Captains St. Leger and Warren should act as intermediaries. Tyrone at once waived the claim to liberty of conscience, save only that he will not apprehend any spiritual man that cometh into the country for his conscience' sake. While protesting against the continuance of a garrison at Armagh, he agreed not to interrupt the communications, and in the end he received a pardon upon the basis of the existing state of affairs. The jail and the shrively were left in abeyance during the stay of the garrison, but the Queen made no objection to Armagh and Tyrone being treated as one county, and to the demand that the sheriff should be a native. The Earl disclaimed all authority to the east of the Bann and of Locke, and while renouncing foreign aid, promised to declare how far he had dealt with any foreigner. He refused to give up one of his sons, but surrendered his nephew and another O'Neill as pledges, on condition that they should be exchanged at the end of 3 months. The Queen, upon whom the cost of the great Cadiz expedition weighed heavily, professed herself satisfied except on one point. Tyrone had promised some time before to pay a fine either of £20,000 or of 20,000 cows, but he now maintained that the figure had been mentioned for show, and that it was an understood thing that it should not really be paid. The promise had been made to Russell, and Norris had left the matter in doubt, but it must be acknowledged that the Lord Deputy saw the real state of the case more clearly than his sovereign, and he maintained that the rebels were only gaining time till help came from Spain, and that Norris was overreached by these knaves. The peace was a feigned one. The pledges were of no account, and there was no safety for the English in Ireland but in keeping up the army. End of Chapter 45, Part 2. Chapter 45, Part 3 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3 by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Government of Russell, 1594 to 1597. Tyrone and O'Donnell had not met the commissioners at all, and O'Rourke had run away immediately after signing the articles. On the other hand, Norris and Fenton could report that Maguire, with several chiefs of scarcely less importance, had come into Dundalk and made humble submission on their knees. Russell acknowledged that the Queen was put to great expense in Ireland, and that there was very little to show for it, which, he urged, is not to be laid to my charge, but unto his who, being sent specially to manage the war, and for that cause remaining here about a 12-month, hath in that time spent 9 months, at the least in cessations and treaties of peace, either by his own device, contrary to my liking, as ever doubting the end would prove but treacherous, or else by directions from thence. Captain Warren remained with Tyrone for a month after the departure of Norris and Fenton for Dundalk. He then brought with him to Dublin a letter from Philip II to the Earl, encouraging him to persevere in his valiant and victorious defence of the Catholic cause against the English. Warren promised, and his servant swore that the letter should be returned or burned without any copy being taken. Tyrone at first vehemently refused to produce it at all, but at last agreed that the Lord Deputy should see it on these terms. Russell at once proposed to keep the document, and the council supported him, only Norris and Fenton voting against this manifest breach of faith. The Lord Deputy had been blamed for not detaining Tyrone when he might perhaps have done so honourably, and now he was determined not to err in the direction of over-scrupulousness. Warren was naturally indignant at being forced to surrender what he had promised to keep safely, and the official excuses were of the weakest. The Earl was thanked for giving such a proof of his sincerity, and urged to save what verbal messages the Spanish bearer had brought from so notorious an enemy to her Majesty as the King of Spain. Tyrone retorted that Warren had produced an undertaking under the hands of the Lord Deputy and Council to perform whatever he promised, and that they had broken his word and their own, wherein he said, "If I be honourably and well dealt with, I shall refer myself to the answer of her most excellent Majesty." The whole proceeding was as useless as it was discreditable, for the letter was quite short, and Norris, after once hearing it read, was able to repeat all that it contained. O'Donnell, who was even more determined than Tyrone upon the plan of war to the knife with Spanish aid, wrote to say that he wished for peace, but could not restrain his men, and that he would give no pledge, inasmuch as Captain Warren performed not his promise in not returning the letter he took with him to Dublin upon his word and credit. It was not likely that Tyrone would tell the government what passed between him and the Spanish messenger Alonso de Cobos, for he took care to see him in the presence only of those he most trusted, such as his brother Cormac, his secretary Henry Hoveden, O'Donnell, and O'Doherty. The Spanish ship put into Killybegs, where munitions were landed for O'Donnell, but de Cobos came 40 miles by land to see Tyrone. An interpreter was necessarily employed, and he told all he knew. Cormac dictated a letter in Irish, reminding the king that he had begun the war, gloating over his successes, and promising wonders if Philip would give him 500 men in pay. The Pope sent beads, stones, and relics which the interpreter saw, and also an indulgence for flesh every day in war-time. The northern Irish, he observed, had but lately taken to fish, butter, and eggs on Fridays and Saturday. Cormac himself told him that he expected the Spaniards very soon. Immediately after the receipt of the Spanish letter, Norris and Fenton set out for Connaught. Tyrone himself had pointed out that the two northern provinces hung together, and the understanding between the western and northern chiefs was at this time pretty close. The Burkes insisted that all their quarrel was with Bingham and his kinsfolk only, and Norris was ready to believe the charges against him of injustice in his government and of seizing the lands of those who opposed him. Of Bingham's severity there can be little doubt, but he had ruled cheaply and successfully, and it was not his fault if O'Donnell's road into Connaught was still open. In August 1595, the hostages in Galway jail knocked off their irons after a drinking bout, and passed through the open gate of the town. They found the bridge had held against them, and on trying to cross the river they were intercepted by the soldiers on the other bank. All who escaped instant death were recaptured. Bingham sent a warrant to hang all the prisoners who had taken part in the attempt, and hanged they accordingly were. Burkes, O'Connors, and O'Flahertys from the best houses in Connaught. To mutinous soldiers Bingham showed as little mercy. Some recruits in Captain Conway's company made a disturbance at Roscommon, and Bingham ordered that the mutineers should be brought to the gallows as if for execution, and then spared. This was done, but next day things were worse than ever, and a ringleader named Colton threatened Conway and took the colour from his ensign's hand. Captain Mostyn, whose company was also tainted, was knocked down, and the mutiny was not quelled until over 30 men were hurt. Bingham hanged Colton promptly, and most soldiers will think that he did right. But Norris had made up his mind that Connaught could be pacified by gentle means, and his hand was heavy against Bingham, especially as Russell seemed inclined to shield him. Sir Richard, on the contrary, pleaded that all his arguments had been overruled in Dublin, that he had not been allowed to defend his province for fear of hindering the negotiations in Ulster, and that the reinforcements sent to him were a poor, ragged sort of raw men. Everything had turned out as he foretold, and he had never asked for money from Dublin until the neglect of his warnings had encouraged a general revolt. O'Donnell had exacted £1,200 sterling from the county of Sligo, since the castle there was betrayed, and his brother plundered Connaught with a rabble of Scots, while he himself helped to amuse the commissioners at Dundalk. I think he said this is partly scarcity of meat in home, the people of the north being always very needy and hungry. The Irish council, he declared, wished to draw all eyes upon Connaught so as to hide their own failures, and as for his provincials, they had 1,000 times better treatment than they deserved, for their real object was to re-establish Tanistry and its attendant barbarism. Finding the Lord General favourable to them, the Mayo Burkes plied him hard with charges against Bingham and his most cruel and ungodly brother John. They had seized most of the cattle, it was urged, upon various pretences, and in 3 years had become possessed of many castles and of 200 ploughlands, offering no title but a high gallows to the possessor. Her Majesty's clemency, they said, is better known to strange nations and to her poor misers, being altogether racked and governed by the Binghams, the dregs of all iniquity, here in Cula Mundi, far from God and our sovereign. Bingham came to Dublin, and both he and Norris, who agreed in nothing else, were loud in their complaints of official inaction. He strongly maintained, and he certainly was right, that the Queen's true policy was to separate the two rebellious provinces and not to include them in the same treaty. The Dundalk Articles now made it impossible to garrison Ballyshannon, and Sligo was the next best thing. The Connaught rebels, he said, will seek to retain their titles of Macs and O's with their honest law, even as Ulster does. But Norris was probably right in believing that there would be no peace between Bingham and the Burkes, since they were so much imbrued in each other's blood, and when he went to Connaught, the accused governor was detained in Dublin by Russell, lest the sight of him should hinder the negotiations at Galway or Athlone. Bingham took care to remind Burghley that the composition was better, both for crown and subject, than anything yet devised. For the Irish lord is the greatest tyrant living, and taketh more regality by the Tanist law than her majesty doth, or ever did, by her princely prerogative. The summer passed in feudal diplomacy, while O'Donnell lived upon the western province, and spared his own country. If Bingham, said the Queen, appear guilty, he shall be removed, but we must not condemn a governor unheard and without good proof. Tired of waiting, the suspected chief commissioner left Ireland without leave on September 25, and on his arrival in London was committed to the Fleet. It suited the Queen to take an optimistic view of the situation, but the confederacy against her was spreading gradually over all Ireland. The Connaught rebels put Norris off from month to month and from week to week, while the Ulster chiefs used the respite afforded them to draw in Munster, with which the Clan Sheehy, the old Desmond Gallowglasses, gave a ready means of communication. Tyrone had just received full pardon, yet he wrote as follows: "We have given oath and vow that whosoever of the Irishry, especially of the gentlemen of Munster, or whosoever else from the highest to the lowest, shall assist Christ's Catholic religion, and join in confederacy, and make war with us, we will be to them a back or stay, warrant or surety for their so aiding of God's just cause, and by our said oath and vow never to conclude peace or war with the English for ourselves or any of us during our life, but that the like shall be concluded for you, etc." Many of the scattered settlers in Munster were murdered about this time, and it was upon the property of Englishmen only that the McSheehys and other robbers maintained themselves. In Tipperary, says the Chief Justice of Munster, there was a school of thieving of horses, cows, where boys from every Munster county, some the bastard sons of the best of the country, were trained in this patriotic exercise. The master and usher and even 7 of their pupils were tried and hanged. Care was taken that Protestant clergymen should not go scatheless. One James Parson of Kilcornan, near Pallaskenry, was visited by a party of swordsmen, but they were under protection, and he unsuspectingly offered them refreshments. Nevertheless, they murdered poor James, wounded 3 other Englishmen, and burned down the house, the leader swearing upon his target that he would never again seek protection, nor leave any Englishman's house unburned, nor himself alive. The same spirit was shown in the inland parts of Leinster, where Owen McRory O'More was especially protected by Russell's order. But this did not prevent him from making a perfectly unprovoked attack upon Stradbally. Alexander Cosby, whose father had been slain in Glenmalure, and who was himself married to a Sydney, sallied out with his 2 sons and the kern under his orders. A fight took place on the bridge, and the Irish were driven off, but Cosby and his eldest son fell. Dorcas Sidney, for she would never allow herself to be called Cosby, and her daughter-in-law watched the fight out of a window and saw their husbands killed. In southern Leinster, the death of Walter Rioch had not quite destroyed the old Geraldine Levin, and some of the butlers were also engaged, greatly to Ormond's indignation. Whatever Tyrone's own ideas were about religion, it is quite evident that out of his own district he was regarded as the leader of a crusade. The new English in Ireland were Protestants, and the instinctive horror of the natives for settlers whose notions about land were irreconcilable with their own was sedulously encouraged by priests and friars. Elizabeth persisted in believing Tyrone's professions only because she saw no way of forcibly subduing him whom she had raised from the dust. She was greedy, said her secretary, of that honourable course, but Russell, who advocated the reduction of Tyrone, forgot to say how it was to be done. It was more clear to her that there was much oppression and extortion, and that her poor subjects in Ireland had a right to complain. The intolerable tyranny of sheriffs, provost marshals, and other officers was the constant complaint from Ulster and Connaught, but those provinces were confessedly in a state of armed peace at best, and much might be said upon both sides. In Leinster and Munster the charges were more definite and are more easily understood. They may be summed up in a declaration on the part of the inhabitants of the Pale that the course of ranging and extorting is become so common and gainful as that many soldiers, as is said, have no other entertainment for their captains, and many that are not soldiers, pretending to be of some company or other, have in like outrageous sort ranged up and down the country, spoiling and robbing the subjects as if they were rebels. And most certain it is that the rebels themselves, pretending to be soldiers, and knowing how gainful the course is, have often played the like parts. Real soldiers were so terrible that the poor people had no heart to resist even sham ones, and so the country went from bad to worse. The very fruit trees were cut down to feed barrack fires, and houses, if the wretched inmates deserted them to avoid their oppressors, were demolished for the same purpose. Very severe orders were issued, rape and theft being made capital offences, and these were not suffered to remain a dead letter, but the next viceroy did not find that matters had been much improved. In Munster also there was plenty of military violence, and even lawyers, while complaining that the gown was quite subordinate to the sword, could not but acknowledge that sheriffs and jailers were as bad as the soldiers. It is easy to see, and it is proved by a cloud of witnesses, that most of these horrors were caused by irregular payment of the troops, nor does Burgh himself leave us in any doubt. I cannot, he says, forbear to express the grief I have to think of the dangerous estate of Her Majesty's army in Ireland, where all the treasure sent in August is expended. Besides pensioners and supernumeraries, there were 7,000 regular soldiers, for which the monthly charge was £8,560 sterling, which necessary reinforcements would soon increase to £10,422, for which the treasurer hath never a penny in Ireland, and it was certain that the increase would be progressive. What danger this may be I do tremble to utter, considering they will force the country with all manner of oppressions, and thereby the multitude of the Queen's loyal subjects in the English Pale tempted to rebel. In November 1595, Fiach MacHugh came to Dublin and submitted on his knees. The Queen was inclined to pardon him, but his terms were not at first considered reasonable. If confirmed in this his chiefry, he professed himself ready to restrain his people, to attend assizes like other gentlemen, and to kneel before the Queen herself, which I more desire than anything in the world. Even this rough mountaineer, who pointed out to Elizabeth that his property was not worth confiscating, had caught the prevailing tone of flattery. Nevertheless, Fiach remained in close alliance with Tyrone, and in September 1596 he struck a blow which undid most of Russell's work in Leinster. Elizabeth had in the end agreed to pardon him, with his wife, sons, and followers, to confirm him in his chiefry by patent, and even to restore Ballinacor, which she found a very expensive possession. 8 days after this was decided at Greenwich, Fiach wrote to Tyrone, offering to trouble the English well, and begging for a company of good shot. And a month later he surprised Ballinacor. After this there was no further talk of pardon, and Russell pursued the old chief to the death. A new fort was built at Rathdrum, and Captain Lee, who was perhaps anxious to efface the memory of his ill success with Tyrone, scoured the mountains during the winter. Cattle by the score and heads by the dozen were collected, and the end may as well be told at once. One Sunday morning in the following May, Fiach was forced into a cave, where one Milborne sergeant to Captain Lee first lighted on him, and the fury of our soldiers was so great as he could not be brought away alive. Thereupon the said sergeant cut off Fiach's head with his own sword, presented his head to my lord, which with his carcass was brought to Dublin. The people all the way met my lord with great joy and gladness, and bestowed many blessings on him for performing so good a deed, and delivering them from their long oppressions. The head and quarters this formidable marauder were exhibited upon Dublin Castle, and a sympathizer says this sight pierced his soul with anguish. 4 months after, one lane brought what purported to be the head of Essex, who sent him to Cecil for his reward. Cecil said head money had already been paid in Ireland, and Lane gave the now worthless trophy to a lad to bury, who stuck it in a tree in Enfield Chase, where it was found by 2 boys looking for their cattle. The 4 masters say Fiach was treacherously betrayed by his relatives, for the O'Byrnes of the elder branch had never acquiesced in the dominion of the Gavel Ranal. Thus one by one did the chiefs of tribal Ireland devour each other. Norris remained in Connaught from the beginning of June until the week before Christmas, and Fenton was with him most of the time. Nothing of any importance was done, and when their backs were turned, O'Donnell entered the province, and the rebellion blazed up more fiercely than ever. The Burkes and their immediate allies had 2,000 men, besides the help of O'Donnell, Tyrone, and Maguire, and it was reckoned that an army of more than 3,000 was required for Connaught alone. Bingham's ideas about cutting it off from Ulster by garrisons on the Erne were fully adopted, and the possession of Ballyshannon becomes henceforth the main object with successive governments. Yet Bingham himself was in disgrace, and Sir Conyers Clifford, a distinguished soldier whose Cadiz laurels were still green, was made governor in his room. The Irish annalists tell us that he was a much better man than his predecessor, but such praise did not make his work any easier. That Bingham was severe and even harsh is certain. That he was sometimes unjust is at least probable, and there is no reason to doubt that he was greedy about land. But he was efficient, and in the eyes of Irish chiefs and of their panegyrists, that was the really unpardonable sin. "I am quite tired," says Camden, "with pursuing Tyrone through all his shifts and devices. He had received his pardon in the early summer, and has spent the rest of the year in trying to forfeit it." Russell was not deceived, and he asked to be recalled, complaining bitterly that he was not credited, while Norris was authorized to proceed in a course of pacification, which, in the opinion of the deputy and most part of the council, did tend indirectly to Her Majesty's disadvantage, and the gaining of time to the said rebels, who were on the lookout for help from Spain. In the meantime there was no lack of pretexts on either side for imputing bad faith to the other. Frontier garrisons were always involved in disputes, and blood was sometimes shed. As the winter advanced, Tyrone became bolder, and at last tried to surprise the Armagh garrison, whose communications he had been threatening for some time, although he had specially covenanted not to do so. Marauding bands entered the Pale, and at Carlingford, though they failed to capture the castle, they carried off Captain Henshaw's daughters, the one married and the other a maid, as prisoners to the mountains. Tyrone was himself present in the Armagh affair, where 35 soldiers were killed, but he pleaded that promise had not been kept with him, and that soldiers had committed outrages. He had even the impudence to pretend that the prosecution of Fiach MacHugh was such a breach of faith, though Fiach had not been included in the Dundalk Treaty, and though he had attacked Ballinacor while his pardon was in preparation, being threatened with the execution of hostages and with a new proclamation of treason, which would annul the pardon. The Earl thought it safer to yield for the time. At Christmas he threatened Newry with 5,000 men, but on the arrival of Norris there he allowed Armagh to be revictualled. Tyrone quite understood that there was great jealousy between Russell and Norris, and he endeavoured to play off one against the other. Sir John constantly complained that the Lord Deputy thwarted him in every possible way, and the latter as constantly denied the charge with much indignation. But he showed some rather small spite in refusing to allow Norris to send letters by his messengers. This division of authority could scarcely work well, and in the autumn of 1596 it was proposed to recall both rivals and to send Lord Burgh over with supreme authority, but the project was allowed to sleep for some months. As soon as Armagh had been victualled, the negotiations began again. If Tyrone could complain that his hostages had not been exchanged according to the Dundalk Articles, Norris and Fenton could reply that he had never given his eldest son according to promise. Once he appeared in person, and with hat in hand made his accustomed professions of loyalty. The latest communications with Spain had been O'Donnell's offer and not his, but he had not again rejected Philip's overtures because the English had not kept their promises to him. He said he had written 3 letters to Spain, but he knew that these had been intercepted, and he forgot that he had alluded in them to many previous appeals. He altogether denied that he had incited Munster men to rebel, but he did not know that his letter sent by the Mashihis had also been intercepted. Nevertheless, Elizabeth was still ready to treat, but she told the commissioners that her patience was nearly exhausted, and that she was preparing for war. They accordingly fixed April 16th as the last day of grace, but Tyrone refused to come. He said that Norris might be overruled by Russell, who showed malice to him, and moreover Lord Burgh, about whom he knew nothing, was coming over as deputy, who might not be as good to him as the Lord General had been. Finally, he suggested April 26 for a meeting, but with this was treated as a mere evasion, and Norris returned to Dublin. Hostilities were nevertheless suspended throughout May and June, during which interval the change of viceroys was effected. Sir Richard Bingham lay more than 2 months in prison, and was then released on account of ill health, although still considered under arrest. It was decided that he should return to Ireland, and the Queen refused to give him an audience. The charges of the Burkes against him and his were ordered to be tried at Athlone before Norris, Fenton, and 2 other councillors. Clifford was to be present, though only as a spectator. Ill as he was, Bingham embarked, but was driven back, and had to recruit his strength by staying at Beaumaris. It became unnecessary that he should go at all, for news came that the peacemaking of Sir John Norris, whom he calls his most intolerablest persecutor, had quite failed, and that Sir Conyers Clifford was going to govern a province whose condition grew daily worse. O'Donnell entered Connaught as usual through Leitrim, and accompanied by his MacWilliam, plundered O'Connor Sligo's adherents, and reached Athenry, which was carried by escalade. The place was laid in ashes, and the people left houseless and naked. The invaders, 3,000 foot and 200 horse, then went to Galway, but here they could do no more than burn some of the suburbs, for a great piece of ordnance scattered them, and clustering again, another greater piece was let fly, which utterly daunted them. The rebels threatened Galway with the fate of Athenry as soon as the Spaniards came, and then proceeded to ravage the open country. Clanrickarde's castles were not attacked, but throughout the northeastern part of the county there was scarcely a cottage, a stack, or barn left unburned, and a vast booty was carried off into Donegal. "We bear the same," said Clanrickarde most contentedly, "for our most gracious princess, from whom we will never swerve for any losses or afflictions for whatsoever." Kells was burned at the same time by the O'Reillys, and every one who knew the country saw that worse was coming. It was plain, said Bingham, that his removal would not quiet Connaught, nor any other alteration in government there, but rather the expelling of all the English, which is generally required throughout Ireland. End of chapter 45, part 3. Chapter 46 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Government of Lord Burgh, 1597. The destruction of Fiach MacHugh enabled Russell to leave Ireland without discredit, but the latter days of his government were darkened by a disaster of a very unusual kind. 140 barrels of powder which had been drawn from the quay to Wine Tavern Street exploded accidentally, as was supposed, and there was a great destruction of life and property. Men were blown bodily over the housetops, and among the dead were many sons of gentlemen who had come from all parts of Ireland to be educated in the city. The Queen had for some time made up her mind to entrust the civil and military government of Ireland to Thomas, Lord Burgh, though Burghley wished to leave Norris at the head of the army. Considered as general, there could be no comparison between the two men. But it is absurd to say, as so many have said, that Burgh was totally ignorant of military matters. He was governor of Brill, and had fought in the Zutphen campaign, where he distinguished himself by gallantry of a rather headlong kind. But he was chiefly known as a diplomatist, and the fact that he was or had been a man of fortune may have weighed with the frugal Queen. Russell, who expected his recall, daily retired from Dublin Castle to a small house, and put his train upon board wages, but he need have been in no hurry, for his successor's appointment hung fire. The Queen, says a well-informed news-writer, hastens the Lord Burgh's dispatch, but by and by it is forgotten. It lives some day or two, and lies a-dying 20 days. Many will now believe it till they see him go. But it is very certain that nobody gives it furtherance but the Queen's own resolution, and his standing upon imprest of £3,000 and a house furnished makes Her Majesty let it fall. The financial question was settled at last, Lord Burgh receiving £1,200 for immediate needs. He carried £24,000 to Ireland with him, and was allowed to retain the governorship of Brill. His health was bad, but he did not let this delay him. "I am," he told Cecil, "cut all over my legs with the lancet, and have abidden loathsome worms to suck my flesh." He could not wish even his enemies to feel such anguish. But he managed to take leave of the Queen in spite of his swollen legs, and a week after the leeching he travelled as far as St. Albans, accompanied by Raleigh, Southampton, and other distinguished men. On the morning of his departure he went to see Essex at Barnes, and the Earl brought him back to London in his coach. At Stony Stratford he opened his instructions, and found to his great chagrin that one article had been added to those which he had already seen. The Queen had been dishonoured, she said, by the facility with which knighthood had been bestowed, and he was forbidden to give it to any but such as shall be both of blood and livelihood sufficient to maintain that calling, except at some notable day of service to bestow it for reward upon some such as in the field have extraordinarily deserved it. He was thoroughly alive to the difficulties awaiting him in Ireland, difficulties which had been aggravated by the delay in dispatching him, and now he was deprived of the means of rewarding his friends, and made to seem less trustworthy than his predecessors. He was in Dublin on the 12th day after leaving London, and found nothing there to his liking. Almost all supplies were wanting, the number of effective soldiers was much below what it should have been, and the horses were too weak for active service. It was known that Norris, who had been on bad terms with Lord Burgh in England, resented his appointment, which Essex may have promoted for that very reason, and it was supposed that he would submit to his authority grudgingly and of necessity, or not at all. but the general came to Dublin 4 days after the new Lord Deputy's arrival, and the latter saw no reason to complain. Sir John Norris and I, he wrote to Cecil, have in public council and private conferences agreed well. I think you wrote to him to become compatible. Writing on the same day, Norris says nothing against Burgh, but shows some apprehension that Russell would be his enemy, and notes that both he and the council had stated openly in the new Lord Deputy's presence that there was no charge against him. But a news writer in London who retailed the court gossip talks of a solemn pacification between Norris and Burgh, made with much counterfeit kindness on both sides. The general then returned to his province of Munster, begging to be recalled, and protesting at the same time that ill health and not ill temper had made him weary of the service. It may have been the reason why this greatest soldier of his age and country had of late constantly preferred negotiation to war. Russell was already gone, and on his arrival in London found that the Queen was too angry to see him. The world at the same time noticing that he was very fat, both in body and purse. Lord Burgh threw all his energies into military organization, and complained that his brains were tired by captains who expected to find a city of London in Dublin. Almost everything was wanting, and the general misery, he told Cecil, lamentable to hear, as I am sure, in your ears, but woeful to behold to Christian eyes. I see soldiers, citizens, villagers, and all sorts of people daily perish through famine. Meat failing, the man of war makes him savage, so as the end is both spoiler and spoiled are in like calamity. Tyrone, with 800 foot and 80 horse, was encamped between Newry and Armagh, and Captain Turner was ordered to attack him suddenly. The surprise was almost, but not quite complete, and the rebel earl escaped through a bog on foot and with the loss of his hat. I trust, said Turner, it presages his head against the next time. Armagh was revictualled, and the Irish withdrew beyond the Black Water. Early in July, Burgh was able to advance to Armagh, whence he surveyed the famous ford which had given so much trouble. It was defended on the north side by a high bank and deep ditch manned by about 40 men, and Tyrone, whose camp was near, thought it could not be carried until he had time to come up. Burgh saw that a surprise was his only chance, and though some said he was no general, he was at least soldier enough to observe that the shape of the ground would shelter his men while they were in the water. Choosing out 1,200 foot and 300 horse, he started at daybreak and at once undertook the passage. His men wavered, but he led them on himself, and they swarmed over the breastwork before any reinforcements could arrive. The defenders ran away, and Tyrone hanged a score of them. Burgh's success, which was a great one, seems to have been entirely due to his personal gallantry. Next day Tyrone made a strenuous effort to regain the position, and half surprised the army, who were assembled to hear a sermon and pray to God. Good watch was, however, kept, and the assailants were beaten back. The soldiers fell in rather confusedly, and in pursuing their advantage went too far into the woods. Burgh gave special orders to avoid all chance of an ambuscade, but there were many volunteers whose discipline was of the slightest. Some were relatives of his own, and all served out a friendship, or for the fun of the thing. The horse became entangled in the woods. Turner and Sir Francis Vaughan, the Lord Deputy's brother-in-law, were killed, and 2 of his nephews wounded. Again he had himself to come to the rescue, rallied the soldiers, and finally repulsed the Irish with loss. He felt he might be accused of rashness and of exposing himself, but his excuse was ready. I have not, he said, that wherein my Lord of Essex is, and all generals it be in a journey happy, scarcely any of such understanding as to do what they be bidden, as he hath many. When I direct for want of others, I must execute. As soon as the news reached England, Essex said that the extirpation of Tyrone would be easy work. Russell had ended well, Burgh had begun well, and Ireland was improving. But Fiach MacHugh's sons were as bad as their father, and Tyrone's power was destined to outlast both the life and the reputation of Essex. The Queen was much pleased, and upon the sore question of knighthood yielded so far as to say that she would sanction any reasonable list that the Lord Deputy might send over. At first she had complained of his rashness, but had satisfied herself that he had done rightly, only reminding him that he was a deputy, and that hazarding his person unduly was like hazarding her own. In seeking help from Spain, Tyrone claimed a victory, and made much of having killed the Lord Deputy's brother-in-law, but he could not prevent the English from building a fort at Blackwater. It was entrusted to Captain Thomas Williams, who had served most of the princes of Christendom for 23 years, and who proved himself a hero indeed. Lord Burgh's plan was that Sir Conyers Clifford should invade Tyrconnell from Connaught while he himself was at the Blackwater, but the latter found it impossible to be ready in time. Thomond and Inchiquin, Clanricarde and Dunkellen, O'Connor, Sligo, and many others obeyed his summons, his object being to take the garrison Ballyshannon, which was now recognized as the key of Connaught and Ulster. O'Donnell made great effort to prevent this, but Clifford crossed the Erne on July 29, about half a mile below Billeek, not without severe fighting. Lord Inchiquin and O'Connor Sligo vied with each other who should be the first over, and the former, who wore a cuirass, received a bullet under one arm, which went out at the other. He fell from his horse and perished in the waters. His body was carried to Assaroe and honourably buried by the Cistercians there, but was claimed by the Franciscans of Donegal, on the ground that his O'Brien ancestors had long been buried in a friary of their order in Clare. The dispute was referred by O'Donnell to the same bishop, Redmond O'Gallagher, who had befriended Captain Cooler in the Armada days, and to Niall O'Boyle, Bishop of Raphoe. The decision was in favour of the Franciscans, and this loyal O'Brien rested among the O'Donnells, for whose overthrow he had fought so well. 4 guns were brought from Galway and landed near the castle of Ballyshannon, which was defended by a garrison of 80 men, of whom some were Spaniards, and commanded by a Scotchman named Crawford. After 3 days' cannonade, ammunition began to run short, and little impression had been made on the castle, while O'Donnell's force grew stronger every day. Clifford's position was now very precarious, for the fords were held behind him, and all communications interrupted. He attempted to re-embark his ordnance, but the gin broke, and he had to leave 3 out of 4 pieces behind him. Just above the fall of the Erne, a passage called by the Irish the Ford of Heroes was left unguarded, probably on account of its difficulty, and at daybreak Clifford, who had spent the hours of darkness in making his arrangements, waded the river unperceived by the Irish. Many were swept over the fall and out to sea, but the main body struggled over and formed upon the left bank. The O'Donnells pursued without stopping to put on their clothes, and there was a running fight for some 15 miles. But Clifford reached Drumcliff in Sligo without much further loss. The English had no powder and were completely outnumbered, but torrents of rain fell and wetted the ammunition of their foes. Maguire and O'Rourke were both with O'Donnell in this affair. Clifford marched on foot in the rear, and indeed personal bravery was the only soldierly quality that could be shown. His ablest officer denied that 40 years' service in the best European army could teach a man anything useful for Irish warfare. The service was barbarous and hateful, and he begged to be put into some other war, for in Connaught nothing was to be got or learned. After his successful journey to the Blackwater, Burgh remained some weeks in the field, and during that time he vainly endeavoured to come to terms with Tyrone. The latter refused to give the pledge demanded, and while declaring that he was reasonable and that his conscience was discharged, talked of making peace with the Queen as if he had been an independent sovereign. In the meantime he was earnestly soliciting help from Spain, and the death of Lord Kildare was one success of which he boasted. That Earl was, however, not wounded at all, though some say that the loss of 2 foster brothers in the late fight had preyed upon his mind. Burgh now declared that his patience was exhausted, and went back to Dublin to make preparations for a further invasion of Ulster. "All your popish shaven priests," he wrote to Tyrone, "shall never absolve you, God destroying the counsels of the wicked against his anointed." When Burgh had left Armagh and Clifford had been driven from Ballyshannon, brave Captain Williams had a hard time at Blackwater. Tyrone found it impossible to prevent supplies from entering the ruined city, although he could and did surround the outpost completely. But when an escalade was attempted, the stout soldier within was more than able to hold his own. The storming party were picked men who received the sacrament, and were sworn not to abandon their task till they had carried the fort, but they lost all their ladders, and afterwards owned to 400 killed and wounded. 3 days later, Burgh left Dublin to relieve the beleaguered garrison, and reached Armagh without opposition. He perhaps hoped to surprise some of Tyrone's people, but met none until he came near the Blackwater, which he passed after a sharp skirmish. His intention was to advance to Dungannon, or perhaps to establish an advanced post there, but he was taken suddenly ill. The fort was victualled and relieved, and the deputy was carried in a litter to Armagh, and thence to Newry, where he died a few days later. He made a will in the presence of several witnesses, of whom John Dymock, author of a well-known treatise on Ireland, was one, but his strength failed before he could sign it. Bagwell and Cecil were named executors, and all goods he bequeathed to his wife, Lady Frances, to do her best for the children, and for her and them he asked the Queen's protection, myself having spent my patrimony and ended my days in her service. To the Queen he left his garter, and George also his papers and his body, to be disposed of as she pleased. The dead deputy's servants ran away, and Bagwell was in some doubt as to what he should do, for no chief governor had died in office since Skeffington's time. The body was buried at Westminster more than 3 months later, and Sir Francis Vere agreed to pay Lady Burgh £400 a year out of his salary as governor of Brill. The money was perhaps badly paid, for the poor lady was long suppliant to Cecil, and described herself as his unfortunate kinswoman. The death of Lord Burgh was a serious loss to the Queen's service, and it did not come single. Sir John Norris retired to his province of Munster after conferring with the Lord Deputy, but there is nothing in his letters to show that the latter dismissed him in an unfriendly way. There was not much love lost between them, perhaps, but there is no evidence of anything more than this. Norris went to Waterford and Limerick, though every moment hurt him, and he reported that Munster was in a very poor state of defence. The Queen would not give the necessary funds, and the inhabitants of the town would do very little for themselves. But there was no immediate danger of a Spanish invasion, and he begged leave to recruit his health. Afterwards he could return to his post, and he was ready to remain at all risks if he could do any good. Tyrone wrote to him, but he sent the letter unopened to Burgh, apologizing even for saving time by occasionally communicating directly with the English government. He advised that the rebel should be well pressed during the summer, in which case many would leave him. "I am not envious," he said, "though others shall reap the fruits of my travail, an ordinary fortune of mine." To curry favour with Essex, some insinuated that the President was shamming illness to get out of Ireland, but the event proved that his complaints were genuine. Old wounds neglected or unskilfully treated ended in gangrene, and he died at Mallow in the arms of his brother Thomas. The most absurd fables were told about his last hours, and an historian gravely relates that the enemy of mankind, black and dressed in black, appeared to him while playing cards, reminded him of an old bargain, and claimed his soul then and there. We may judge, adds this credulous writer, how much God helped O'Neill, who had not only often beaten Norris, the best of English generals in battle, but also vanquished the devil himself, who is believed to have helped him according to contract. The body was embalmed and taken to England, and Elizabeth wrote a beautiful letter of condolence to Lady Norris, in which she charged her to bear up for her husband's sake, reminding her that her own loss as queen was scarcely less grievous or less bitter than a mother's. A vacancy in the chief governorship of Ireland was always a cause of weakness, and often a disaster. Discipline was relaxed, and enemies of the government knew how to take their advantage. At Carrickfergus, which was an exposed place, there had lately been many bickerings among the authorities, insomuch that Captain Rice Mounsell, who commanded the troops, imprisoned Charles Egerton, who was constable of the castle. One consequence was that Belfast fell into the hands of Shane MacBride O'Neill, who hanged and disemboweled every Englishman found therein. Sir John Chichester, younger brother of the more famous Sir Arthur, was then appointed to the military command, and his first essay was most successful. Belfast, he says, is a place which standeth 8 miles from Carrickfergus, and on the river, where the sea ebbs and flows, so that boats may be landed within a musket shot of the said castle, for the recovery, where I made choice that it should be one of my first works, and on the 11th day of July following attempted the same with some 100 men, which I transported thither in boats by sea, and indeed our coming was so unlooked for by them as it asked us to no long time before we took the place, without any loss to us, and put those we found in it to the sword. Shane O'Neill's castle of Carrick was afterwards taken by Chichester, which afforded a means of victualling the Blackwater fort by way of Lough Neagh. Shane MacBride and the other O'Neills of his sept then went to Dublin and submitted, giving sufficient hostages for their good behaviour. By the death of his elder brothers, Donald and Alistair, James MacSorley had become chief of the Irish MacDonalds. Though unable to speak the Lowland tongue, he had lately been knighted by James VI and received with much distinction at court, where his liberality and fine manners made him a favourite, and at his departure he was thought worthy of a salute from Edinburgh Castle. He and his brother Randall soon aroused suspicion at Carrickfergus. They demolished their castles, Glenarm and Red Bay, and concentrated their strength at Dunluce, which they armed with 3 guns taken from the Spanish Armada. These pieces they refused to surrender at Chichester's demand, and there were also suspicious dealings with Tyrone, whose daughter Randall afterwards married. The governor invited the MacDonalds to a parley, and they appeared with 600 men about 4 miles from the town. The immediate complaint was that they had been plundering in Ireland Magee. Chichester went to meet them, but his men had scarcely recovered from a long march 2 nights before, and much of their powder was still damp. A council of war was held, at which Moses Hill, lieutenant of horse and founder of the Downshire family, offered to surprise the MacDonalds in their camp if the governor could wait till night. This was agreed to, but rasher counsels ultimately prevailed. Captain Merriman, who was said to have captured 50,000 head of MacDonalds in his time, thought it a shame to be braved by such beggars. Others thought so too, and Chichester gave way willingly enough. As the English advanced, the Scots retreated, but soon turned on their pursuers, whose ranks were not well kept, and whose muskets were almost useless. Horse and foot were driven back pell-mell towards the town, and Chichester was killed by a shot in the head after being wounded in the shoulder and in the leg. Mounsell and other officers also fell, and only 2 seem to have escaped unwounded. About 180 men were killed out of a force which probably did not exceed 300. Some saved their lives by swimming over into Island Magee, while Captain Constable and others were taken prisoners. The survivors from the battle and the officers who had remained in reserve named Egerton their governor and expected an attack, but MacDonald chose rather to appear as an aggrieved man who had fought in self-defence. The check to the government was a severe one, and Tyrone was greatly strengthened by it. The Irish Council made Sir Thomas Norris sole Lord Justice, very much against his will. He had succeeded his brother as Lord President of Munster, and left Captain Thornton there to do the work and to draw most of the salary. This temporary arrangement was altered by the Queen, who appointed Archbishop Loftus and Chief Justice Gardiner Lord Justices, and gave the supreme military command to Ormond with the title of Lieutenant General, and ordered Norris back to his own province. The appointment of Ormond involved fresh negotiations, and Tyrone was more likely to agree with him than with any English deputy. "You now," the Queen wrote to her general, "represent our own person, and have to do with inferior people and base rebels, to whose submission, if we in substance shall be content to condescend, we will look to have the same implored in such reverend form as becometh our vassals, and such heinous offenders to use with bended knees and hearts humbled, not as if one prince did treat with another upon even terms of honour or advantage in using words of peace or war, but the of rebellion in them, and mercy in us. For rather than ever it shall appear to the world in that in any such sort we will give way to any of their pride, we will cast off either sense or feeling, or of pity or compassion, and upon what price soever prosecute them to the last hour." Tyrone himself sought an interview with Ormond, and submitted humbly enough to him at Dundalk. "I do," he said, "here acknowledge, upon the knees of my heart, that I am sorry for this my late relapse and defection." He begged truce for 2 months, and undertook not to prevent the Blackwater fort from being victualled in the meantime. In the negotiations which followed, free liberty of conscience for all the inhabitants of Ireland was demanded by Tyrone, but while placing this claim in the forefront, he never really insisted upon it, and no doubt its main object was to make an impression abroad. In 1591 he had taken care to be married to Mabel Bagwell by a Protestant bishop, according her Majesty's laws, and he now undertook not to correspond with Spain or any foreign nation. Another promise was to victual the garrison at Blackwater, and he did actually furnish 40 beeves, 10 of which were rejected by the inexorable Williams, though the leanest beef was probably better than the horse-flesh upon which he and his brave men had lately lived. In the end Tyrone refused to give up his eldest son or any hostage, but he agreed to accept a sheriff provided a gentleman of the country was appointed to maintain and victual Blackwater fort, to renounce the name of O'Neill, to renew his submission to Ormond in some public place, and to pay a fine of 500 cows. On receipt of his pardon, he further agreed to disperse all his forces and send Scots or other hired strangers out of the realm. These terms were accepted, and a pardon passed under the Great Seal of Ireland, but the result was only a truce, and open hostilities were resumed within 2 months. At the very moment that the pardon was given, Tyrone was encouraging his confederates to believe in an imminent Spanish invasion of Munster, and it is evident that he had never intended to yield upon any essential point. Munster had lately been pretty quiet, but there were not wanting signs of the tremendous storm which was soon to burst over it. The McSheehys, the remnant of the Desmond Gallowglasses, preyed, spoiled, and murdered over 80 English families. Of 3 brothers, one was sentenced to have his arms and thighs broken with a sledge and hang in chains. So was he executed without the north gate of Cork. The second was killed by an Irish kern, and the third fell by an English hand when Spencer's house of Kilcolman was sacked. Donald McCarthy saved himself by coming under protection and behaving well for a time. His father, the wicked Earl of Clancair, died late in 1596, and Sir Thomas Norris advised that some small property should be assigned to his base son of best reputation, while Florence might be given the bulk of the remote and barren heritage of McCarthy Moor. Florence and Donnell both went to plead their own causes in London, while the widowed countess complained that she and her daughter were prisoners there for their diet. The poor lady begged for her thirds, notwithstanding any wrangling between my son-in-law, Nicholas Brown, Donald McCarthy, and the rest. She gained her cause, and Donald was given some lands which his father had conveyed to him. Ormond thought the presence of Florence important for the peace of Munster, and asked Cecil not to detain him, while Florence himself begged the secretary to let him serve Her Majesty in Ireland instead of keeping him in London at her cost. When the news of the outbreak arrived, he received £100 for his journey to Ireland, but he lingered in the hope of getting all the late Earl's estate, and Essex had left Ireland before his return. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3 by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. General Rising under Tyrone, 1598 to 1599. While Ormond was trying to make peace with Tyrone, Francis Bacon was encouraging Essex to occupy himself with Irish affairs, in which he had an hereditary interest. Honour, he argued, was to be got by succeeding where so many had failed, and the lion's share would fall to him who had made choice of successful agents. Neither Fitzwilliam nor Norris had been the Earl's friends, and Russell had been a lukewarm one, whereas Ormond and Sir Conyers Clifford were well disposed, and there was no danger in supporting them for the time. Popular opinion declared that Irish affairs had been neglected, and the mere appearance of care in that direction would win credit. Sir William Russell, Sir Richard Bingham, the Earl of Thomond, and Mr. Wilbraham, the Irish Solicitor General, were all at hand, and the necessary information might be had from them. And then we have this truly Baconian passage: "If your lordship doubt to put your sickle into another's harvest, first time brings it to you in Mr. Secretary's absence, next being mixed with matter of war, it is fittest for you, and lastly, I know your lordship will carry it with that modesty and respect towards aged dignity, and that good correspondence towards my dear kinsman and your good friend now abroad, as no inconvenience may grow that way." In Cecil's absence Essex played the part of secretary, while Raleigh and Russell, Sir Richard Bingham, Sir Robert Sidney, and Sir Christopher Blunt were all mentioned as possible viceroys, but none of them were willing to go. Bacon's further advice was asked, and his idea was to temporize with Tyrone, strengthening the garrisons and placing confidence in Ormond, while taking steps to remedy the real abuses from which Ireland suffered. And he says but that your lordship is too easy to pass in such cases from dissimulation to verity. I think if your lordship lent your reputation in this case, that is to pretend that if peace go not on, and the Queen mean not to make a defensive war, as in times past, but a full reconquest of those parts of the country, you would accept the charge. I think it would help to settle Tyrone in his seeking accord, and win you a great deal of honour gratis. The fort at the Blackwater was but a ditch intended to shelter 100 men. Lord Burgh had left 300 men there, and sickness was the natural consequence of this overcrowding. The time expired on June 7, and on the 9th the solitary stronghold was again surrounded, Tyrone swearing that he would never leave it untaken. But Williams was such a soldier as neither numbers nor threats nor want of support could daunt. An escalade was again attempted, with ladders made to hold 5 men abreast, but the 2 field pieces were loaded with musket bullets and swept the trench. The captain vowed that he would blow all into the air sooner than surrender, and his courage communicated itself to his men. All who could stand it all fought bravely, and the corpses of the assailants were piled up so as to fill the ditch. No further assault was made, but victuals were scarce, and the soldiers, who did not disdain the very grass upon the ramparts, subsisted mainly upon the flesh of horses captured in several sallies. 17 or 18 mares, the captain told one of Fenton's spies, would last for a month at least, and he would hold out till the middle of August. I protest to God, Ormond wrote to Cecil, "The state of the scurvy fort of Blackwater, which cannot be long held, doth more touch my heart than all the spoils that ever were made by traders on mine own lands." The fort was always falling, and never victualled but once by myself, without an army, to her Majesty's exceeding charges. Honour might require that an army should be sent, and yet there can be little doubt that Ormond was right from a military point of view. One isolated fort could be of little use, and it was even now in contemplation to revive the settlement at Derry. About 1,000 seasoned soldiers from the Netherlands were placed under the command of Sir Samuel Bagwell. A like number of recruits were added, and the whole force was held in readiness for an expedition into Ulster. But the plan of surrounding Tyrone, which had been so often urged upon the English government, was not destined to be carried out for some years to come. In the meantime, it was decided that Captain Williams should be relieved. The forces actually available at this time did not much exceed 7,000 men, and of these somewhat more than a third were of Irish birth. About a third only were English, and rather less than a third were natives of the Pale, with English names, but with many Irish habits. The numbers which Tyrone could gather round him were at least equal to all the Queen's army in Ireland, and only a very strong body of men could hope to succeed now that the rebel chief had had time to interpose all sorts of obstacles. Earthworks had been thrown up between Armagh and the Blackwater, trees had been felled, and branches intertwined across the roads, and holes had been dug in all the fords. Of the three Lords Justices, the churchman and the lawyer were opposed to the attempt altogether, believing that it was better to defend the Pale and withdraw the Blackwater garrison, while easy terms could still be had. Others of the council agreed with them, but Ormond was supreme in military matters, and Sir Henry Bagwell was at hand to urge him that the relief of the fort concerned Her Majesty's honour. Failing to dissuade him from the enterprise, the others pressed him to take the command in person, and if he had done so, the result might have been very different. But Desmond's conqueror was now 66 years old, and he preferred to serve against the Kavanaghs nearer home. He remembered that the safety of Leinster had been especially entrusted to him, and Bagwell, whose town of Newry lay near the scene of action, and who was as bitter as ever against his brother-in-law, was most anxious to be employed. 4,000 foot and 320 horse, with 4 field pieces, marched out of Dundalk under Marshal Bagwell's command. Many of them were veterans who had seen Continental War, but from the first ill fortune attended them. The officers seemed to have had but little confidence in their general, and the simple soldier is quick to take the cue from his immediate chief. Strict orders were given that no one should stay behind, but the young gentlemen who served as volunteers lingered in the town, and some of them were killed by the Irish horse while crossing the difficult ground between Dundalk and Newry. The main body reached Armagh without fighting, and as they approached could plainly see the enemy encamped between the town and the river. After his arrival, Bagwell called a meeting of officers and told them that he intended to avoid the direct road, which was strongly held, and to march a mile or two to the right. By so doing he hoped to keep on hard ground. One bog had indeed to be passed, and his plan was to skirmish there while a passage for the guns was made with sticks and boughs. Early next morning the army marched accordingly in 6 divisions, with intervals of at least 600 yards, and the Irish skirmishers then began to harass them before they had gone half a mile. The little river Callan was passed at a point where there is now a bridge and a beetling mill, but which was then a ford, with a yellow bottom and yellow banks. From this point the column was fully exposed, the O'Donnells drawing round their right flank, while the O'Neills pressed them on the left. Tyrone was protected by a bog, over which his men moved with the agility begotten by long practice, and O'Donnell's sharp shooters took advantage of the juniper bushes, which then studded the hills on the right. The Irish outnumbered the relieving force by at least 2-1, and their loose formation gave them an advantage over the closely packed English battalions. The vanguard nevertheless struggled through the bog until they came to a ditch a mile long, 5 feet deep and 4 feet wide, and surmounted by a thorny hedge. This they carried with a rush, but not being properly supported, they were beaten back, and the marshal, coming himself to the rescue, was shot through the brain. The centre were delayed by the largest piece of artillery, which stuck fast, while the O'Donnells easily picked off the draft oxen. The usual confusion which follows the death of a general was increased by the explosion of 2 barrels of powder, from one of which a private soldier was rashly replenishing his horn. Colonel Cosby, who commanded the 3rd Battalion, hurried to the front, but it was then too late. He was taken prisoner, and his regiment shared the fate of the first 2. The rear half of the army had enough to do to maintain itself against O'Donnell, Maguire, and James McSorley, but preserved its formation, and, covered by Captain Montague's horse, made a pretty orderly retreat to Armagh. "I protest," said a young Irish officer, afterwards distinguished in these wars, "our loss was only for the great distance that was betwixt us in our march. For when the vanguard was charged, they were within sight of our battle, and yet not rescued until they were overthrown. The explosion and the delay about the gun did the rest." Between killed, wounded, and missing, the losses did not fall far short of 2,000. Not less than 24 officers fell. The gun, which caused delay by sticking in the mud, was abandoned to the victors. Many colours were taken, and nearly all the new levies threw away their arms. Several hundred Irish soldiers deserted, and with them 2 English recruits, who called next morning to their comrades that Tyrone would give them all 20 shillings bounty to join them. Among the captains killed was Mailmore O'Reilly, Sir John's son, who was known as the Handsome, and who fought with distinguished bravery. The survivors gathered in the church at Armagh, but it seemed doubtful whether they could maintain themselves there. A great part of the provisions, the conveyance of which to the Blackwater was the object of the expedition, had fallen into the hands of the enemy, and the remaining supplies would scarcely suffice for 10 days. The Irish soldiers continued to desert steadily, and the disheartened remnant of the foot dared not attempt to reach Newry without help, but it was known that Maguire and O'Donnell were also short of provisions, and at last it was decided that the horse should break through the victorious Irish, who swarmed round the camp. Montague performed his service successfully, though not without loss. During the night which followed the battle, Terence O'Hanlon pursued him closely, and it has been particularly recorded that Captain Romney was surprised and killed while smoking a pipe of tobacco by the roadside. This disastrous battle was fought on August 14, and on the 16th Montague told the story in Dublin. Ormond was away, and the other Lords Justices were panic-stricken. They wrote a humble letter to Tyrone, begging him not to attack the defeated troops in cold blood. "You may," they added, "move Her Majesty to know a favourable conceit of you by using favour to these men. And besides, your ancient adversary, the Marshal, being now taken away, we hope you will cease all further revenge towards the rest, against whom you can ground no cause or of sting against yourself." This missive never reached Tyrone, and the Queen said it was stayed by accident, though the Lords Justices declared that they had revoked it. The like, Elizabeth declared, was never read, either in form or substance, for baseness, and as it turned out, Tyrone was not unwilling to make a bridge for his defeated enemy. He thought their supply of provisions greater than it was, and he feared that troops might land at Lough Foyle while Armagh was still held. His own army, he said, was costing him £500 a day. These reasons were not known till later, but the terms dictated by them were gladly accepted. Captain Williams and his heroic band were allowed to leave the Blackwater, the officers retaining their rapiers and horses, but without colours, drums, or firearms. The whole army then marched unmolested to Newry with their wounded and baggage. Ormond was able to report that the loss in killed was not so great as first reported, but might easily have been greater if God had not let it. For their disorder was such as the like hath not been among men of any understanding, dividing the army into 6 bodies, marching so far asunder as one of them could not second nor help th'other, till those in the vanguard were overthrown. Sure the devil bewitched them, that none of them did prevent this gross error. The Irish leaders are said to have harangued their men before the fight upon its special importance, and many writers have blamed Tyrone for not advancing straight upon Dublin, but Celtic armies, though they have often won battles, have never known how to press a victory home. Owen, Roe, O'Neill, Montrose, and Dundee were all subject to the same disability, and Tyrone probably did as much as he could. The chiefs of Ulster, say the annalists, returned to their respective homes in joy and exultation, though they had lost many men. Dublin was in no danger, nor any of the principal towns, but the country was everywhere in a flame. O'Donnell had most of Connaught at his mercy, though Sir Conyers Clifford could hold his own at Athlone and maintain garrisons at Tulsk, Boyle, and Roscommon. Tibbet Naylong, who headed such of the lower Berks as remained loyal, was forced to take refuge in one of the boats from which he derived his name, and MacWilliam had Mayo at his mercy, with 2,000 foot and 200 horse, and accompanied by O'Doherty, who was sent by O'Donnell to help him. He swept all the cattle, even from the furthest shores of Clew Bay. The Earl of Thomond was in England, and his brother Teague, who dubbed himself the O'Brien, overran Clare, though a younger brother, Donald, remained loyal and opposed him strenuously. To hold all Connaught and Clare, Clifford had but 120 English soldiers, and had but very little effective help, except from Clanrickarde, who offered to supply 500 cows for £500 as time stood. This was thought a very honourable offer, but O'Donnell had no difficulty in driving off 4,000 head from those who hesitated to submit. In the Pale and in the Midland counties things were little better than in Connaught. The Lords Justices discovered a plot to surprise Dublin Castle and hanged some of the conspirators, but Friar Nangle and other priests who were implicated escaped their vigilance. Quackane Castle, near Philipstown, was surprised by the O'Connors, who scaled the walls, killed Captain Gifford and his men, and wounded his wife in several places. The English proprietor, Sir Thomas More, seems to have been absent, but the Irish carried off Lady More and left her in a bog, where she died of cold. Alexander Cosby, the chief of the Queen's County settlers, had been killed in 1597, and his widow was fortunately in Dublin, but Stranbally fell into the hands of the O'Moores. James Fitzpiers, the sheriff of Kildare, was a Geraldine, and being threatened with the pains of hell by Tyrone, he surrendered Athy to Owen McCrory or More. Captain Tyrrell, who was Tyrone's best partisan leader, went where he pleased, and it was evident that nothing less than the extirpation of the English settlers was intended. Of many partial attempts at recolonization, the greatest was that on the forfeited Desmond estates, and the storm was not long in reaching Munster. Piers Lacy of Blarf in Limerick, who had already once been pardoned, went to Owen McCrory, informed him that all the Geraldines were ready to rise and make James Fitz-Thomas Earl, and that the McCarthys would also choose a chief. Tyrone's leave was first asked, and was readily given, for the idea of a new Desmond rebellion was already in his mind. Some months before he had spread a report that the attainted Earl's son had escaped from the Tower with the lieutenant's daughter, that he had been warmly welcomed in Spain, and that he might soon be expected in Munster with large forces. At Michaelmas, accordingly, Owen McRory, Tyrrell, and Redmond Burke, Sir John Shamrock's eldest son, led 1,400 men to the Abbey of Oney in Limerick, but made no advance, while Norris was at Kilmallock. As soon as he withdrew, they divided into several companies, and destroyed all that was English, and only what was English. They burned Sir Henry Ogdred's castle at Maine, near Rathkeil, which he had not attempted to defend. Cahir Ramu MacHugh O'Byrne joined O'More at Ballingarry with some of his men, and there they waited until James Fitz-Thomas had overcome his natural hesitation. Stimulated by the threat of preferring his younger brother, he came in with 20 gentlemen and assumed the title of Earl as of O'Neill's gift. The plunder collected by this time was so great that a cow was publicly sold in the camp for 6 pence, a brood mare for 3 pence, and a prime hog for a penny. From Golden on the Suir, Ormond wrote to warn this new Desmond of his danger, and summoned him to his presence under safe conduct. "We need not," he said, "put you in mind of the late overthrow of the Earl, your uncle, who was plagued with his partakers by fire, sword, and famine, and be assured if you proceed in any traitorous actions, you will have the like end. What her Majesty's forces have done against the King of Spain, and is able to do against any other enemy the world has seen. To her Highness's immortal fame, by which you may judge what she is able to do against you, or any other that shall become traitors." But the Geraldine had made up his mind and refused to go. Practically he complained that the state had held out hopes of the Desmond succession to him, and that he had served against his uncle on that account. A pension of a mark a day from the Queen had been paid for 1 year only. Others had grievances as well as himself, and indeed it was not hard to find cases of injustice. "To be brief with your lordship," he concluded, "Englishmen were not contented to have our lands and livings, but unmercifully to seek our lives by false and sinister means under colour of law. And as for my part, I will prevent it the best I can." Rightly or wrongly, the last Earl of Desmond had been held legitimate, and the first marriage of his father with Joan Roche treated as null and void. The boy in the Tower was therefore the only claimant whom the government could recognise, and the sons of Sir Thomas Roe Fitzgerald were excluded. But the Geraldines accepted the new creation at O'Neill's hands, and the Queen's adherents in Ireland could for the time do no more than nickname him the Sugain, or straw-rope Earl. The English settlement of Munster melted away like the unsubstantiated fabric of a vision. The undertakers, to use Ormond's words, 3 or 4 excepted, most shamefully forsook all their castles and dwelling-places before any rebel came in sight of them, and left their castles with their munitions, stuff, and cattle to the traitors, and no manner of resistance made, which put the traitors in such pride, and so much discouraged the rest of the subjects, as most of them went presently to the towns. But all the settlers were not fortunate enough to reach these cities of refuge, and numerous outrages were committed. English children were taken from their nurses' breasts and dashed against walls. An Englishman's heart was plucked out in his wife's presence, and she was forced to lend her apron to wipe the murderer's fingers. Oh, of the English fugitives who flocked into Youghal, some had lost their tongues and noses, and some had their throats cut, though they still lived. Irish tenants and servants, but yesterday fed in the settlers' houses, were now conspicuous by their cruelty. Among those who escaped to England were Edmund Spenser and his wife, but one of their children perished in the flames. The poet lost all his property, and of his life's work in Ireland only his books remain. At Tallow, in Raleigh's seigneury, there were 60 good houses and 120 able men, of whom 30 were musketeers, but they all ran away, and the rebels burned the rising town to the ground. The destruction of his improvements at this time may account for the small price which Raleigh's property fetched in the next reign. Among castles in the county of Cork, which were abandoned without resistance by the undertakers or their agents, were Tracton, Carrigrohan, and 2 others belonging to Sir Warham St. Leger, Castlemangar and Sir William Betcher's seigneury, and Derry Villain in Mr. Arthur Hyde's. In Limerick, besides Maine, the rebels took Powlas Kenry and another house from Sir Henry Ughtred, Newcastle, and 2 more from Sir William Courtney Tarbet, and another from Justice Gold, Foynes, Shannon, and Corgrage from Sir William Trenchard, and Flemingtown from Mr. Wayne Waring. The Abbey of Adair, which was leased to George Thornton, was also left undefended. Castle Island was taken from Sir William Herbert, and Tralee from Sir Edward Denny, and in Kerry generally all the English settlers fled. Mr. Wayman, a great sheep-master, left 20 well-armed men at Doneraile, but they ran away and were all killed on the way to Cork. Norris's English sheep were stolen from Mallow, his park wall was broken down, and his deer let loose. Many settlers fled with their clothes only, and being stripped of these they died of cold on the mountains. The churches and other vacant places in Cork were filled with starving wretches. Youghal was full of them too, and so closely pressed that men scarcely dared to put their heads outside the gates. The most fortunate of the settlers were those who reached Waterford and got a passage to England. Here and there alliances among the Irish saved individual colonists from utter destruction. Thus Oliver Stevenson, born of an Irish mother, was protected by his relations. He was summoned before the Shugain Earl, who ordered him to show cause why he should not surrender his castle of Dunmolan near Foynes to Ulick Wall, who claimed it as his ancient inheritance. He was, he says, respited till May, and ordered to give it up then, if my prince be not able to overcome their power. Stevenson begged Norris not to construe his shift as treason, and promised in the meantime to get all the information possible from his maternal relations. Stevenson saved himself, and was afterwards trusted by Lord President Carew. Arthur Hyde was in England when the rebellion broke out, but his wife and children were at his castle of Carriganidi, or Castle Hyde, on the Blackwater. On the day that Owen McCrory and the rest entered Munster, the country people rose instantly before noon and began plundering all round. Hyde's own cattle and those of his English tenants were taken at once, but his wife and children escaped to Cork with Lord Barry's help, and his 18 men held the castle for 3 weeks. Hyde landed at Youghal, but could do nothing, and his garrison, seeing that there was no chance of relief, yielded on promise of life and wearing apparel. They were stripped naked, but not killed, by Lord Roche's tenants before they had gone a mile. The Shugain, who was present in person with an overwhelming force, appointed Piers Lacy seneschal of Imokilly, and the castle was surrendered to an Irishman who claimed it. 40 persons, depending on Hyde, were left destitute, and he sought to form a company. 64 muskets and other arms, with much ammunition, had been provided, and it is probable that things would have gone differently had Hyde been himself at home. A more successful defence was that of Askeaton by Captain Francis Barclay. The revolt was sudden and unexpected, and he had only the provisions suitable to a gentleman's house in those days. On October 6, more than 500 English of all sorts, men, women, and children, accustomed to a decent life, and nearly all householders, flocked into Askeaton at 9 in the evening. The panic was so sudden that they came almost empty-handed. I protest unto your lordships a spectacle of greatest pity and commiseration that ever my eye beheld, and a most notable example of human frailty. English bark lay in the Shannon, and Barclay was fortunate enough to get rid of some useless mouths. Others were conveyed to Limerick, where the mayor and citizens used them well. By Ormond's advice, 120 able men were retained, with soldiers who knew the country and who burned for revenge. This brave captain announced that he would hold out till death. Corn and beef were still to be had, and he only asked for the means to keep his men together. Askeaton did not fall. The White Knight, Patrick Condon, Lord Barry's brother John, and Lord Roche's son David, quickly came to terms with the rebels, and Norris believed that the rest would follow from love or fear. Lord Barry, indeed, held out bravely, but most of his neighbours had no choice, for the government could do nothing to protect them. The Lord President could not trust his Irish troops, and had to retire from Kilmallock without fighting. 4 days later, after effecting a junction with Ormond, he was able to victual the little garrison town, but had to fall back again immediately to Mallow. Tyrone had warned his friends not to fight a pitched battle, but only to skirmish on difficult ground. After several days' desultory warfare in the woods about Malloy, Ormond was recalled to the defence of Kilkenny and Tipperary, and Norris went back to Cork, leaving the rebels to do as they pleased. An English prisoner with Desmond could report but one family of his countrymen spared. A priest told the new-made earl that they were Catholics, and proclamation was made that they were not to be hurt. They were robbed of all, but carried their lives to Cork. After Ormond's departure, Owen MacRory went back to Leinster with Cahir MacHugh. He had been 10 days in Munster, and left all the other counties at the Sir Gaines's mercy. The Queen was much chagrined, and blamed both Norris and Ormond for not giving more effective support to the Undertakers. But it does not appear that they were to blame, for the revolt was extremely sudden, and the settlement had not been so managed as to afford the means of resistance. For whereas, says Morrison, they should have built castles and brought over colonies of English, and have admitted no Irish tenant, but only English, these and like covenants were in no part performed by them, of whom the men of best quality never came over, but made profit of the land. Others brought no more English than their own families, and all entertained Irish servants and tenants, which were now the first to betray them. If the covenants had been kept by them, they of themselves might have made 2,000 able men, whereas the Lord President could not find above 200 of English birth among them when the rebels first entered the province. Neither did these gentle Undertakers make any resistance to the rebels, but left their dwellings and fled to walled towns. Yea, when there was such danger in flight as greater could not have been in defending their own, whereof many of them had woeful experience, being surprised with their wives and children in flight. So much for the weak defence, as well-informed Englishmen understood it. The causes of the outbreak, as seen from a Protestant and English point of view, are told by Chief Justice Saxey. Seminaries and Jesuits haunted the towns of which the mayors were recusants, though shielded by being joined in the commission. The judges of assize were also recusants for the most part, and in charging grand juries they never spoke against foreign power, nor to advance the Queen's supremacy. The English tenants were too scattered, owing to the Undertaker's slackness, and lastly the late exaction of cess instead of the customary composition had bred discontent. O'Sullivan, as usual, makes the contest one between Catholics and Royalists, and the annalists who were more emphatically Irish than Catholic make it a war of races only. In the course of 17 days, they say, the Irish left not within the length and breadth of the country of the Geraldines, from Dunqueen to the Sewer, which the Saxons had well cultivated and filled with habitations and various wealth, a single son of a Saxon, whom they did not either kill or expel. Of 3 branches of the Butler family ennobled by the Tudor monarchs, 2 were in open rebellion. Mountgarret was a young man, and was married to Tyrone's eldest daughter. He now sent to Ulster for 3,000 auxiliaries, and invited his father-in-law to spend Christmas with him at Kilkenny. In the meantime he allied himself with the Kavanaghs, and took the sacrament with Donald Spanick at Ballyragget. Lord Cahir was married to Mountgarret's sister, and followed his lead. He refused to go to Ormond when summoned, who says he was bewitched, a fool he always was before, by his wife, Dr. Craig, and Father Archer. 2 loyal neighbours went to Cahir under safe conduct, but the poor man was not allowed to see them privately. Dr. Craig, papal bishop of Cork, and the Jesuit Archer were both present, and the peer confessed that he must be ruled by them. Craig abused one of the visitors for not saluting him, and Archer disarmed him for fear he might hurt the bishop. The 2 churchmen declared that all the abbey lands should be disgorged, and that all Catholics should make open profession, or be called heretics and schismatics like you. They insisted upon 3 points: the full restoration of the Catholic Church, the restoration of their lands to all Catholics, and a native Catholic prince sworn to maintain all these things. Gowk told them that their ideas were ridiculous, and that they could not tell what his religion was, because that was shut up in his own breast. He told Cahir that he was sorry to see him so bogged and unable to speak or call his soul his own, after which he and his friend were not sorry to get away safe. "I pray God," said Ormond, "I may live to see the utter destruction of those wicked and unnatural traitors, upon all whom by fire, sword, or any other extremity, there cannot light too great a plague. He pursued Owen, MacRory, and Redmond Burke with a mixed multitude of Fitzpatricks, O'Carrolls, O'Kennedys, and O'Ryans into the woods of the northwest of Tipperary, and captured 100 horses laden with the spoils of the Munster undertakers. But not very much could be done, and he complained bitterly that he was badly supported by the Lords Justices, an Archbishop and a Chief Justice. Both old men were not the government suited to a great crisis, and matters of such vital importance as the victualling of Maryborough were left almost to chance. Ormond relieved the place with 300 cows collected by himself, but not without hard fighting. And the annalists oddly remarked that he lost more than the value of the provisions in men, horses, and arms. The conduct of the war in Leinster was entrusted to Sir Richard Bingham, whose prophecies had been completely fulfilled, and who was appointed marshal in Bagenal's place. Norris was to remain in Munster, Clifford in Connaught, Sir Samuel Bagenal on the borders of Ulster, and Ormond in Dublin to control the military arrangements. To hold the towns and to temporize was all that the Queen required until a new viceroy could be had. Bingham had been often consulted of late, and much was expected from his unrivalled knowledge of Ireland, but he was past 70 and worn out with more than 50 years' service by sea and land. He died soon after his return to Ireland, and Ormond was left to his own devices. Before the end of the year it was known that the government would be entrusted to Essex. After the victory at the Yellow Ford, O'Donnell remained for more than 6 months at Ballymote. His inactivity, say the annalists, with unconscious irony, was caused solely by the fact that there was no part of Connaught left for him to plunder, except Clare. The Earl of Thomond had spent the year 1598 in England, where he made a very good impression, and on his return remained with Ormond at and about Kilkenny. Of his 2 brothers, Donald the younger represented him in Clare, while Teague led the opposition and made his friends with Tyrone's adherents in Tipperary. Accompanied by Maguire, O'Donnell entered Clare thoroughly, plundered the baronies of Burn, Inchiquin, and Corcomroe, and returned unscathed to Mayo. Ennistimon, which was part of the territory ravaged, belonged at the time to Sir Turlough O'Brien, who was a sheltering fence and a lightning hill to the Queen's people, and who cooperated with the force sent into Clare by Sir Conyers Clifford. Teague, after some skirmishing, thought it prudent to submit, and sessions were successfully held at Ennis. Thomond then returned to his own country and proceeded to chastise Teague MacMahon, who had lately wounded and imprisoned his brother Donald. MacMahon had taken an English ship which was in difficulties on the coast, but found the profit very trivial and the punishment severe, and he had also seized his castle of Dunbeg, which was in pledge to a Limerick merchant, but without paying the mortgagee. Carrigaholt was taken, and all MacMahon's cattle driven away. Cannon were brought from Limerick against Dunbeg, but the garrison did not wait to be fired at, and the protection they obtained lasted only while they were led to the gallows, from which they were hanged in couples face to face. Thomond then went northwards and restored to his friends the castle from which O'Donnell had expelled them. During the early months of 1599, Tyrone's illegitimate son Con was preparing his way in Munster. The Earl blamed him severely for imprisoning and robbing Archbishop Magrath, of whose reconversion he had hopes, since his liberty could not be restrained, nor his temporalities touched without direct authority from Rome. But if he added, the covetousness of this world caused him to remain on this way that he is upon, how did his correcting touch you? Withal, I have the witness of my own priest upon him, that he promised to return from that way, saving only that he could not but take order for his children first, seeing he got them, and also that he is friend and ally unto us. Con tried to extort ransom from the astute Myler, who promised to befriend him as far as possible without hurting his privilege in Her Majesty's laws, but Tyrone sent peremptory orders that he should be released without any conditions. In the almost complete paralysis of authority, most of the Munster gentry made terms with Con and the new Earl of Desmond. Lord Barry and Lord Roche between them might bring 100 men to the Queen, but they had no allies worth mentioning. Norris had about 2,000 men, but the general falling away was such that he could do very little. At the end of March he left Cork with 18 companies of foot and 3 troops of horse. Lady Roche, a sister of James Fitzmaurice, was ready to come out of Castletown to meet him, but Tyrone's Ulster mercenaries would not allow her. The capture of Carriglia Castle was the only real success, and the Lord President returned on the 9th day, the rebels skirmishing with him to the outskirts of Cork. The rebels in Tipperary and the adjoining parts of Leinster assembled before an idol in Ormond called the Holy Cross, where again they solemnly swore not to abandon nor forsake one another. Everyone saw that a system of garrisons was the only way to break down the Confederacy, but this policy was not showy enough to please the new Lord Lieutenant. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Essex in Ireland, 1599. Sir Henry Wotton, who was a good judge and who had special means of observation in this case, was of opinion that Essex wore out the Queen's patience by his petulance. He has recorded that a wise and, as it turned out, prophetic adviser warned the Earl that though he might sometimes carry a point by sulking at Wanstead at Greenwich or in his own chamber, yet in the long run such conduct would lead to ruin. Such courses as those were like hot waters, which help at a pang, but if they be too often used will spoil the stomach. The advice was not taken, and Essex continued to treat every check as a personal insult. The natural effect followed, and by the year 1598 his humours grew tart, as being now in the lees of favour. Burghley died a few days before the disaster at Blackwater, and Philip II not many days after. The policy of Spain was not much affected, though the change might be thought like that from Solomon to Rehoboam. But England missed the wise and kindly hand which had often held Essex straight. Bagwell's overthrow brought into sudden prominence that thorny problem with which the impetuous favourite was of all men the least fit to cope. Patience, steadiness, organizing power, knowledge of men were the qualities needed in Ireland then as now, and Essex was conspicuously deficient in them all. "I will tell you," said a great court official, "I know but one friend, and one enemy my lord hath, and that one friend is the Queen, and that one enemy is himself." It seemed as if no misconduct could permanently alienate Elizabeth, and yet he tried her forbearance very hardly. A few days or weeks before the old Lord Treasurer's death, she had proposed to send Sir William Knowles, Essex's uncle, to govern Ireland. The Earl favoured the appointment of Sir George Carew, who was certainly much fitter for the work than himself, and whom he was thought to be anxious to remove from the court. The Queen insisting, he turned his back on her with a gesture of contempt. Raleigh, who was, however, his enemy, says he exclaimed that her conditions were as crooked as her carcass. She in turn lost her temper and gave him a box on the ear. He laid his hand on his sword, swearing that he would not have endured such an indignity from Henry VIII himself, and immediately departed to Wanstead. "Your Majesty hath," he afterwards wrote to Elizabeth, "by the intolerable wrong you have done both me and yourself, not only broken all laws of affection, but done against the honour of your sex. I think all places better than that where I am, and all dangers well undertaken, so I might retire myself from the memory of my false, inconstant, and beguiling pleasures. Of course it was very undignified of the Queen to strike anyone, but many things may be urged in excuse. She was old enough to be her favourite's grandmother. She had known him from early youth, and she had every reason to look upon him still in the light of a spoiled child. No one with any sense of humour would resent a blow from a woman as from a man, and Essex might very well have treated it all as a joke. But what is to be said for a man who insults a lady well stricken in years, who is his sovereign, and who has heaped upon him honours and benefits far beyond his deserts? Norris and Bingham being dead, the appointment of a Lord Deputy became a matter of pressing necessity. The Queen thought of Mountjoy, who, as the event proved, was of all men fittest for the arduous task. But Essex objected to him much upon the same grounds as Iago objected to Michael Cassio. He had indeed some experience in the field, but only in subordinate posts, and he was too much drowned in book-learning. Another argument was that he was a man of small estate and few followers, and that some prime man of the nobility should be sent into Ireland. Every one understood that he had come to want the place himself, and that he would oppose every possible candidate. During the autumn of 1598, and far into the winter, the affair hung fire, more perhaps from the difficulty of satisfying his demands for extraordinary powers than from any wish to refuse him the dangerous honour. Indeed, if we may believe Camden, his enemies foresaw his failure, and were only too anxious to help him to the viceroyalty on any terms. About the new year his appointment seemed to be certain, and by the first week in March everything was settled. "I've beaten Knollys and Mountjoy in the council," Essex wrote in great exultation, "and by God I will beat Tyrone in the field, for nothing worthy Her Majesty's honour hath yet been achieved. It is not in such boastful mood that great men are wont to put on their armour. And besides all this, Knollys was his uncle, and Mountjoy his familiar friend." It is perhaps hardly necessary to inquire how Essex came to desire such a thankless office as the government of Ireland. His ambition was not of an ignoble cast, but it is certain that he grasped greedily at every important command, and that he could scarcely brook a superior or even a colleague. This was clearly shown in his ridiculous quarrel with the Lord Admiral about precedence no less than in more important matters. He probably saw the Irish difficulty well enough, but at any hesitation about incurring the risk of failure was more than counterbalanced by the fear of someone else gaining great glory. Bacon had advised him to remain at court, but to take Irish affairs under his special protection there, to consult with men who knew the country, to fill places with his own friends, and to patronize others who were likely to be useful. In short, he was urged to make what the newspapers now call political capital out of Ireland, but not to risk himself and his reputation there. While giving this counsel, Bacon had expressed a fear that the Earl was not the man to play such a game skilfully, and so it fell out. By the beginning of the year 1599, Essex saw that he would have to go. Years afterwards, when Elizabeth was gone, Bacon found that an inconvenient cloud hung over him on account of the part he had played. He then tried to persuade others, and possibly succeeded in persuading himself, that he had really used all means he could devise to prevent Essex from venturing into Ireland. The fact seems to be that he kept it quiet as long as the thing could have been prevented, and did not try to make Essex reconsider the matter when he decided to go. He afterwards said that he did plainly see his overthrow, chained as it were by destiny to that journey, but at the time he did no more than warn him against possible failure from defects of temper, while he enlarged upon the great glory which would follow success. A comparison of extant letters shows that Essex himself was far more impressed than Bacon with the danger and difficulties of the Irish problem. though when he was on the eve of setting out, his impulsive nature allowed him to brag of the great things that he was going to do. "I have heard him say," writes Wotton of Essex, and not upon any flashes or fumes of melancholy or traverses of discontent, but in a serene and quiet mood, that he could very well have bent his mind to a retired course. This is confirmed by other authorities, and indeed Essex, though he had a soldier's courage, was by nature a student and a dreamer rather than a man of action. Circumstances brought him forward, and his character made him uncomfortable in any place except the highest. Bacon wished him to stay at court with the white staff, as Leicester had done, but the work was uncongenial. If he could have succeeded, Burghley perhaps he might have accepted the position, as it was Ireland offered him the kind of power which he most coveted, and though he was not blind to the danger of leaving a Hanno behind him, he fancied that he was fit to play the part of Hannibal. Just as he was starting, Bacon wrote him a long letter of advice, reminding him that the Irish rebels were active and their country difficult, but reminding him also that the justice triumphs that the Romans in their greatness did obtain, and that whereof the emperors in their styles took addition and denomination, were such an enemy as this. Such were the Germans and the ancient Britons, and divers others, upon which kind of people, whether they victory were a conquest or a reconquest upon a rebellion or a revolt, it made no difference that ever I could find in honour. Years afterwards, Bacon pleaded that he had done what he could to stop Essex, on the ground that the expedition would certainly fall short of public expectation, and would mightily diminish his reputation. Again he mentions the Germans and Britons, the woods and the bogs, the hardness of the Irishmen's bodies, so that there can be no doubt about what he alludes to. We have the original letter, and Bacon stands convicted of misrepresentation, the grosser because careless observers might so easily confound it with the reality. About the beginning of December, the number of Essex's army was fixed at 14,000. Then there was talk of a smaller establishment, and the affair went through the usual hot and cold phases of all suits at Elizabeth's court. Spenser had experienced the miseries of hope deferred, and Shakespeare saw the spurns which patient merit of the unworthy takes. "Into Ireland I go," writes the Earl on New Year's Day. "The Queen hath irrevocably decreed it. The Council do passionately urge it, and I am tied in my own reputation to use no tergiversation." He had many misgivings, but had decided in his own mind that he was bound to go. The court, he admitted, is the centre, but methinks it is the fairer choice to command armies than humours. In the meanwhile the humour changed daily. Essex was not patient, and the whole wrangle must have been inexpressibly distasteful to him. On 12th day the Queen danced with him, and it was decided that he should start in March. 3 weeks later there were fresh difficulties about the excessive number of gentlemen whom he proposed to take with him. As late as March the 1st it seemed doubtful whether the Queen's irrevocable decree would not after all be altered. Mountjoy, who had a much cooler head, and earnestly advised his friend to leave nothing to chance, to his enemy's pleasure, or to official promises, and it is to the Earl's consciousness that this advice was sound, that the delays must be chiefly attributed. On March 6 letters patent were passed releasing him from the arrears of his father's debts incurred in the same thankless Irish service, and 6 days later he was formally appointed Lord Lieutenant. That title had not been granted since the return of Sussex 37 years before. On March 27 Essex took horse at Seething Lane, accompanied by a brilliant suite. Prayers were offered in the churches for his success against the imitators of Korah and Absalom, in whose cases God had manifested to the world his hatred of all rebellion against his divine ordinance, and foreshadowing his probable care for an anointed queen. "Do not," said the Anglican divines, "punish our misdeeds by strengthening the hands of such as despise the truth." Through Cornhill and Cheapside, and for more than 4 miles out of town, the people thronged about their favourite, with such cries as "God bless your lordship," "God preserve your honour." The day was very fine at starting, but ere Islington was passed, there came a black north-easter, with thunder, hail, and rain, and some held it for a bad omen, nor did the popular hero travel as though he loved the work or believed in himself. On April 1 he was at Bromley, bitterly complaining that the Queen would not make Sir Christopher Blunt a counsellor, and announcing that he had sent him back. "I shall," he wrote, "have no such necessary use of his hands as being barred the use of his head. I would carry him to his own disadvantage and the disgrace of the place he should serve in." The place was that of Marshal of the army which Blunt did actually fill, and there was no reason to suppose that he would have been any useful addition to the council. Such virtues as he had, and they were not many, were those of the camp. On the 3rd Essex was at Tamworth, and on the 5th at Helbury, the island off the Dee, which Sir Henry Sidney had found so wearisome. The wind did not serve, and there was a delay of a week before he sailed from Beaumaris, having ridden over Penmaen Mar, the worst way, and in extremis wet, that I have endured. After a bad passage, Dublin was reached on the 15th. William 13th, Earl of Kildare, with 18 of the chiefs of Meath and Fingal, set out to follow in the Lord Lieutenant's wake. The vessel, built for speed and probably overpressed with canvas, foundered in Bennett Channel, and all on board perished. The public expectation from the mission of Essex was such that Shakespeare ventured to suggest a possible comparison between him and the victor of Agincourt. Had he succeeded, he would have been the hero of the Elizabethan age, greater in the eyes of his contemporaries than Norris or Raleigh, greater even than Drake. His task was indeed no light one, for the rebels in arms were estimated at very nearly 20,000 men, of which less than half were in Ulster. In the south and west, the chief towns and many detached strongholds were held for the Queen, but in the northern province her power was confined to Carrickfergus and Newry, Carlingford, Greencastle, and Narrowwater, all on the coast, and to one castle in the inland county of Cavan. The preparations were on a scale suitable to the emergency, for 16,000 foot and 1,400 horse far exceeded the usual proportions of a viceregal army. Nor was it composed wholly of raw levies, for Essex insisted on having Sir Henry Dockwra, with 2,000 veterans from Holland, his plan being so to distribute them that some seasoned soldiers should be present everywhere. But there had always been corruption in the Irish service, and cool observers thought it necessary to make allowance for false musters and cooked returns. A crowd of adventurous young gentlemen accompanied Essex, among whom was John Harrington, the Queen's godson, and by her much admired for of his wit. Harrington was advised by a friend at court to keep a secret journal in Ireland for future use in case of disaster. "Observe," says the letter, "the man who commandeth, and yet is commanded himself. He goeth not forth to serve the Queen's realm, but to humour his own revenge." There were spies about him, and when a man hath so many showing friends, and so many unshowing enemies, who learneth his end here below? Cecil cautioned Secretary Fenton that the new Lord Lieutenant thought ill of him because of his friendship with Sir John Norris. Justice Gold of Munster, who knew his country well, hoped Essex's famous victory in mighty Spain would not be subject to receive blemish in miserable Ireland. It did not require the penetration of a Bacon to see that the expedition was likely to end in failure and in the ruin of the chief actor. The Lord Lieutenant's commission was of the most ample kind. He was authorized to lease the land of rebels generally, and more particularly to give or grant property affected by the attainder of Tyrone and others in Tyrone, Tyrconnell, Fermanagh and Leitrim, and the rout, exceptions being made in favour of O'Doherty and Sir Arthur O'Neill as rebels by compulsion rather than through disloyalty. Officers not holding by patent he was empowered to dismiss, and even patentates might be suspended. He might grant pardons for all treasons, but in Tyrone's case he was only empowered to dismiss, and even patentees might be suspended. He might grant pardons for all treasons, but in Tyrone's case he was only to pardon for life and not for lands, and to exact some guarantee before giving even life and liberty to one who had so vilely abused her mercy. That capital traitor was in no case to be spared without due submission first made in all lowly and reverend form. The power of making knights had usually been granted to viceroys, and had been sometimes abused by them. This touched Elizabeth in her tenderest point, for it was by not letting it become too cheap that she had made knighthood a real defence of the nation. Essex was charged to confer that title upon none that shall not deserve it by some notorious service, or have not in possession or reversion sufficient living to maintain their degree and calling. Among the officers serving under Essex in Ireland was Sir Arthur Chichester, whose value he had learned during the Cadiz expedition. In his capacity of Earl Marshal he directed Chichester to take a muster of 2,600 at Chester, but it was to Cecil that the latter owed his appointment to command a regiment of 1,200 men, and it was to him that he applied for the pay due to his brother John when slain at Carrickfergus, remarking at the same time that he was a better soldier than Suter. Cecil had protested against so able a man being wasted in the command of a mere company. Chichester landed at Dublin and went to Drogheda, which Essex visited on purpose to review a regiment of which he had heard so much. The veterans, who came straight from the strict school of the Ostend siege, made an imposing show on parade, and the Lord Lieutenant thoughtlessly charged them with his mounted staff. The pikemen did not quite see the joke, and stood so firm that Essex had to pull his horse back on his haunches, and a saucy fellow with his pike pricked his lordship, saving your reverence, in the rump, and made him bleed. Chichester was sent to his brother's old post at Carrickfergus, and there he was generally quartered till the end of the war and of the reign. This noble and worthy gentleman, our Lord and Master, said Wotton, who was one of his secretaries, took the sword and sway of this unsettled kingdom into his hands. 15th instant, adding that the Bishop of Meath preached a grave, wise, and learned sermon on the occasion. Essex was instructed to inform himself by conference with the council, and the result of several meetings was a resolution not to attack Tyrone and O'Donnell, but rather to plague those Leinster allies who had lately taken a solemn oath of allegiance to them in Holy Cross Abbey. Want of forage involving lean cattle and weak draft horses was the reason given for inaction, but it is proverbial that a council of war never fights, and the Lord Lieutenant was but too ready to adopt a dilatory policy. A present prosecution in Leinster, being the heart of the whole kingdom, was what the council advised, and if that plan had been adhered to, there was a good deal to be said in its favour. About 30,000 rebels were reported to be in arms altogether, and of these the home province contained 3,000 natives, besides 800 mercenaries from Ulster. The mountains of Wicklow and Dublin had not been quieted by the death of Fiach MacHugh. His sons, with other O'Byrnes and O'Toole, still carried on the war, while the bastard Geraldines and a remnant of the Eustaces were out in Kildare. Carlow and Wexford were terrorized by Donald Spaniak and his Kavanaghs. Owen McCrory commanded a powerful band of O'Moores in Queen's County, and in King's County there were still many unsubdued O'Connors. Lord Mountgarret and the O'Carrolls were also reckoned as rebels. Meath and Westmeath were full of armed bands, while Longford and Louth had suffered greatly by incursions from Ulster. A force of 3,000 foot and 300 horse was sent forward to Kilcullen, and on May 10 Essex set out from Dublin to take the command. From Kilcullen Bridge on the Liffey to Athy Bridge on the Barrow, the line of march lay through a wooded country, and stray shots, which did no harm, were fired at advanced parties. Athy was found to be decayed through the disturbed state of the country, but the castle was surrendered without difficulty, and Ormond made his appearance, accompanied by his kinsmen, Lords Mountgarret and Cahir, both of whom had been considered in rebellion. About 200 rebels showed themselves, but retired to bogs and woods on the advance of Southampton with a detachment. Lord Grey de Wilton was carried by his impetuosity further forward than his orders warranted, and was placed under arrest for a night. Both lords had cause to regret what was perhaps an ill-judged exercise of authority. Sir Christopher St. Lawrence here distinguished himself by swimming across the Barrow, recovering some stolen horses, and returning with one of the marauders' heads. After 3 or 4 days, the provision train came up, and Maryborough was relieved, the rebels not venturing to make their threatened attack at Blackford near Stradbally. From Maryborough, which Harrington calls a fort of much importance but of contemptible strength, Essex made his way to Lord Mountgarret's house at Ballyragget. The line of march lay through a wooded pass, where the O'Moores had dug ditches and made breastworks of the fallen trees. Essex showed both skill and activity, but he lost 3 officers and several men, and the natives could hardly have hoped to stop a viceregal army between Dublin and Kilkenny. One Irish account says the English loss was great, and another notes the capture of many plumed helmets, from which the place was named the Pass of Feathers. The accounts agree that Owen McCrory had not more than about 500 men with him, and Harrington says he offered to have a fight with sword and target between 50 chosen men on each side. Essex agreed to this, but the Irish did not appear. The Lord Lieutenant did not risk as much as Perrott had formerly done when he proposed to decide the war by a duel with Fitzmaurice, but Ormond must have remembered that day well, and can hardly have thought this later piece of knight-errantry much less foolish. The Kilkenny people expressed their joy at the arrival of Essex by lively orations and silent strewing of the streets with green herbs and rushes, and he received a similar welcome at Clonmel, but he did not like the Latin oration delivered at the latter town. It adjured him not to bear the sword of justice in vain, while he anxiously protested that it was for the exercise of clemency that Her Majesty had given him both sword and power. End of chapter 48, part 1. Chapter 48, part 2 of Ireland Under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Essex in Ireland, 1599. Essex was now in Munster, and his resolution first to subdue the home province had been thrown to the winds. Derrinlower Castle, which annoyed the navigation of the Suir, was surrendered. Its indefensibility had proved in 1574, and the fate of the garrison was doubtless well remembered. Another castle higher up the river gave more trouble. Lord Cahir was in the viceregal camp, but his brother James, called Galdie or the Englishman, undertook to defend the family stronghold, and it was necessary to bring up heavy artillery. The want of foresight which characterized this campaign was conspicuously shown here. The battering train, 1 cannon and 1 culverin, was brought up by water to Clonmel, but no draft horses had been provided, nor were there any means of strengthening the bridges, which might sink under so unusual a weight. The guns were slowly dragged by men all the way to Cahir, of the strength of which there is an elaborate official account. The critical Harrington admits that it was not built with any great art, but that nature had made it practically impregnable. which was not true even in those days. An assault would have been difficult, for the castle was then surrounded by water, but a battery which completely commanded it was easily planted near the site of the present railway station. Lord Kerr called his brother to surrender, but was answered by threats and insults. 2 days later the guns came, were placed at once in position, and opened fire in a few hours, but the carriage of the largest brake at the second shot, and took a day and a half to repair. A ball stuck in the culverin, but that too was cleared in time, and 50 rounds from this light piece was enough to silence the garrison on that side. An orchard under the southwest wall was occupied the same night, and almost the garrison escaped by the left bank of the river. But 2 of the English captains were killed. Before a breach could be effected, the White Knight threw in reinforcements, and the besiegers made another lodgment at the northeast end of the island. The cannonade was renewed at close quarters, and on the night of the 3rd day the garrison made a sally. The intended assault had been assigned to Sir Charles Percy and Sir Christopher St. Lawrence, with 4 companies of the Flanders veterans, who repulsed the attack and entered the castle, along with the Irish, of whom about 80 were killed. A few escaped by swimming, and the guns were soon mounted on the deserted walls. Having repaired damages and placed a garrison of 100 men in the castle, the Lord Lieutenant marched northward along the left bank of the Suir. He made much of this siege, which was the single thing he had to boast of in Munster, but it was a small matter after all. A year later James Butler, with 60 men, again got possession of this inexpugnable fortress without firing a shot, but soon surrendered to Carew, whose bare threats were enough to secure his object. The bridge at Golden was prepared, and the army passed to Tipperary, where a letter was received from Sir Thomas Norris, whom Essex had already met at Kilkenny. The Lord President announced that he had been wounded in a skirmish with the Castle Connell Burkes, but he recovered sufficiently to accompany Essex in part of his Munster campaign. The wound seems to have been fatal at last, for on the August he was dangerously ill, and in September commissioners were appointed to execute duties which had been neglected since his death. The Lord Lieutenant himself is well received at Limerick and entertained with 2 English orations, in which, says Harrington, I know not which was more to be discommended, words, composition, or oratory, all of which having their peculiar excellencies and barbarism, harshness and rustical, both pronouncing and action. After several days' rest, the next operation was to revictual Askeaton, and the Shergain Earl showed himself at Adair with 2,000 or 3,000 men. The bridge was not defended, but the Irish galled the army in passing a boggy wood beyond the Mayhew, and the soldiers went so coldly on that Essex had to reproach their baseness. Harrington described the enemy as rather Maurice dancers tripping after their bagpipes than soldiers, and declares that in all Munster they never once strayed from the edge of their woods further than an old hunted hare doth from her covert for relief. Some fighting there was, and the official accounts makes much of the Irish losses and little of the Lord Lieutenant's, but Harrington says that Plunkett, an insurgent captain who was supposed to have shown slackness, had next day to give Desmond hostages for his good behaviour. As Essex passed through each hedge, the thorns closed behind him and left the state of Munster unaltered. Askeaton was easily victualled by water from Limerick, and Essex turned aside to Connacht, near Lismore, where Desmond had his chief residence. The move was thought a strange one, and Harrington could only conjecture that he wished to give the rebels an inexcusable provocation. But O'Sullivan, much less ingeniously, says that he did not dare to proceed further westward. At Finistertown the army had to pass between 2 woods, and had a sharp fight with Desmond, who had been joined by Lord Fitzmaurice and some of the McCarthys. Captain Jennings was killed. Sir Henry Norris had his leg broken by a bullet, and a 3rd officer was shot through both cheeks. Norris endured amputation with extraordinary patience, but died a few weeks afterwards, making the 3rd of these famous 6 brothers who had fallen a victim to the Irish service. After an interval which was allowed to lapse for fear of causing fresh sorrow, the Queen wrote to condole with Lord and Lady Norris on the bitter accident which had deprived them of 2 more sons, and the survivor was ordered home from Holland to comfort them. The army then marched by Croom to Burgh, Essex, went with Ormond, Blunt, Saint-Leger, and Carew to consult the Lord President at Kilmallock. They agreed that there was no money, no magazine, no remnant of any kind of victual of Her Majesty's stores, cows enough for only 2 days, and hardly ammunition for 3. On Norris promising to procure some beeves out of Lord Barry's country, and to send them to Connaught, the advance was resumed, the line of march being over the Ballyhora hills to Glanworth and Fermoy. Essex himself went to Mallow, detached a party to Cork for the promised supplies, and then rejoined the army with Cormac MacDermot McCarthy, who brought 100 cows and 200 kern. There was some fighting, and Sir Henry Danvers was wounded between Fermoy and Connaught, but the latter castle was dismantled. Lord Barry brought the convoy safely to Castle Lyons, and the Blackwater was passed at Afflane, a ford which was only practicable for 1 hour at low water. The President returned from the neighbourhood of Dungarvan with 1,000 men, with which he expected to be able to maintain the war in his province, and Essex marched without fighting through Lord Power's country to Waterford. In pursuance of his original intention to settle Leinster before going further afield, Essex had proposed to give Sir Henry Harrington, Seneschal of Wicklow, 700 foot and 50 horse, 300 of these to be seasoned soldiers. His sudden resolution to attack Munster altered this, and the work was left to 4 new companies and Captain Adam Loftus, his company of foot, who were all Irish, and most of them lately come from the rebels. Myself, Harrington plaintively adds, without either horse or foot, or any penny of entertainment. The O'Byrnes had fortified the passage of the Avonmore near Rathdrum, and in order to accustom his troops to the presence of an enemy, Harrington had led them out several miles and encamped near the river. This was on May 28, when Essex was before Cahir. Phelim MacHugh sent peaceful messages to Harrington, which can have had no object but to disarm his suspicion. Next morning the Irish were in considerable force, and after reconnoitring, the Seneschal ordered a return to Wicklow. The enemy pressed on his rear and hung on his flanks, the ground being for the most part bush, wood, and bog. A stream which crossed the road was safely forded, but some signs of insubordination appeared in Loftus's company, which was explained by an attempt on the part of his subalterns to gain over some of the hostile kern who had formerly fought on the Queen's side. If this was a stratagem on the part of the O'Byrnes, it was completely successful. Loftus did his best in the rear, the post of danger in a retreat, but received a wound from which he afterwards died. His men immediately ran away, and, although no one pursued, never stopped till they got to Wicklow. The Irish then charged down the road, and the main body of infantry behaved no better. I persuaded them, says Captain Atherton, but to turn their faces, and it should be sufficient for the safety, but they never offered to turn, nor speak, but as men without sense or feeling ran upon one another's backs, it not being possible to break by reason of the captains, which endeavoured by all means to stay them, but all in vain. As soon as the ground allowed them, the soldiers broke in all directions, throwing away their arms and even their clothes. Captain Charles Montague, who had already done such good service at Blackwater, handled his troop of horse well, and though wounded in several places, brought off all the colours and covered the retreat of the few foot soldiers who retained any kind of order. Captain Wardman was killed, and this was the end of Essex's great scheme for the settlement of Leinster. At Waterford the Lord Lieutenant was received with 2 Latin orations, and with as much joyful concourse of peoples as any other town of Ireland. He inspected the fort of Duncannon, and Harrington, who amused himself in country quarters by reading books on fortification, and who hoped at coming home to talk of counter-scraps and casemates, shoots his wit at the expense of Sir John Norris in his capacity of engineer. Stripped of technicalities and Italian terms of art, the criticism is that the ford was too confined, and that it was commanded from the land side. The wit forgot that Irish rebels had no artillery, and did not notice that the course of the channel forced all ships of any size to come close under the walls. Against a Parma or a Spinola the defences would have availed little, but after events proved that Duncannon was an important post in Irish warfare. Boats were brought from Carrick and New Ross, and the army was ferried over from Passage to Ballyhack. This proved a long operation, the boats now being great, and the carriage of our army far greater than ever heretofore in this country, followed so few fighting men, in which statement of the reason of Essex's failure is perhaps contained. The line of march lay by Ballybrennan to a ford over the Slaney between Enniscorthy and Ferns. The direct road to Dublin was by canoe, but the Duffy was a land of woods and hills, swarming with rebels, and practicable only for a fighting force, whereas Essex could muster no more than 1,200 effective men, clogged with hurt and sick, and with at least thrice as many churls, horseboys, and other like unserviceable people, which were of necessity to be guarded. It was therefore determined to go by the coast, and no enemy appeared until Gorey had been passed. From this villages and houses were burned on both sides of the road, to whet the rebels' choler and courage, who made a stand at a river 4 miles south of Arklow. Essex himself passed the deep water with his horse, and Ormond led the rest of the army over a better ford near the seaside. The Irish, who were about 1,000 strong, did not venture to close, but skirmished on the left flank, the broken ground being too far off for them to do much harm. Captain Lawrence Esmond was, however, killed. Essex endeavoured to draw the enemy down by masking a part of his force, but the natives, as Harrington observes, were not easily to be drawn into an ambuscade. Ormond and Blunt, with the head of the column, advanced to the seaside, hidden from the others by the shape of the ground. The Irish, being on the height, saw their advantage and very nearly succeeded in cutting off the baggage train in the centre. A hard fight followed, and a charge of Southampton's horse just saved the army from a great disaster. Several of his men were bogged and in great danger. Captain Constable escaped with 2 wounds, and Mr. Seth Cox, a gentleman whose industry had adorned him with much both science and language, was killed. Captain Roche, an Irishman by birth, who had long served the French king, had his leg shattered by a shot. After some more fighting, the rebels were beaten off with the loss of 100 men. Donnell, Spaniak, Phelim, McVie, and Owen McRory were all present, and were willing to treat upon protection being granted. Essex sent word to Phelim that he might have a safe conduct as far as Carclow, if he would come and sue for mercy as a repentant rebel, but that a messenger sent for any other purpose would be hanged. Dublin was reached without further fighting, and the Irish annalists, with whom Harrington is in almost verbal agreement, may be left to sum up the results of the expedition. While the army was in Munster, says the Four Masters, the Geraldines continued to follow, pursue, and press upon them, to shoot at, wound, and slaughter them. When the Earl had arrived in the Decies, the Geraldines returned in exultation and high spirits to their territories and houses. In Leinster they marched not by a prosperous progress, for the Irish were pursuing and environing them, so that they slew great numbers in every road by which they passed. They said it would have been better for the Earl if he had not gone on his expedition, as he returned back without having received submission or respect from the Geraldines, and without having achieved any exploit worth boasting of, excepting only the taking of Cahir. Essex lost no time in holding a court-martial on the officers and men of Harrington's force. Piers Walsh, Loftus's Irish lieutenant, who was certainly guilty of cowardice and perhaps of treacherously communicating with the enemy, was shot. All, or nearly all, the soldiers had run away. They were sentenced to be hanged, and were actually decimated. The other officers, though they forsook not their places assigned them, but were forsaken by the soldiers, yet because in such an extremity they did not something very extraordinary, were all cashiered and imprisoned. Harrington himself, being a privy councillor, was not tried, but was placed under arrest during Her Majesty's pleasure. His 30 years' service were not forgotten in England, and he soon returned to his duty. The decimation was not approved of, and Wotton notes it as a piece of Roman discipline, and as an instance of Essex's tendency to severity. On the voyage to the Azores he had thrown a soldier overboard with his own hands. Instead of settling Leinster, as announced, the Lord Lieutenant had only succeeded in getting rid of his army. The poor men, he wrote, that marched 8 weeks together be very weary, and the horsemen so divided that I cannot draw 300 to a head. And still he promised to overthrow Tyrone, or be himself slain, if he could find him on hard ground and in an open country, which he was as little likely to do as Glendower was to draw spirits from the vasty deep. There had been sharp letters about this making Southampton general of the horse. His commission gave him power to do this, but the Queen had expressed her personal repugnance to such promotion. She disliked the formation of what in later Irish history has been called a family party. Blunt was Essex's stepfather, though about his own age. The Southampton had without leave married his cousin Elizabeth Vernon, who was a maid of honour. Essex tried to maintain the appointment against the Queen's will, mainly on the ground that no volunteer would adhere to him when thus discountenanced. But Elizabeth said she did not see that Southampton's counsel of our experience could be of any particular value, and refused to believe that the voluntary gentlemen are so discouraged thereby as they begin to desire passports and prepare to return. The Lord Lieutenant had to submit, and Southampton continued to serve as a volunteer. The account rendered for 2 months showed no great balance in the Queen's favour, and it is evident that she thought pretty much as the Irish did about the futility of the month's journey. He had, she said, brought in never a capital rebel against whom it had been worthy to have adventured 1,000 men. 4 of these 2 comings in that were brought unto you by Cormond, namely Mountgarret and Cahir, whereupon ensued the taking of Cahir Castle. Full well do we know that you would long since have sworn to have allowed it for any great matter in others to have taken an Irish hold from a rabble of rogues with such force as you had, and with the help of the cannon, which was always able in Ireland to make his passage where it pleased. Before the end of May, Cecil knew that Essex intended to visit Munster so as to make things safe there before going to the north, and he expresses no opinion on the subject. But the Queen soon grew uneasy, and complained that she was giving the Earl £1,000 a day to make progresses with. When the result of 2 months' expenditure were known, her indignation burst forth. Nothing had been done but what President Norris might have done as well, and she was especially displeased that it must be the Queen of England's fortune who had held down the greatest enemy she had, to make a base Irish kern to be accounted so famous a rebel. Ireland was in a state worse than that in which Ormond had left it, and Tyrone was announcing to continental nations defeats of regiments, deaths of captains, and lost men of quality in every corner. Essex entrusted regiments to young gentlemen, and made such a fuss that the rebels were always fully prepared. This was just criticism, and indeed the Earl's own story tallies with it. He provides the excuse also, but he had only found out what was known to hundreds of officers who had served in Ireland. The rebels, he said, were much more numerous than the soldiers. For the light warfare they were both naturally more active and better trained to fight. The Queen's gallant officers and gentlemen of quality did more good than all the rest, and the real difficulty was to restrain their ardour, whereas the rebel leaders dare never put themselves to any hazard, but send their kern and their hirelings to fight with Her Majesty's troops. English officers were with cavalry could always win in the open, and towns were in no danger, but in bogs and woods he was loath to wager the lives of noblemen and gentlemen against rogues and naked beggars. These were commonplaces of Irish warfare since Surrey's and Skeffington's days, and Essex was learning his lesson at an enormous cost. The Lord Lieutenant was ill of the malady which nearly proved fatal in the following year, and the results of overwork and failure were not lessened by rebukes from the Queen. An intended expedition into Leix and Offaly was noticed by her as unworthy of his rank, but yet he determined to go. Blunt was first sent to victual Maryborough, and the sergeant major to Phillipstown. Captain William Williams commanded at the latter place, and he had just lost 60 men by allowing them to fall into an ambuscade. There was no difficulty in relieving the forts, but when Essex himself followed, he had some sharp fighting on the border of Westmeath. The Irish were commanded by Captain Tyrone, a noted English or Anglo-Irish partisan in Tyrone's pay, who always kept 200 men with him. In days long gone by, the Anglo-Norman Tyrrells had driven the O'Douleys from Var to Locke, and now they were in arms against the Queen of England's representative. Sir Conyers Clifford came from Connaught to meet the Lord Lieutenant, and his horsemen fought bravely on foot in a country where there was no place for cavalry. In all this journey, says Harrington, who came with the Connaught troops, I was comrade to the Earl of Kildare, and slept both on the one pillow every night for the most part. Here at the party my lord gave Sir Griffin Markham great commendations, and made him colonel and commander of all the horse in Connaught, and gave me and some others the honour of knighthood in the field. Clifford lost many men before effecting the juncture, and yet the natives were so completely surprised that they had no time even to hide their children. Many hundred cows were taken, but the result of the expedition was that Essex returned to Dublin and Clifford to Connaught. At the beginning of August, the Irish Council demanded 2,000 fresh men for the expedition to the north, but before an answer came, they declared that nothing could be done for the year. It is difficult to say how far this inconsistency was caused by the fluctuations of Essex's own temper, but it was clear that he did not inspire confidence. The Queen granted the reinforcements while severely criticizing the conduct of both Lord Lieutenant and Council. She had been repeatedly told, and could very well believe, that a garrison at Lough Foyle was the chief thing needful. We doubt not, she said, but to hear by the next that it is begun and not in question. In the meantime, the garrisons in Connaught and Munster and in the Midland forts seemed scarcely able to maintain themselves. We can hope of no success, she said sarcastically, than to be able to keep our towns, which never were lost, and some petty holes of small importance, with more than 3 parts of our army, it being decreed for the head of the rebellion that our forces shall not find our way this year to behold him. She could not understand how no more than 5,000 men were available, instead of at least double that number, and indeed it is not easy to understand even now. And there were other things to make her angry. Essex had been specially ordered to make no knights except for some striking service, and he now made no less than 59, without having anything to show for it. The court news writer, from whom we learn so much, notes that he had begun by dozens and scores, and had now fallen to huddle them up by half-hundreds. And it is noted that, as a strange thing, that a subject in the course of 7 or 8 years should, upon so little service and small desert, make more knights than in all the realm besides. And it is doubted that if he continues this course, he will surely bring in Tag and Rag, Cud and Longtail, and so bring the order into contempt. End of Chapter 48, Part 2. Chapter 48, Part 3 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3 by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Essex in Ireland, 1599. It may be doubtful whether Essex intended again to take the dilatory advice of his council, or whether he would have been stung into action by the Queen's taunts. A great disaster seems to have finally determined him, though it should probably have had the contrary effect. O'Connor, Sligo, had been with Essex in Munster, whence he returned to Collooney, the only castle which he had preserved from O'Donnell, and where he was at once beleaguered by him. Essex ordered Clifford to relieve him and to occupy Sligo, by which means he hoped to distract Tyrone's attention. Clifford, with a force of something under 2,000 men, went to Boyle, and in spite of the Lord Lieutenant's caution against overconfidence, resolved to pass the Curlew Mountains without resting his men after 2 days' march in the hot harvest weather. He does not seem to have expected any opposition, but O'Donnell had been watching the pass for weeks, and had given orders that the army should be allowed to get well on to the mountain before they were attacked. The Irish scouts saw them leave the Abbey of Boyle, so that there was plenty of time for O'Donnell to bring up his forces. On arriving at the narrowest part of the pass between Boyle and Ballinafad, Clifford found it strongly defended by a breastwork and held by 400 men, who fired a volley and then fell back. The road up the mountain, which consisted of stones 6 or 7 foot abroad, lying above ground with plashes of bog between them, ran through boggy woods, from which the Irish galled the soldiers, who exhausted their powder with little effect. Sir Alexander Radcliffe, commanding the advance guard, was mortally wounded, and as no reinforcement came up, a panic ensued, and the whole array were driven pell-mell back to Boyle. Sir John Maxwiney, an Irish officer in the Queen's service, faced the enemy almost alone, cursing the vileness of his men, and died fighting, leaving the example of his virtue to be instituted by all honourable posterities. Only the horse under Sir Griffin Markham behaved well, covering the retreat and charging boldly uphill among rocks and bogs where never horse was seen to charge before. Markham had his arm broken by a shot, and Sir Conyers Clifford was killed while trying to rally his men. Harrington thought the imagination of the soldiers was bewitched, the extraordinary escape of Rory Oge from his cousin Sir Henry in 1577, when they thought he had by magic compelled them not to touch him, but this panic is easily explained by the moral effect of recent defeats. So far as Ireland went, people were losing their faith in Elizabeth's star. O'Rourke, who remained in possession of the field, cut off Clifford's head and sent it to O'Donnell, and Macdermot, in a letter which Harrington very justly characterized as barbarous for the Latin, but civil for the sense, announced that for the love he bore the governor he had carried his headless trunk to the neighbouring monastery of Locke. He was ready to exchange it for his own prisoners, or to give it decent burial himself, and he would offer no obstacle to the burial of other officers. The Irish of Connaught say the four masters were not pleased at the governor's death, for he had been a bestower of jewels and riches upon them, and he had never told them a falsehood. The same authorities say the Irish did not attribute their victory to arms, but to the miracle of the Lord, and to the special intercession of the Blessed Mary. Nor was superstition confined to the victorious party, for not only did the English soldiers talk of magic, but Clifford himself was said to have prophetically dreamed of his capture by O'Donnell, and of being carried by monks into their convent. The defeat was particularly disastrous because Clifford's troops were not raw recruits, as Harrington had been. Essex determined to employ them no more except to defeat walls. The immediate result of the battle was that O'Connor Sligo submitted to Tyrone and became a loyal subject of the real King of Ireland. Essex's first and natural impulse was to revenge or follow worthy Conyers Clifford, but others thought that very little could be done. In early spring it had been decided to wait till the summer, and now in harvest time the season for fighting was considered to be past. Again the general placed his fate in the hands of a council of war, and again his advisers resolved to do nothing. The lords, colonels, and knights of the army, as they styled themselves, declared that there were less than 4,000 men available for a campaign, that many soldiers deserted to the rebels, ran away to England, feigned sickness or hid themselves. The uniform ill success of the Queen's army had lately been such that her troops had no heart for the Ulster enterprise, and it was certain that they would be greatly outnumbered by the rebels. The Connaught army, consisting of a great part of old companies, being lately defeated, there was no chance of establishing a post at Lough Foyle, and in any case there were not men enough to garrison it, and the same would apply still more strongly to Armagh and Blackwater, whither provisions could not be brought by sea. For these reasons, and being thoroughly aware of the state of the army, the officers declared against any journey far north. In which resolution, they say, if any man suspected it proceeded of weakness or baseness, we will not only in all likely and profitable service disprove him, but will every one of us deal with his life, that we dissuaded this undertaking with more duty than any man could persuade unto it. The Queen was very angry with the Lord Lieutenant for calling in so many of those that are of so slender judgment, and none of our council, to keep men from censuring his proceedings, and there can be little doubt that it was a weak device to shift the responsibility. 7 days after the officer's declaration, Essex left Dublin, resolved to go far and do as much as duty would warrant, and God enabled him. This meant that he would fight Tyrone in the arch-rebel, would forego his advantage of position, and come out to battle. If he have as much courage as he pretendeth, we will on one side or of the other end the war. He had come to see that the beating of Tyrone in the field depended upon the good pleasure of that chief, and it would have been well for his fame had he mastered that elementary truth before he undertook to censure better soldiers and wiser men than himself. Essex left Dublin on August 28 with the intention of placing a garrison at Donaghmoyne in Farney. That land of lakes and hills was his own inheritance by the Queen's patent to his father, and he may have had some idea of securing his own as well as of annoying Tyrone. He travelled through Navan and Kells, and at Castle Carron, beyond the latter town, he mustered an army of 3,700 foot and 300 horse, but the idea of establishing an outpost either in Monaghan or Cavan was quickly abandoned for 3 reasons, any of which would have been ample by itself. It was not worth doing, since there was nothing to defend beyond Kells. It could not be done, because it would be impossible to bring provisions on horseback from Drogheda. Last and not least, Tyrone was in Farney, ready to burn the pale up to Dublin gates as soon as the Lord Lieutenant's rear guard had passed. It was resolved that Kells should be the frontier garrison, and the army marched to Ardee. The camp was so placed that Tyrone's could be seen on the other side of the Lagan, and there was some small skirmishing when a party was sent down to cut firewood near the river. Next day Essex advanced to Mills of Louth, and encamped on the left bank of the Lagan. Tyrone made a flank march at the same time, and the 2 armies were quite close together, the Irish keeping the woods, though 10,000 or 11,000 strong. Sir William Warren, who was used to treating with Tyrone, went to seek the enlargement of a prisoner, and next day Henry O'Hagan came to ask for a parley. If thy master, Essex, is reported to have said, have any confidence either in the justness of his cause, or in the goodness and number of his men, or in his own virtue, of all which he vainly glorieth, he will meet me in the field so far advanced before the head of his kern as myself shall be separated from the front of my troops, where we will parley in that fashion which best becomes soldiers. Vainglory there was but rather upon the challenger's own side. It was as a general, and not as a champion, that Elizabeth had sent her favourite to Ireland. Next day Essex offered battle, which of course was refused by the enemy, but Tyrone again sent to desire a parley. A garrison was placed at New Rath, near the mill of Louth, and on the following day the army marched towards Drumcondra. They had scarcely gone a mile when O'Hagan came again, and speaking like Rabshakeh, so loud as all might hear that were present, announced that Tyrone desired her Majesty's mercy, and that the Lord Lieutenant would hear him. which, if his lordship agreed to, he would gallop about and meet him at the ford of Balaclynth, which was on the right hand, by the way which his lordship took to Drumcondra. Essex sent 2 officers to see the place, who reported that the ford was too wide for the purpose, but Tyrone, who knew the ground, found a spot where he, standing up to his horse's belly, might be near enough to be heard by the Lord Lieutenant, though he kept to the hard ground. Seeing Tyrone there alone, his lordship went down alone, at whose coming Tyrone saluted his lordship with much reverence. And they talked above half an hour together, and after went either of them to their companies on the hills. Of all the foolish things Essex ever did, this was the most foolish. By conversing with the arch-rebel without witnesses, he left it open to his enemies to put the worst construction on all he did, and he put it out of his own power to offer any valid defence. 2 days before he had declared war to the knife, and now he was ready to talk familiarly with his enemy, and practically to concede all without striking a blow. A more formal meeting followed with 6 witnesses on each side. Tyrone's were his brother Cormac, MacBaron, Magennis, Maguire, Ever Macaulay, Henry Ovington, and Richard Owen, that came from Spain, but is an Irishman by birth. Southampton, St. Leger, and 4 other officers of rank accompanied the Lord Lieutenant. By way of humility, the Irish party rode into the river almost to their horses' bellies, while Essex and his followers kept on the bank. Tyrone spoke uncovered, saluting the viceregal party with a great deal of respect, and it was arranged that a further conference should take place next morning. Essex continued his march to Drumcondra, but Tyrone came himself to the place of meeting, a ford where the Lagan Bridge now stands. Wotton was one of the commissioners on the Lord Lieutenant's part, and it is not likely that the negotiations suffered in his hands. He was chosen as fittest person to counterpoise the sharpness of Henry Ovington's wit. The result was a cessation of arms for 6 weeks until May, either side being at liberty to break it on giving 14 days' notice. If any of Tyrone's allies refused to be bound, the Lord Lieutenant was left at liberty to attack them. To save Essex's honour, it was agreed to that his ratification should be by word simply, but that Tyrone should be on oath. Next day the Lord Lieutenant went to take physic at Drogheda, and Tyrone retired with all his forces into the heart of his country, having gained without fighting a greater victory than that of the Yellow Ford. Bagwell was defeated, the Earl of Essex was disgraced, one had lost his life, the other his reputation. If these wars end by treaty, Wotton had said on his first arrival, the Earl of Tyrone must be very humble, but the wars were ended so far as Essex was concerned, and the rebels had conceded nothing. A week before his meeting with Tyrone, Essex had written to the Queen, warning her to expect nothing from a man weary of life, whose past services had been requited by banishment and proscription into the most cursed of all countries, and almost suggesting that he meditated suicide as the only means of escape. Nor were Elizabeth's letters such as to encourage him. He had disappointed the world's expectation, and his actions had been contrary to her orders, though carried in such sort as we were sure to have no time to countermand them. Before your departure, she wrote, no man's counsel was held sound which persuaded not presently the main prosecution in Ulster. All was nothing without that, and nothing was too much for that. An army and a summer had been wasted, and nothing had been done. The only way of accounting for the way in which the available troops had dwindled from 19,000 to less than 4,000 was by supposing that he had dispersed them in unnecessary garrisons, especially since by your continual report of the state of every province you describe them all to be in worse condition than ever they were before you put foot in that kingdom. He had condemned all his predecessors, he had had everything he asked for, and he had done worse than anyone. 2 days after the dispatch of this letter, Elizabeth received the account of the truce with Tyrone, which she promptly characterized as the quick end made of a slow proceeding. She had never doubted that Tyrone would be ready to parley, especially with our Supreme General of the kingdom, having often done it with those of subaltern authority, always seeking these cessations with like words like protestations. She blamed Essex severely for his private interview, not, she was careful to say, that she suspected treason. Yet both for comeliness, example, and your own discharge, we marvel you would carry it no better. He had neglected her orders, and sheltered himself systematically behind a council which had already wrapped Ireland in calamities. If she had intended to leave all to them, it was very superfluous to have sent over such a personage as yourself. His dispatches were as meagre as his actions, and he had told her nothing of what passed between him and Tyrone, nor of his instructions to the commissioners, so that we cannot tell but by divination what to think may be the issue of this proceeding. To trust this traitor upon oath is to trust a devil upon his religion. To trust him upon pledges is mere illusory, unless he yield to have garrisons planted in his own country to master him, and to come over to us personally here. The letter concluded with a positive order not to ratify the truce, nor to grant a pardon without further authority from herself, after he had particularly advised by writing. 1 week after the date of the letter, Essex left Ireland, in spite of the most stringent orders not to do so without a special warrant. Some account of Tyrone as he appeared among his own people near Dunkirk had been fortunately preserved in a letter from Sir John Harrington, who was at once a keen observer and a lively writer, and who had already seen him at Ormond's house in London. Tyrone apologized for not remembering him personally, and said that the troubles had made him almost forget his friends. While the Earl was in private conversation with Sir William Warren, Harrington amused himself by posing his two sons in their learning and their tutors, which were one Friar Nangle, a Franciscan, and a younger scholar whose name I know not, and finding the two children of good towardly spirit, their age between 13 and 15, in English clothes like a nobleman's sons, with velvet jerkins and gold lace, of a good cheerful aspect, freckle-faced, not tall of stature, but strong and well set, both of them speaking the English tongue. I gave them, not without the advice of Sir William Warren, my English translation of Ariosto, which I got at Dublin, which their teachers took very thankfully, and soon after showed it to the Earl, who called to see it openly, and would needs hear some part of it read. I turned, as it had been by chance, to the beginning of the 45th canto, and some other passages of the book, which he seemed to like so well, that he solemnly swore his boys should read all the book over to him. Harrington was not insensible to flattery of this sort, for he has recorded the reception of his work at Galway, and its soothing effect upon a great lady, a young lady, and a fair lady, who had been jilted by Sir Callisthenes Brooke. But it did not prevent him from afterwards calling Tyrone a damnable rebel. It was O'Neill's cue to speak fairly, and he took occasion to say that he had seen his visitor's cousin, Sir Henry, in the field, and that he must have been wrongly accused of misconduct in the fight near Wicklow. Tyrone deplored his own hard life, comparing himself to wolves that fill their bellies sometimes as fast as long for it. But he was merry at dinner, and seemed rather pleased when Harrington worsted one of his priests in an argument. There were fern tables and fern forms spread under the stately canopy of heaven. His guard, for the most part, were beardless boys without shirts, who in the frost wade as familiarly through rivers as water spaniels. With what charms such a master makes them love him, I know not, but if he bid come, they come, if he go, they do go, if he say do this, they do it. He made peaceable professions, and spoke much about freedom of conscience, but Harrington perceived that his only object was to temporize, and one petty thing I noted, that the paper being drawn for him to sign, and his signing it with O'Neill, Sir William, though with very great difficulty, made him to new write it, and subscribe Hugh Tyrone. The only possible excuse for Essex's leaving Ireland against orders with the Queen's last direction to advise by writing and progress of his negotiations with Tyrone. He had given a promise, a foolish and rash promise, that he would only verbally deliver the conditions demanded by the arch-rebel. A letter to Sir John Norris had been sent into Spain, and Tyrone refused to open his heart if writing was to be used. Essex could, however, refer to the instructions given by him to Warren, and in any case he might have waited until Her Majesty had expressed her opinion as to his promise of secrecy. After all, the most probable supposition is that he was sick of Ireland, that he felt his own failure, and that he hoped to reassert over the Queen that power which absence had so evidently weakened. He swore in Archbishop Loftus and Sir George Carey as Lord Justices, Ormond remaining in command of the army under his old commission, and charged them all to keep the cessation precisely to stand on their guard, and to have all garrisons fully victualled for 6 months. He sailed the same day, and travelled post with the evident intention of himself announcing his departure from Ireland. Having embarked on the 24th, he reached London very early on the 28th, hurried to the ferry between Westminster and Lambeth, and appropriated the horses which he found waiting there. Lord Grey de Wilton, who had not forgiven his arrest, was in front, and it was proposed by Sir Thomas Gerard that he should let the Earl pass him. "Doth he desire it?" said Lord Grey. "No," was the answer, "nor will he, I think, ask anything at your hands." "Then," said his lordship, "I have business at court." He hurried on to Nonsuch, and went straight to Cecil. Essex arrived only a quarter of an hour later, and although so full of dirt and mire that his very face was full of it, made his way at once to the Queen's bedchamber. It was 10 o'clock, and Elizabeth was an early riser, but on this occasion she was newly up, the hair about her face. He fell on his knees and kissed her hands, and the goodness of his reception was inferred from his own words that, though he had suffered much trouble and storm abroad, he found a sweet calm at home. He dressed, and at 11 had another audience which lasted an hour. Still all went well. The Queen was gracious, and the courtiers as yet saw no reason to stand aloof, but Cecil and his friends were thought to be rather cold. Elizabeth was evidently glad to see her favourite, and for a moment forgot his real position. The first meeting of the Privy Council dispelled the illusion, and on the 1st of October he was committed to the custody of Lord Keeper Egerton. It was very uncertain as to what would be the consequences of Essex's escapade, and those who were left in charge could only temporize as best they might. In about 2 months Sir William Warren had 3 separate parleys with Tyrone, and in each case it was the English diplomatist that urged a continuance of the cessation of arms. Tyrone, who had his immediate followers extraordinary well in hand, seems to have kept the truce, and he had reasons to complain of injuries done him by the English party. In the paralysis of government, outrage upon the borders could scarcely be avoided, and Tyrone's allies were less steady than himself. In all the speeches Warren wrote passed between him and me, he seemed to stand chiefly upon a general liberty of religion throughout the kingdom. I wished him to demand some other thing reasonable to be had from Her Majesty, for I told him that I thought Her Majesty would no more yield to that demand than she would give her crown from her head. Warren laughed at the letter addressed to Lord O'Neill, Chief Lieutenant of Ireland. I asked him, he says, to whom the devil he could be lieutenant. He answered me, why should I not be a lieutenant as well as the Earl of Ormond? The reasoning is not very clear, and it seems at least probable that many regarded him as the Pope's viceroy. In making James Fitzthomas an earl he had greatly exceeded even the most ample viceregal powers. From the meeting with Essex to the date at which he resolved to begin fighting again, his official letters are signed Hugh Tyrone, but on November 8 he gave Warren 14 days' notice to conclude the truce on the ground of injuries done him by Ormond and Clanricarde. That letter, and those succeeding it, with one significant exception, he signs as O'Neill. In repeating the notice of Ormond, he says, I wish you command your secretary to be discreet and to use the word traitor as seldom as he may. By chiding there is little gotten at my hands, and they that are joined with me fight for the Catholic religion and liberties of our country. but the which I protest before God is my whole intention. In all these negotiations Tyrone professes to rely entirely upon Essex to see justice done, and declares war first of all for having 70 of my men killed by the Earl of Ormond in time of cessation, besides divers others of the Geraldines, who were slain by the Earl of Kildare. Another cause is because I made my agreement only with your lordship, in whom I had my only confidence, who, as I am given to understand, is now restrained from your liberty, for what cause I know not. And this letter being intended for English consumption is signed Hugh Tyrone. Immediately after writing it, he again took the field. The conditions demanded by Tyrone, says Essex himself, I was fain to give my word that I would only verbally deliver. The consequence was that there is not and cannot be any absolutely authentic statement of those conditions. There is, however, a paper printed in a collection of repute, and immediately after one of Cecil's letters, which professes to be a statement of Tyrone's propositions, 1599, the Queen herself says that Essex, on his return, acquainted her with Tyrone's offers, but in so confused a manner as could only be explained by supposing that the short time of their conference made him not fully conceive the particular meaning of Tyrone in divers of those articles. What probably happened was that Tyrone talked big, and that when Essex came to think over it afterwards, he could not clearly distinguish between extreme claims which had been mentioned and serious proposals which had been made. But the 16th article in Tyrone's propositions is clearly not invented by the writer, who was probably hostile to Essex. It demands that O'Neill, O'Donnell, Desmond, and their partakers shall have such lands as their ancestors enjoyed 200 years ago. Whether Tyrone ever demanded any such thing is doubtful, but it is certain that this, or something very like it, was what Essex told the Queen. Tyrone's offers, she says, are both full of scandal to our realm and future peril in the state. What would become of all Munster, Leix, and Offaly, if all the ancient exiled rebels be restored to all that our laws and hereditary succession have bestowed upon us? And again, we will not assent in other provinces than Ulster to the restitution of all traitors to their livings, or the displantation of our subjects that have spent their lives in the just defences of their possessions which they have taken and held from us or our ancestors. It is quite evident that Essex actually laid before Elizabeth a proposal which involved the reversal of every attainder and the expropriation of all settlers upon forfeited lands. After this, it hardly seems worth discussing matters of commerce or proposals that Englishmen should be debarred from all preferments in church and state in Ireland, while all statutes prejudicing the preferment of Irishmen in England should be repealed. Liberty of conscience was what Tyrone continually asked for, but not what he or his friends were prepared to grant. He undertook generally to plant the Catholic faith throughout Ireland, and when did Rome bear a rival near her throne? In a letter to the King of Spain, he acknowledged his object to be the extirpation of heresy, and recalcitrant chiefs were reminded that present ruin and eternal damnation would be their lot if they did not help to erect the Catholic religion. Jesuits boasted that his victories had already made it impossible for Protestants to live in certain districts. Tyrone claimed personal inviolability for priests and treated the imprisonment of one as a breach of cessation. In the paper already discussed, he is said to have demanded that the Catholic religion should be openly preached, the churches governed by the Pope, cathedrals restored, Irish priests released from prison and left free to come and go over sea, and that no Englishman should be churchman in Ireland. The article about the release of clerical prisoners is just such a coincidence as Paley would have urged in proof that Tyrone's propositions form a genuine document. But here again it is probable that this was only laid before the Queen as Tyrone's extreme claim, and that Essex gave her some reason to suppose that he would be satisfied with less. For any other personal coming of himself, she wrote, or constraint in religion, we can be content for the first, that he may know he shall not be peremptorily concluded, and in the second, that we leave to God, who knows best how to work his will in these things, by means more fit than violence, which doth rather obdurate than reform, and therefore, as in that case, he need not to dread us, so we intend not to bind ourselves further for his security than by our former course we have witnessed, who have not used rigor in that point, even when we might, with more probability, have forced others. End of Chapter 48, Part 3. Chapter 49, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Government of Mountjoy, 1600. In October 1599, the government of Ireland was offered to Mountjoy, who refused it. He may have thought that Essex would have to go back, or he may have been unwilling to leave Lady Rich, but in the following month he was nevertheless ordered to be ready within 20 days. It became evident that Essex would not be employed again. He made Mountjoy and Southampton guardians of his interests, and for his sake they both went perilously near to treason. Mountjoy undertook the thankless office with a heavy heart. He told the Queen that every one of his predecessors had without exception been blamed, and that there was no one in Ireland whom he could trust. Very unjustly he included even Ormond in this sweeping censure. It was Raleigh who had insisted that he should be appointed, and the Queen listened chiefly to him about Irish affairs. This employment of me is by a private man that never knew what it was to divide public and honourable ends from his own, propounded and laboured to you without any respect to your public service, the more eagerly by any means to rise to his long-expected fortune, wherein by reason of the experience I've heard your Majesty holds him to have in that country, he is like to become my judge, and is already so proud of this plot that he cannot keep himself from bragging of it. The usual delays took place, and the 20 days were prolonged to 11 weeks. Raleigh's advice, like that of everyone who really understood the problem, was for a system of garrisons, a Lord President in Munster with a considerable force, a local governor in Connaught with smaller means, a strong post at Locke, and the remaining troops under the Lord Deputy's immediate command. These were the means by which it was hoped to reduce Ireland. A large army under Essex had failed, and his successor was expected to do everything with 12,000 foot and 1,200 horse, though every one but the Queen thought this force too small. Lord Grey de Wilton, who was Essex's known enemy, desired the command at Locke, but Mountjoy resented this idea as an insult, and the choice fell upon Sir Henry Dockwra, who had served under Bingham in Connaught and under Essex at Cadiz. Grey consoled himself by sending a challenge to Southampton, who said he was ready to fight when time and place served, but that one so out of favour as himself could hope for no mercy if he broke the law in England. Mountjoy took leave of the Queen on the 24th of January, but was not made a privy councillor, that honour being reserved till his return. Those who were to accompany him also kissed hands, and Elizabeth read a little lecture to each upon his duties. A fortnight later the Lord Deputy left London with an escort of 100 horse, and rode from Daventry to Cecil, begging that he might not be kept too closely to the 13,000 men. Southampton was not allowed to go with him. Whether Tyrone cared much or little for religion, it became an object with him to appear publicly as the champion of Rome, and as such he sought help from Spain and Austria. He then marched into Munster, and acting in concert with Desmond and the ecclesiastics there, called upon all to take part in the Holy War. He wasted a considerable part of Westmeath and carefully ravaged Ely O'Carroll. All its movable possessions, say the four masters, were carried away, and nothing left but ashes instead of corn, and embers in place of mansions. great numbers of men, women, and sons and daughters were left in a dying state. The reason or pretext for this severity was that O'Carroll had hired certain warriors of the MacMahons and had killed instead of paying them when the settling day came round. At Holy Cross Abbey, the relic which had been hitherto preserved in spite of the dissolution was brought out to do him honour. Ormond and Delvin watched his course, but did not venture to attack him. The annalists oddly remarked that on his progress by Cashel to the neighbourhood of Bandon he only injured those who were opposed to him. Among these was David Lord Barry, who had remained firmly loyal since his pardon in Lord Grey's time. Tyrone reviled him for deserting the cause of the Church, and as the principal means of preventing the southern nobility from joining him in rebellion. Her Highness, replied Barry, hath never restrained me for matters of religion, and he demanded the restoration of some of his followers who had been captured, and of 4,000 kine and 3,000 horses. He defied Tyrone, and promised to have his revenge some day with Her Majesty's assistance. He had hoped to save the island on which Queenstown now stands, but these castle commanding the bridge over the narrow strait was of no avail to protect his property. Tyrone landed his parties in boats, and not a single house was left unburned. In the meantime, Mountjoy had been appointed deputy and Carew president of Munster. They landed together at Howth on February 26 and found things in as bad a state as possible, almost the whole island being virtually under the sway of the victorious rebel. The Queen realized that the country could not be bridled without fixed garrisons, but she cautioned Mountjoy against frittering away his strength by multiplying small posts. It had long been recognized that fortifications at Lough Foyle would do more than anything to cripple the O'Neills, and 4,000 foot and 200 horse were assigned for this service to Dockwrath, while 3,000 foot and 250 horse were allotted by official orders from England to the presidency of Munster. The force left under Mountjoy's immediate control did not therefore exceed 5,000 men, and he was thus prevented from repeating Essex's mistake, that of making progresses at a great expense without achieving any permanent results. Carew was necessarily delayed in Dublin for about 6 weeks, and in the meantime Tyrone went where he pleased in Munster. His principal camp was at Inniscarra on the Lee, and thither came friendly messages or hostages from nearly all the neighbouring magnates, whether of English or Irish race. Among his trustiest lieutenants was his son-in-law Hugh Maguire, who on or about the last day of February made a raid in the immediate neighbourhood of Cork. Sir Warham St. Leger and Sir Henry Power, the acting commissioners for Munster, went out to foreride in no expectation of an attack so near the town. Their men were marching at ease and in loose order when they suddenly came in contact with Maguire's party. St. Leger fired his pistol at the chief with fatal effect, but the latter had strength enough to retaliate with his half-pike, and so the two leaders fell by each other's hands, and with few or no other casualties on either side. To Tyrone the loss was great, and probably decided him to leave the province before Carew could appear. Marching through the eastern part of Cork and leaving Cashel on his right hand, he passed through Westmeath and reached his own country without striking a blow or ever seeing an enemy. Ormond and Thomond came out from Limerick with a considerable force, but no battle took place, though Carew has recorded his opinion that the loyal earls were very anxious to fight. Tyrone left about 1,800 men behind him in Munster, chiefly under the command of Richard Tyrrell, and with 600 which were probably his best. He travelled so fast as to elude Mountjoy, who had made preparations for intercepting him in Westmeath. The Ulstermen marched 27 miles in one day, and reached Tyrone in less than a quarter of the time that it had taken them to perform the outward journey. The Queen and her Viceroy did not escape the great dishonour of this traitor passing home to his den unfought with Ormond and Thomond, who had been keeping Easter together at Kilkenny, then repaired to Dublin, and Mountjoy matured his plan for the reconquest of Ireland in detail. Carew was ready before Dockwrath, and on April 7 he set out for his province, then the two earls having preceded him to Kilkenny. Carew reached Kilkenny on the third day, and his company of 100 horse were billeted in the neighbourhood by Ormond's directions. Each day the Earl proposed that the President should accompany him to a parley with Owen Macrory at a point between Ballyragget and Balnakill in the Queen's county. So little did he dream of danger on the border of his own county that he refused Carew's proffered escort and set out with about 40 mounted men, of whom more than one half were lawyers, merchants, and others upon hackneys, and with no weapons but the swords ordinarily worn. His company of 200 foot were left 2 miles short of the place of meeting. O'More brought a picked troop of spearmen with him, leaving in the rear 500 foot and 20 horse, the best furnished for war and the best apparelled that we have seen in this kingdom, 300 of them being Ulster mercenaries left by Tyrone on his return to the north. The two parties met upon a heath sloping down towards a narrow defile, and with a bushy wood on each side, the choice of which ground, says Carew, we must misliked. An hour's conversation then ensued between Ormond and O'More about such questions as would naturally arise between warlike neighbours. Carew, who had noticed that the Irish kept edging further forward in the covert on each side, was for departing before mischief could happen, but Ormond, who was quite unsuspicious, desired first to speak with Archer, who, as a Kilkenny man, might be open to the arguments of his natural chief. The Jesuit came forward, and after some talk the Earl called him a traitor, and upbraided him with seducing the Queen's subjects into rebellion. Archer replied that the Pope was the sovereign of Ireland, and that he had excommunicated Elizabeth. Ormond then spoke of the Pope in contemptuous terms, whereupon Archer threatened him with his stick. At this signal, whether premeditated or not, the two parties became suddenly intermingled, and Mel Gauchlin O'More pulled the Earl off his pony. Others, wrote Carew, and Thomond tried to seize us too. We had more hanging upon us than is credibly to be believed, but our horses were strong, and by that means did break through them, tumbling down on all sides those that were before and behind us. And thanks be to God, we escaped the pass of their pikes, which they freely bestowed, and the flinging of their skeins. Owen Macrory laid hands on me, the President, and next unto God, I must thank my Lord of Thomond for my escape, who thrust his horse upon him, and at my back a rebel, newly protected at my suit, called Brian MacDonagh Kavanagh, being afoot, and did me good service. For the rest, I must thank my horse, whose strength bore down all about him. Thomond received the stab of a pike in his back, but the wound did not prove dangerous. Mountjoy distrusted Ormond, more perhaps from jealousy than because there was any real pretext for doing so. Taking notice, the Queen told her deputy of our cousin of Ormond's good services, and in respect that he hath been much toiled now in his latter years, we have left unto him the choice whether he will retain the place of lieutenant under you or not. We would have himself and all the world know that we make extraordinary estimation of him. He retained his post with an allowance of £3 a day, and his almost independent position galled Mountjoy as it had galled other deputies before his time. Ormond had trusted to his own vast influence, and he would certainly have been warned had the intention of seizing him been known generally among O'More's followers. If there was any premeditated design, it was probably divulged only to a few. At first he was confined at Gort Nuclea Castle, near Abbey Leaks, where he was allowed to have his own cook and other comforts, but not to see anyone except in Owen Macrory's presence. Archer plied him hard with religious argument, and some believe that he conformed to Rome, but this is at least extremely doubtful. Tyrone was anxious to get him into his power, but O'More had no idea of giving up such a hostage, and it is probable that the Leinster men would in any case have refused to let him be carried out of their province. A rescue was feared, and after a month the Earl was removed from court Nuclea, and carried from cabin to cabin in the woods. From the intolerable hardship of this life he was relieved by Sir Terence O'Dempsey, who allowed his castle of Ballybrittis, near Portarlington, to be used as a prison. It was supposed that the Ulster mercenaries, or Bannocks, wished to carry off the Earl to Tyrone by force, and the transfer was made by the O'Moores without their knowledge. Besides this, Dermot Magrath, papal bishop of Cork, who is called legate by the English, and who was perhaps a vicar apostolic, was of opinion that the capture had been treacherous, and was thus opposed to Archer. Fenton managed to get access for his spies to the Earl, among whom a gentlewoman named Honora is particularly mentioned. Finding perhaps that his prisoner was not likely to be as useful as he first supposed, and fearing that he might lose all advantage by death, O'More gradually relaxed his demands. The first terms offered were that all garrisons should be removed out of both Leix and Offaly, that the former county should be given up to Owen McCrory, that all his nominees should have protection for 6 weeks, and that during that time there should be no invasion of Ulster. Afterwards there was an attempt to make Ormond sign a paper which would have involved him in the guilt of O'More's rebellion, but he eluded these snares and was released after 2 months' detention. "It may please your sacred majesty to be advertised," he wrote to the Queen, "that it please God of his goodness to deliver me, though weak and sick, from the most malicious, arrogant, and vile traitor of the world, Owen McCrory, forced to put into his hands certain hostages for payment of 3,000 pounds, if at any time hereafter I shall seek revenge against him or his, which manner of agreement, although it be very hard, could not be obtained before he saw me in that extremity and weakness, as I was like very shortly to have ended my life in his hands." He believed that he owed his liberty to the report that Leinster would be overrun with troops, to prevent which the Irishry of the province themselves offered hostages, and were ready to quarrel with O'More should he refuse them. Then they were 12 in number, one being Sir Terence O'Dempsey's son, and Ormond's intention was to ransom them one by one. Sir Terence had married a butler, and whatever became of the other hostages, a ransom appears to have been paid for this one. Mountjoy was fain to confess that the Earl doth continue with as great affection as ever to her Majesty, and with much more spleen against the rebel, but the tie upon him to the contrary are pledges he hath put in, whom no doubt the traitors will retain upon their own conditions, whatsoever his were. I do not think he will deliver his daughter, although I believe he hath promised to do it. I cannot but bear a kind of reverence to so ancient a servant of her Majesty, and a compassion to the miserable fortune he was in. It shall be hard, but I will put the Earl and the fathers of the pledges in blood against the rebels, and that will soon mar all contracts between them. Have many plots upon Owen McCrory to take him, and I think it is a thing that the Earl doth very much practise, and will go very near to perform. Lady Ormond was in bad health at this time, and her death in the following year was perhaps hastened by anxiety. She begged that her husband's military allowance might still be paid, as absolutely necessary for her support. Mountjoy took proper measures for her protection, and even if he had not done so from kindness, the custody of her daughter was a matter of public importance. She was Ormond's only child, and there were sure to be many candidates for her wardship and for her hand, besides which possible heirs male would be ready to advance their claims should anything happen to the Earl. Tyrone was supposed to desire the heiress for his son, and he took the trouble to deny the imputation, but this may not have been until he saw that O'More had no idea of surrendering his great prisoner. Use him honourably, he wrote from Dungannon, but keep him very sure until he be sent hither by the help of yourself and such as we have appointed for that purpose. Therefore be not tempted to enlarge him upon any proffer, for if you will desire ransom, you shall have money and gold at my hands." It was not till more than a month later that he denied any wish to have the young lady or my lady mistress, as he calls Lady Elizabeth, for by demanding her, men would say that I should have her for my son. It seemed clear that his first object was to get Ormond into his hands, and failing that, he wished to have credit for liberality and kindness. For any motion, said Ormond contemptuously, of marriage of my daughter to any of that base traitor Tyrone's brood, upon my duty of allegiance to your highness, I never thought of any like matter, neither was it demanded of me. As soon as Mountjoy had provided for the safety of Kilkenny, Carew started for his own province, where St. Leger's death had left Sir Henry Power in temporary charge of a very troubled community. The rebels in the county of Waterford came in to the Lord President at once, and it was thought wiser not to ask questions. In Cork, Florence MacCarthy was trying to play the impossible part of a neutral, while Dermot O'Connor, at the head of a strong body of mercenaries, was really the most powerful person in the province. Essex had been authorized to give Florence a patent of inheritance to his father-in-law with discretionary power, so to limit it as might seem best for the public safety, but his sudden departure prevented this being done. St. Leger and Power wished the patent to issue, and thought the best way of restraining Donald's violence would be to acknowledge Florence as MacCarthy More. To show his power, or to annoy a personal enemy, Florence soon afterwards ravaged Lord Barry's barony of Ibane with 700 of the traitors, bonnies, and otherwise called here among us cabbage soldiers. Yet he continued constantly to protest his loyalty, well maintaining that he had dared not declare openly for the Queen, lest Dermot should forsake him and secure the triumph of that bastardly rascal Donald MacCarthy, whom Tyrone had acknowledged as MacCarthy More. O'Connor was not originally a person of much importance, but he had married Lady Margaret Fitzgerald, the late Earl of Desmond's daughter, and being a valiant man, found himself at the head of 1,400 Connaught-free companions. Tyrone had given him the chief command in Munster, and the loose swordsmen flocked to his standard. He was, however, a mere mercenary, serving in Munster only for pay, and probably quite ready to sell himself to the highest bidder. Lady Margaret could speak English, and it was thought that she would do anything to procure her brother's restoration to the earldom of Desmond. According to Florence's account, it was the fear of Dermot and the necessity of doing something to make his own people believe in him that induced him to appear in arms on the rebel side, and provocation was not wanting which might justify such action on his part. Sir Henry Power sent 1,000 men into Carberry under Captain Flower, with general orders to spoil all who failed to give securities for their good behaviour. It does not appear that any time or much notice was given, but Flower carried out the work of destruction thoroughly, from Kinsale to Glendower harbour, and from that to Dunmanus Bay. Not a grain of corn was left unburned within 10 miles of his line of march. 500 cows were drowned to save the trouble of driving them, and the churls and poor people were treated as enemies and killed. On his return, Flower was threatened by Florence with a superior force, but reached Kinsale without any serious encounter. Near Ballinhassig, between that town and Cork, the troops were near falling into an ambuscade, and even for a time put to flight. In the end they made good their retreat, but the victory was not much to boast of. When Carew heard of the affair, he regretted deeply what had been done. He could not reckon on much above 1,700 effective men in the field, too few to fight the Shugain Earl and the MacCarthys at once, and it was better to have Florence as a faithless, but on the whole peaceable neutral, than as an open enemy. End of Chapter 49, Part 1. Chapter 49, Part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Government of Mountjoy, 1600. While Carew was preparing to reconquer the south by a mixture of force and fraud, a successful lodgment was made in the extreme north. On May 6 Sir Henry Dockwra sailed from Carrickfergus with 4,000 foot and 200 horse. Boards and spars for building, master carpenters and master masons, and a great quantity of tools and victuals were provided. The mortality among Randolph's men was not forgotten, and there were 100 flock beds for a hospital. 3 pieces of cannon were thought sufficient in view of an Irish siege. On the 7th day, the ships grounded at the entrance of Lough Foyle, waited for the tide, advanced a little, and then grounded again. At last, on May 16, the work of unloading began at Colmore. 100 men fired a volley from the shore, and horse were also visible, but they did not venture to dispute the landing, and in 6 days an entrenchment capable of sheltering 200 men was thrown up about some ruined walls. O'Doherty had dismantled his castle of Locke in the immediate neighbourhood, but it was easily repaired and received a garrison of 150 men. Having thus made good his ground, Dockwra marched with his main body to Derry on the 22nd, and this is how he describes its then condition: a place and manner of an island, comprehending within it 40 acres of ground, whereon were the ruins of an old abbey, of bishops, of 2 churches, and at one of the ends of it an old castle, the river called Lough Foyle encompassing it all on one side, and a bog most commonly wet, and not easily passable except in 2 or 3 places, dividing it from the main land, the ground being high and therefore dry and healthy to dwell upon. At the end where the old castle stood, being close to the water side, I presently resolved to raise a fort to keep our store of ammunition and victuals in, and in the other a little above, where the walls of an old cathedral church were yet standing, to erect another for our future safety, and retreat unto upon all occasions. Wisely refusing to be tempted into pursuit of cunning enemies on their own ground, Dockwra devoted his whole strength to the task of making the place habitable for the winter. 2 ships were sent to coast along for timber and building materials, and a strong party was sent to cut birch in O'Cahan's woods on the other side of the Foyle. There was, he said, not a stick brought home that was not well fought for. The ruins of old Derry and of Randolph's settlement were utilized. Stone and slate were found hard by, and of cockle shells to make a lime. We discovered infinite plenty of a little island in the mouth of the harbour as we came in. To prevent Tyrone's whole force from being directed against Dockwra before he was in position to stand a siege, Mountjoy himself moved northwards at the same time. He advanced as far as Newry, and Tyrone immediately faced him and turned his back to Lough Foyle. Southampton followed the deputy with a small force, and the Irish attempted to cut him off in the Moree Pass. There was some sharp fighting, but the Earl, who behaved valiantly, charging more than 200 horse with only 6 followers, made good his junction with the main army, and Mountjoy, having waited at Newry till he heard that Dockwra was safe, turned back to Dublin. Tyrone and O'Donnell, with about 5,000 men, then threatened the new settlement at Derry, but the garrison stood strictly on the defensive, and nothing was done. Dockwra thought it prudent to abandon the project of detaching 1,000 men to Ballyshannon, and losses by sickness soon showed the wisdom of his decision. Sir Arthur O'Neill, son of old Turlough, Luna each, came to the fort with a few followers, and the garrison found abundant occupation in hunting cows for their own consumption, and in skirmishing with the O'Cahans and O'Dohertys. Carew's great idea was to divide his enemies by policy before he proceeded to crush them by force. His first object was to disarm the active hostility of Florence MacCarthy, and to that end he sought an interview with him. So fearful a creature, he said, I did never see, mistrusting to be killed by every man he saw, but both Lord Thomond and Sir Nicholas Walsh swore solemnly that he should return safely. The practical result of the conference was that Florence promised the President to remain neutral, while the Sugain Earl reminded him that he would be more than 1,700 strong, and that he would take no excuse. Another means of weakening the rebels was to make them distrust each other, and to this end Carew encouraged a protected rebel named John Nugent, who had been in the service of Sir Thomas Norris, and had deserted, to kill John Fitzthomas, the Sugain Earl's brother. The attempt failed, and Nugent was promptly hanged, but it was known that the would-be assassin had obtained money, a horse, and arms from the President, and the feeling of insecurity among the Irish became as great as if the murder had actually taken place. Another plot was directed against the Sugain Earl himself, and it came very near succeeding. Dermot O'Connor and his wife proved quite ready to do the President's work, and Lady Margaret's unwillingness to acknowledge any Desmond but her brother was an excuse which would have some weight with the people of Munster. The jealousy between Dermot's mercenaries and the followers of James Fitzthomas was already excessive. At all events, Dermot agreed to deliver up the Sugain Earl for £1,000. Archbishop Magrath had been active in the matter, and his two sons became securities for Carew, along with two of Lady Margaret's foster brothers, named Power. To give up these hostages openly would have disclosed the plot, and it was arranged that they should fall, as it were, accidentally into Dermot's hands. They very nearly fell victims to the violence of his men, who were not in the secret. To give Dermot and the desired opportunity of seizing his ally, the President ostentatiously dispersed his force by way of putting him off his guard. As a further protection, Carew wrote a letter to the Sugain Earl, which made it appear that he had undertaken to deliver O'Connor alive or dead, and it was calculated that this would be sufficient defence for the latter when the treachery should have taken effect. The letter was placed in Dermot's hands in such a way that he could say he had intercepted it. All precautions having been taken, O'Connor asked for an interview with the man whom he intended to betray. They distrusted one another, and each brought an armed force with him. The ill feeling already existing between the followers of Tyrone and Desmond soon found a vent, and to avoid further disunion, the two leaders agreed to dismiss their men. Dermot had a few trusty adherents in ambush, and with their help he arrested the Sugain Earl in O'Neill's name, producing Carew's letter as a sufficient warrant. The prisoner was secured at Castle Ishin near Jarville, and the word was sent to the President to come to Kilmallock, where Lady Margaret was to meet him and receive the promised £1,000. In the meantime, Hugh Roe O'Donnell had resolved to follow up Tyrone's plan of persecuting all native lords who refused to join the Confederacy. Lord Barry had already suffered, and the Earls of Clanricarde and Thomond were now to have their turn. It was seen that Dockwra was not strong enough to take the offensive, and Tyrone therefore required no help as against him. Leaving a corps of observation under O'Doherty and Neil Garve O'Donnell, Hugh Roe mustered all his forces at Ballymote. The chiefs who came to him were O'Rourke, O'Connor, Sligo, O'Connor, Roe, MacDermot, and Theobald Burke, calling himself MacWilliam's Iachtar. The allies marched without fighting to the neighbourhood of Gort, and then suddenly burst into Clare. A camp was pitched near Ennis, where only the monastery was spared, and plundering parties were sent in all directions west of the Fergus. Many a feast, says the annalist, fit for a goodly gentleman, or for the lord of a territory, was enjoyed throughout Thomond this night by parties of 4 or 5 men under the shelter of a shrubbery or at the side of a bush. retreating slowly to Combro Abbey and scouring the country right and left. The invaders burned every house, and we were particularly told that the smoke enveloped the whole line of march, and that it was dense enough to make them lose their way. The rocky passes of Burgh were passed without opposition, and the victorious raiders encamped near Oran Moor, where they divided their immense booty of cattle. A few had been killed and wounded in the foray, especially in the attack on Clare Castle, and the survivors were sent home in charge of Theobald Burke and of those who guarded the cattle. O'Donnell himself, with 500 foot and 60 horse, went to Laugria and drove off all the herds they could find to Ballymote. The English account says that Thomond punished his enemies with the help of Captain Flower and of over 800 English soldiers, and that he recovered a great part of his cattle. But of this annalists, ever favourable to O'Donnell, make no mention. In Clanricarde there seems to have been no opposition at all. O'Donnell's enterprise restored the spirits of the Irish, and perhaps prevented Carew from seizing his prey promptly. Piers Lacy collected 4,000 men and suddenly surrounded the castle Ishin. Carew had vainly awaited Lady Margaret for a week at Kilmallock, and he now, in spite of Flower's absence, advanced to the rescue. But it was too late. A priest had persuaded the garrison, and the Sugain Earl was already in Lacy's hands. Dermot O'Connor excused himself, and no doubt this failure was not his fault, but the chance of £1,000 was lost, and he soon made friends with the rebels once more. The Munster Irish still very naturally mistrusting him, he withdrew into Connaught, and on his brother-in-law's restoration to the honours of Desmond again offered his services to Carew. A safe conduct was accordingly sent him, but he was waylaid near Gort by Tibbet nay Long Burke with 100 men in the Queen's pay, taken prisoner and put to death. Private revenge was Burke's motive, but Clanricarde and the President were exceedingly incensed at a murder which threw doubts upon the good faith of both. Elizabeth's dislike to name a successor was well known, and should have been respected by one who owed so much to her as Essex did. That there was, in fact, no dispute about the matter was due to Cecil's admirable management, but the Earl's uneasy ambition was not likely to lose the chance of establishing a claim on the coming man. He entered into negotiations with James in 1598, representing that Cecil favoured the claims of the Infanta and was plotting to make them good. James had little to fear from any rival, but it was in his nature to be busy, and he intrigued with Tyrone as well as with Essex. In August 1599, immediately before his journey to the north, the latter thought seriously of taking 2,000 or 3,000 men over to Wales, and broached the design privately to Southampton and Blunt, who both earnestly dissuaded him. It was about that time that Mountjoy also opened communications with James, and with him the influence of Lady Rich may have counted for much. His first proposals to the Scottish king are not known, but we may judge of their nature by what happened afterwards, when Essex, after his return from Ireland, was committed to the Lord Keeper's house, and in daily fear of being sent to the Tower. He called upon Mountjoy and Southampton to look after his interests. They were willing to help him to escape, but he declared himself ready rather to run any danger than to lead the life of a fugitive. When it was finally decided that Mountjoy should undertake the government of Ireland, Essex pressed him to take some more decided course. He then swore, says one who was present, exacting the like oaths from my Lord of Southampton and myself, to defend with the uttermost of our lives Her Majesty's person and government during her life against all persons whatsoever. And it was resolved to send Henry Lee again into Scotland, with offer that if the king would enter into the cause at that time, Lord Mountjoy would leave the kingdom of Ireland defensively guarded, and with 4,000 or 5,000 men assist that enterprise which, with the party that my lord of Essex would be able to make, were thought sufficient to bring that to pass which was intended. It seems that James was not expected to do more than show himself on the border, while his ambassador in London pressed for public acknowledgment of his right to succession. Lee was still in Scotland when Mountjoy went to Ireland, and he was arrested as soon as he returned. What Essex intended, or whether he had any definite plan at all, may be doubted, but Mountjoy made it clear that he at least was playing only for the establishment of the succession, and not for private ambition. Mountjoy told Southampton that he had foreseen Essex's ruin before his return from Ireland, and that he had opened the correspondence with James as a possible means of saving him. The king was advised not to leave the whole realm in the hands of his enemies, and it was hoped that a diversion might thus be made. In his second letter, if not in his first, Mountjoy proposed that James should prepare an army, declare his intent, and that he would be ready to assist him with the army in Ireland, whither he was going, but insisting on his former stipulation that nothing should be done against Queen Elizabeth. This might perhaps mean no more than that, if the succession were declared in England, he would see the same done in Ireland. Southampton made similar offers, but also reserved his allegiance to the Queen. James gave an evasive answer, declaring that he would bear the matter in mind, but that the establishment of a garrison at Loch Foyle was a condition precedent to any action on his part. Mountjoy did not afterwards deny that he had entertained the idea of bringing troops over to Wales, but only in consideration of the heir to the throne being engaged in the business. James's caution did not suit the impatient Essex, who approved of a suggestion by Danvers that the army of Ireland would suffice alone. He sent Southampton over to sound Mountjoy, which, says the envoy, I did, and he utterly rejected it as a thing which he could no way think honest, and dissuaded me from any such courses. Lady Rich was on the other side of the Channel, and loyalty now resumed its sway. Willing, as he says, to redeem his fault of intention, the Earl remained as a volunteer in Ireland, and Mountjoy vainly tried to have him made governor of Connaught. This was in June, and in the following month Southampton went to Holland. The probability is that Cecil had shrewd suspicion of the truth, but Essex determined to make another attempt. Early in August, Danvers and Cuff met at the Cross Inn at Oxford, and the latter brought a direct message from Essex. My lord requested, says Danvers, that notwithstanding my Lord of Southampton's departure, I would proceed in my journey, and communicate the projects with my Lord Mountjoy, and procure his letter. He took the precaution of sending a special messenger to London, who returned with reiterated instructions from Essex, and thereupon he started for Ireland. He was met with a positive refusal from Mountjoy, who spoke even more decidedly than he had done to Southampton. He desired my lord to have patience, to recover again by ordinary means the Queen's ordinary favour, that though he had it not in such measure as he had heretofore, he should content himself that at his coming home he would do for him like a friend, that he hoped my lord would do nothing but that which should be justifiable in honour and honesty. In that confidence, if he sent for a letter, he would send him such a one as he might justify. Very good advice, but not such as Essex was capable of following for long. The spoiled child would have all or nothing. The defeat at the Blackwater and the complete failure of Essex had reduced the army to a miserable state. Under Mountjoy the soldiers gradually gained confidence, and no doubt he was well advised in not hurrying matters. After the skirmish in the Moree Pass, he lay for some days at Newry, and in the meantime a certain amount of damage was done in the Pale. The causeway through the pass was partly broken up by the Irish, and he thought it prudent to return by Carlingford to Dundalk. At this time, says Morrison, who, as Mountjoy's secretary, was an eyewitness of what he describes, the county of Dublin on the south of the Liffey was in effect entirely overrun by the rebels. The country of Kildare was likewise possessed or wasted by them. The county of Meath was wasted, as also the county of Westmeath, excepting the barony of Delvin, and the county of Louth, so that in the English Pale the towns having garrisons and the lands from Drogheda to Navan and thence back to Trim, and so to Dublin, were only inhabited, which were also like to grow waste, if they were further charged with the soldiers. The English writer accepts Delvin, but the annalists say it was invaded by Tyrone 6 months before, who wasted it until the Baron submitted to O'Neill on his terms. Maryborough and Philipstown were cut off from Dublin, and Mountjoy's first care was to restore perfect communications. His plan was to strengthen and victual the garrisons so as to secure them against attack, while harrying the country so thoroughly as to make it impossible for the Irish to keep the field. The remnant of the O'Connors were still troublesome in Offaly, and they had the help of Captain Tyrrell, a renowned partisan, who was much in Tyrone's confidence. Mountjoy, to quote his own words, went into the country on foot over a bog, and went out of it in like sort. But he was not always on foot, for he records that Grey Davies, his easiest going horse, was shot under him. With little loss he drove the Irish up and down the country, and the O'Connors never made much head against him. During the 3 or 4 years of Tyrone's supremacy they had destroyed most of the king's county castles, and Mountjoy's care now was to destroy the crops, so that they could not reoccupy the ground. Not only did he reap the green corn, but used harrows and grubbers with long teeth, called praccus, to root it up. End of chapter 49, part 2. Chapter 49, part 3 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3 by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Government of Mountjoy, 1600. A fortified post was established at the Telfer between Monasterenvan and Maryborough, thus securing access to Philipstown at all times. And here again Southampton did good service by his gallantry and by his example to the soldiers. Sir Samuel Bagwell was able to take the offensive in the neighbourhood of Newry, and Sir Richard Morrison about Dundalk. O'Donnell wasted much of his strength in useless forays, and Dockwra was beginning to make himself felt in Tyrone's rear. In the middle of August, Mountjoy started from Carlow with 800 foot and 100 horse, and entered the Queen's County, burning the villages and destroying the standing corn. Owen MacRory remonstrated in a letter to Ormond against this execrable and abominable course, and also wrote to ask Mountjoy for a conference with some gentleman sent by him. The Lord Deputy handed the letter to an Irish fool named Neil Moore, who answered that no one in the camp was base enough to confer with him, but that if Owen would submit to him on his knees, he thus said, Neil would undertake that his submission should be accepted, or that he should return safe. Next day O'More was killed in a skirmish near Timahoe, and with him Cailleach MacWalter, the man who first laid hands on Ormond at his late capture. The Earl was now in the field with a large force, and Mountjoy's plan of embroiling him with the O'Mores had taken full effect. After Owen's death the sept never made head again, and the English settlers gradually returned to their houses. There was much hard fighting, both going and returning, but everywhere the Lord Deputy was victorious. From Carlow almost to the foot of Slieve Bloom, the cattle were driven off and the crops destroyed. But on returning, the pass of Cashel was found to be occupied by more than 2,000 men. Donald Spaniak, seeing how the event was likely to turn out, begged for protection to go to Dublin, which was granted, since it was impossible to take him. And then, like Rob Roy at Sheriff Muir, he drew his men off to a hill whence they could see the fight. Keeping on the high ground, the troops passed safely to Stradbally and thence to Naas. but Sir Arthur Savage, the new governor of Connaught, was unable to effect a junction. The great point gained was that the soldiers began to think themselves invincible, and that they had confidence in their general. After a short rest in Dublin, Mountjoy established their camp, but at Foghard, near Dundalk. The array was supposed to be over 4,000 strong, but was in reality under 3,000, and the weather caused much sickness. "Our tents," said the Lord Deputy, "are often blown down, and at this instant it doth rain into mine, and so that I can scant write. Great floods prevented any forward movement, but there were constant skirmishes. Tyrone had an entrenched camp in the Moree Pass, which was twice captured, though no attempt was made to hold it, and finding that Mountjoy's progress could not be stopped, Tyrone left the passage open to Newry. The earthworks in the pass were levelled, and the woods on both sides cut down. The facts are clear enough, but the Irish annalists give a totally misleading account of these movements and of those that followed them." After waiting 10 days at Newry for provisions, Mountjoy marched out towards Armagh. Rather less than halfway he built a fort in a strong position, and named it Mount Norris, after Sir John, his master in the art of war. Tyrone was near, and did what he could to hinder the work, but he was defeated with loss, and the fort finished, victualled, and garrisoned with 400 men in 1 week. Finding it impossible to keep his horses alive in the country where the grass had been eaten down by cattle, the Lord Deputy did not attempt Armagh, but proclaimed a reward of £2,000 for Tyrone alive, and £1,000 for him dead, and then returned to Carlingford, where there was a good store of provisions. At Narrow Water, a vessel brought cheese and biscuit for the soldiers, who had been fasting for 2 days, and having eaten it, Neverman went on in a greater jollity. The narrow pass between Carlingford Mountain and the sea was disputed by Tyrone. The ground was thickly wooded, and the Irish had erected a strong barricade and dug several trenches. Mountjoy's principal secretary was killed by his side, and the place fell to Mory's son, the historian, but the troops made steady progress. Tyrone narrowly escaped a shot, and his men gradually yielded to the disciplined valor of soldiers who fought under the eye of a captain in whom they believed. Fiennes Morrison, who was staying that day with his brother, the governor of Dundalk, could hear the volleys 7 miles distant, sensibly by reverberation of the garden wall, and says the Irish lost 800 men, while the English had 200 killed and 400 not seriously wounded, and that Tyrone's reputation, who did all things by reputation, was clean overthrown, so that from all places they began to seek pardons and protections. Strength, or the appearance of strength, has always ruled in Ireland. While Mountjoy slowly but surely reduced the Pale and the district bordering on it, Sir Henry Dockwra held his own at Derry. Sir Arthur O'Neill, old Turlough, Luanich's eldest son, joined him and did good service both as adviser and ally, but he brought to no great force into the field. Tyrone derided him as Queen Elizabeth's Earl that cannot command 100 kern, and she felt the sarcasm keenly, having really contemplated the transfer of the arch-rebel's honours to his kinsman. Sir Arthur advised the raid into O'Cahan county, and 700 men were sent by night along the Donegal shore of Lough Foyle. At Green Castle they took boat, and crossing silently came upon all the cattle collected in fancied security, for attack from that side had not been dreamed of. 100 live cows and some carcasses were secured, but for want of means to bring all away, the soldiers hacked and mangled as many as they could. The process of exhausting the country was deliberately undertaken. Sir John Chamberlain, who was the leader of this expedition, was killed a few days later in repelling an attack upon Eileach Castle by the O'Dohertys, his body being pierced by no less than 16 wounds. 4 days after this fight, in which Dockwra himself had a horse shot under him, a strong outpost was fortified at Danelong on the eastern bank of the Foyle. In this case also the approach was made by water, and Tyrone, who was encamped not far off, found the entrenchments unassailable after a single day's work upon them. Within their lines, everywhere the English were safe, but not a mile outside. Among the Irishmen who had been recommended to Dockwra by the government was Mael Murray McSwiney, who had been chief of O'Donnell's Gallowglasses and connected with him by close ties, but who was now in receipt of a life pension of 6 shillings a day and in command of 100 English soldiers. This man opened communications with O'Donnell and drove out a large number of horses on purpose that they might be seized. This was done before daylight, and near 200 were swept off into the heart of Tyrconnell. The alarm being given, Dockwra leaped from his bed and pursued with a score of horsemen, leaving the rest to follow as soon as they were ready. He was wounded in the head, and his men had enough to do to carry him off, leaving the prey with the O'Donnells. Dockwra was confined to his bed for a fortnight, and on his recovery found that not more than 20% of his men were able to pass muster. It was clearly proved that McSwiney was the cause of the late disaster, and he was sent by sea to Dublin, but the hatchway being left open for the reception of the beer barrels, he sprang on deck, threw himself into the foil, and reached O'Cahan's country, the people on board being too much amazed to stop him. Instigated, perhaps, by this keen spirit, Roy O'Cahan, the chief's brother, brought a present of 60 fat beasts, which were much wanted, and afterwards put the soldiers in a way of taking as many more. Having thus made himself agreeable, Rory asked for 800 men to do a more important piece of service. Sir Arthur O'Neill warned Dockwra not to trust him, and it turned out that his object was to lead the soldiers into an ambuscade prepared by Tyrone himself. Having secured his own safety, Rory then offered to ransom his hostages for a certain quantity of cattle, threatening that he would never spare an Englishman if they came to any harm. Dockwra's answer was to erect a gibbet on the rampart and to hang the poor wretches before the face of their principal, who stood with 300 men on the other side of the foil. As the autumn days closed in, the garrison of Derry were in a miserable state, men wasted and with continual labours, the island scattered with cabins full of sick, our biscuit all spent, and our provisions of nothing but meal, butter, and a little wine, and that by computation to hold out but 6 days longer. The temptation to desert was great, and both Tyrone and O'Donnell offered free passage through their territories. Not only was the garrison diminished, but the loss of horses and the miserable condition of those left made it impossible to patrol at any distance from the walls. On the night of September 16, O'Donnell crept up unseen to the very edge of the bog which bounded Derry on the land side, and then for some inexplicable reason his men fired a volley. The garrison sallied out and put them to flight. It was probably at last effort to frighten Dockwra into a parley, for he was relieved the very next day. A plentiful supply of provisions, 50 fresh horse and 600 foot, were introduced from the sea, as well as 2 timber frames, upon which watertight storehouses might easily be erected. And it was announced to the men that they were to receive 4 shillings a day extra when they worked upon the fortifications. The Irish had lost their opportunity, and it never returned. A more important recruit than either McSwiney or Sir Arthur O'Neill was Neil Garve O'Donnell, grandson of Calvock and husband of Hugh Roe's sister Nuala, who separated from him in consequence of his defection. He brought 100 men with him, and was promised a grant of Tyrconnell as soon as his brother-in-law had been expelled. The O'Donnells had never been a united family, and Neil Garve probably thought his claim at least as good as that of the actual chief. His 3 brothers took part with him, the immediate consequence being that the English had plenty of fresh meat, and that they were much less closely beleaguered than before. The first actual service required of Neil Garve was to take the ancestral seat at Lifford under his guidance, and for this purpose over 300 men were sent. The castle had been razed, but a weak earthwork defended the small town, and Hugh Roe had left some 30 men in charge. They fled without resistance after setting fire to the place, and the English proceeded to entrench themselves strongly, finding welcomed shelter in about 20 houses, which were all that the late garrison had left unburned. Twice within a fortnight O'Donnell vainly exerted all his force to recover the place, though his presence enabled the country people to get in their crops and to carry away the produce safely. On the second occasion there was a sharp skirmish in which Captain Heath was killed and Neil Garve had a horse shot under him, but Lifford was not retaken. 4 days later Sir Arthur O'Neill died of a fever brought on by drinking too many carouses on his marriage day, and his brother Cormac claimed to succeed him. But Turlough, his son by a former wife, was accepted by Dockwra, and did such service as his youth permitted. About the beginning of November 2 Spanish ships put into Broadhaven with money, arms, and ammunition for the Irish. O'Donnell sent the foreigners word that Killybegs would be a better place for them, and also announced their arrival to Tyrone. Eventually the Spanish put into the little harbour of Teelan, whence the cargo was carried to Donegal and divided between the two chiefs. A descent of this kind had been talked of for months, but Cecil had given little credence to these rumours, and when the long-expected aid actually came, it was not enough to affect the result or to imperil Dockwra's position in any way. Neil Garve and his brothers Hugh, Donald, and Con made several raids from Lifford into Tyrone and took Newtown, now Newtown Stewart, from the O'Neills. O'Donnell's great object was to get possession of his formidable kinsman, and he employed 2 of the MacDevitts, a sept of O'Dohertys named Hugh Boy and Phelim Breek. Captain Alford, the governor of Colmore, pretended friendship with these men, and engaged to give up the fort to them with Neil Garve inside. Alford's object was to draw them into an ambuscade, and he pretended to make conditions. £1,000 down and £3,000 a year pension from Spain were promised him, and a chain of gold formerly given by Philip II to O'Donnell, and worth £160, was actually given in earnest. A day was appointed for the treason, but the Irish broke their tryst. In a short time Hugh Boy and Phelim Breek were Dockwra's firm friends. Cahir O'Doherty, the chief's son, had been fostered by them, and was now in O'Donnell's hands, who had announced that he should succeed his father. But when Sir John died, he favoured Cahir's uncle, and the foster parents were very angry. On condition that their nursling should be established, they offered to keep Inishowen at Dockwra's service. O'Donnell was induced to free the young man, and immediately all the O'Dohertys with their cattle left them and returned to their own district. Supplies were thus secured to the English garrison, as well as good intelligence, and Dockwra confesses that without their aid the progress made would have been comparatively small. Thus it ever was in Ireland. The natives fought among themselves, and so lost all. They had their own ends in it, said Dockwra, which were always for private revenge, and we ours to make use of them for the furtherance of the public service. Shortly before midsummer the White Knight made his submission, and was soon to do signal service. The castles of Bruff and Loch were taken and garrisoned, the mere preparations for a scientific cannonade being enough to cause their evacuation, and the triangle made by Limerick, Cashel, and Kilmallock was freed from the rebels. The county of Waterford was almost cleared, and Canello and Aherlow alone harboured any considerable number. Cahir was voluntarily surrendered, and the ordnance left there by Essex was sent to Clonmel. Glen in Limerick and Craigifoyle in Kerry still held out, and the first was besieged by Carew on July 7. Sending his guns by water, he passed on his way through the heart of Quinello, and Piers Lacy abandoned Croom Castle at his approach, having already ruined the other Kildare house at Adair. The Sugain Earl marched near the President, and encamped only a mile off at Glynn, but never ventured to make any attack. The ordnance, 1 demi-cannon and saker, were landed and placed in position. The knight who believed in Desmond's boast expected to be relieved, and would not surrender at discretion, although his son was in Carew's power, and in some danger of being hanged. The first day's firing made a breach, and a lodgment was effected in the basement under the hall. 3 out of the 4 towers were thus made untenable, and the 4th, into which all the garrison had retired, was attacked in the same way, and a fire lit in it, which burned many. Next day the tower was assaulted, and those who survived of the 80 defenders were cut in pieces or thrown over the walls. Captain Flower, who had led the stormers, was wounded in 4 places, and there was a loss to the besiegers of 11 killed and 21 wounded. The moral effect of this siege was great. Desmond seems to have believed that the carriages of the cannon were unserviceable, but Carew had discovered and remedied their defects some weeks before. O'Connor Carey, who despaired of defending Carrickfoyle, voluntarily surrendered it and was received to protection. The small castle of Lisgahan, near Ardford, was taken by surprise and entrusted to Maurice Stack, a native Carey, and a man of small stature but invincible courage, who with 50 men successfully defended it against Desmond's attacks and Florence McCarthy's plots. Stack was afterwards murdered in cold blood by Lady Honora Fitzmaurice's men, and Thomond never spoke to his sister afterwards. Sir Edward Denny's house at Tralee and Sir William Herbert's at Castle Island were found in ruins, no attempt being made to defend these old Desmond strongholds. Lixnaw, the Fitzmaurices, had not time to raise, and at the end of August Carew was able to give a good account of Munster generally. All our garrisons, he wrote, in Kerry, Askeaton, Kilmallock, Youghal, and Lismore, I thank God, do prosper, and are now at their harvest, which must be well followed, or else this summer service is lost. Wherein I will be careful to lose no time, for the destruction of it will procure the next year's famine, by which means only the wars of Ireland must be determined. No day passes without report of burning, killing, and taking prey. Infinite numbers of their cattle are taken, and besides husbandmen, women, and children, of weaponed men there had been slain in this province since my coming above 1,200, and of Her Majesty's army not 40 slain by the enemy. Tyrone was himself so much pressed by Mountjoy that he was less able to send help to his Earl of Desmond, who was driven by Wilmot first into Cornello and then into the great fastness of Harlow. A gallant officer, Captain Richard Green, lay at Kilmallock with his troop of horse and attacked Desmond's greatly superior force on the march. The Irish were surprised and completely routed, with the loss of 200 men. The 400 who remained unwounded dispersed into Connaught or Ulster, and the Sugain Earl never recovered the blow. 300 horse loads of plunder, besides the usual prey of cattle, fell into Green's hands, but Cecil remarked that the prize was hardly so marketable as that which came in Spanish carracks, and directed that 100 pounds should be given him. Carew asked that he should be knighted, and Mountjoy willingly complied, though he hesitated for some time in view of the very strict orders which he had not to make chivalry too cheap. As the fortunes of one Desmond fell, those of another brightened for a moment. James, the son of the rebel earl, who fell at Clonaghinty, was born in 1571, and had been in the Tower since 1584, much of his time before that having been spent in Irish prisons. The quantity of medicine administered to him was enough to ruin any constitution, and in fact he possessed little vigour either of mind or body, though the Desmond pride sometimes showed itself, and of course he knew nothing of the rough world, or of the rough ways by which his ancestors had raised themselves to almost regal power. But his letters show that his education had not been neglected, though no mere instruction could make up for the want of practical training. It occurred to Carew, who saw the difficulty of purely forcible conquest, that the affection still felt for his house might be utilized in Munster, and Raleigh strongly supported this view. Cecil had not much faith in the plan, but he submitted to the judgment of those who knew Ireland, and joined them in urging the young man's restoration upon the Queen. Elizabeth yielded but slowly, and with many misgivings. Failure would make her ridiculous, and too great success on the legitimate earl's part might make him harder to pull down than the Pretender had been. he was allowed to assume the title, and here is his letter of thanks to Cecil. Right Honourable, I received by Sir Geoffrey Fenton your Honour's directions how I should subscribe unto my letters, which I protest unto your Honour is much troublesome unto me, in regard that I had no further assurance than by this his word of mouth. I'm so jealous and fearful of her Highness's grace and displeasure that I beseech your Honour to bear with my overpressing you with my many importunities. I must hold myself as your Honour's poor creature, in which ever I will acknowledge your favours in that height of regard as to your direction I will ever tie myself, and so I rest your Honour's in very affectionate assurance. J. Desmond. Cecil's idea was to send Desmond's patent to Carew to be showed to that generation of incredulity, the people of Munster, and not to be delivered to the Earl unless his services made it worth while. But when the document was brought to the Queen, she refused to sign it, and Desmond left London before it was done. 2 days later she relented, and Archbishop Myler Magrath, who overtook him on the road, carried it to Carew in Ireland. God doth know it, said Cecil, the Queen hath been most heartily drawn into it that could be, and hath laid it on my dish a dozen times. Will I pray God you and Carew be not deceived. Captain Price, a plain soldier who had no object but to do his duty in return, was sent in charge of the young Earl. It seems that some wished to send Raleigh, but Cecil objected upon Carew's account. The party sailed from Bristol and reached Youghal after being 2 days and a night at sea. I was so seasick, Desmond wrote, as whilst I live I shall never love that element. I had like coming new of the sea, and therefore somewhat weak to be overthrown with the kisses of old colleagues, and was received with that joy of the poor people as did well show that they joyed in the exceeding mercy of her sacred majesty towards me. Weak and sickly and never likely to take to Irish life was what Cecil had pronounced him to be, and the kisses of the old wives at Youghal were the only successes which awaited him. That noted loyalist, Mr. John Fitzwilliam, received him with profuse hospitality at Cloyne. At Cork things were different, and there can be little doubt that intentional discourtesy was shown to the Queen's Earl. Neither lodging nor supper could be had, and Desmond was fain to seek shelter with the mayor. This was John Meade, a lawyer who had been chosen in pursuance of a settled policy adopted by the corporate towns at this time. Limerick, Waterford, Clonmel, and Kinsale, preferred political agitators to merchants and lawyers, were the fittest to make civic immunities and privileges as a means of embarrassing the government. The Portreeve of Cashel was the most profound civilian in Ireland, and as obstinate as learned. As to Meade, said Desmond, he might be called Lack-Law, if he had no better insight in Littleton than in other observations of his place for her Majesty's service, for it was much ado that we got anything for money, but that most of my people lay without lodging, and Captain Price had the hogs for his neighbours. Meade excused himself by saying that he did not know how far attentions to Desmond could be agreeable to the President, since he came to Cork direct from the sea, and that he feared any public welcome might be ill taken by the government. The arrival of 400 Welsh soldiers had made lodging scarce, and the learned mayor found plenty of reasons for his neglect. But Captain Price, who had the best means of knowing, took the same view of the matter as the young Earl, and Meade was soundly reprimanded by the Privy Council. The Geraldine, who held Castlemaine for the Sugain Earl, now gave it up to the real Desmond, and this was the only important result of his restoration. The Queen was half-hearted about the matter, hesitated to bestow an estate, and did not care to provide the means for much show. £500 a year was not a bad allowance in those days, but the young Earl was inclined to extravagance, and he felt acutely that he could do nothing unless he were trusted with the command of men. His adherents among the people might give information as to his rival's whereabouts, but there was no chance of catching him if he had to apply to the nearest garrison for means to follow up the clue. In the meantime, Griemes victory had made the fugitive insignificant, and Carew had little doubt about being able to hunt him down. The true Desmond spent part of his time at Mallow, where some supposed him to have become enamoured of Lady Norris. Carew sent him to Kilmallock in the company of Archbishop Magrath and of his friend Boyle, who was to report privately as to his reception by the people. At Youghal, men, women, and children had upset each other in the streets to see the restored exile, but at Kilmallock the excitement was still greater. A guard of soldiers lined the street between his lodgings and Sir George Thornton's house, where he went to sup, but the crowd broke the line, and the short walk took half an hour. Doors, windows, and roofs were filled with people, as if they came to see him, whom God had sent to be that comfort and delight their souls and hearts most desired. And they welcomed him with all the expressions and signs of joy, every one throwing upon him weed and salt, an ancient ceremony used in the province upon the election of their new mayors and officers, as a prediction of future peace and plenty. Next day was Sunday, and the Protestant earl went to church. On his way the country folk shouted to him not to go, and when he came back after service they abused and spat upon him. The multitude which had flocked the little garrison town soon deserted it, and he whom they had come to welcome might walk the empty streets and sup where he pleased, with as little danger of being mobbed as any private gentleman. He oscillated between Kilmallock and Mallow, but felt himself powerless, and the murder of his brother-in-law Dermot O'Connor made him think that his life was not safe. The poor lad soon expressed his desire to be back in England and to live there quietly, in preference to any Irish greatness which the Queen might intend for him. Cecil rather encouraged him to return, at least for a time, until the question of an estate could be settled, and held out some hopes of an English wife, a maid, noble family, between 18 and 19 years of age. No courtier nor yet ever saw you, nor you her. In 1598 Tyrone announced, and possibly believed, that Desmond had escaped by means of the lieutenant of the Tower's daughter, who had gone with him, that he had reached Spain, and that he would be in Munster within a month, with men, munitions, and treasure. Had this been true, he could hardly have done Elizabeth more harm than the Sugain, but coming as he did with an earl's patent and a Protestant archbishop, he neither hindered Tyrone nor served the Queen, and he slunk back to England almost unnoticed. He did not marry, nor was his allowance at all lavish, but he was kindly treated and not shut up in the Tower, and his last days seem not to have been unhappy. If I turn me, he wrote from Greenwich, into time past, I behold a long misery, if into the present such a happiness, in the comparison of that hell as may be a stop to any further encroachment. He died 9 months after his return from Ireland, leaving 5 sisters for whom the Queen made some provisions, until they found husbands. The eldest, Lady Margaret, was married to Dermot O'Connor, and his murder left her a widow. She received a pension of £100. Catherine III was the wife of Lord Roche, and the 3 unmarried ones had pensions of £33, 6 shillings, 8 pence. The second Lady Joan was destined by her mother, who had married O'Connor Sligo, to match with Hugh Roe O'Donnell. Her brother opposed this as well as Carew, and she seems to have had no great mind for it herself, but the plot cost her a short detention with the Mayor of Cork, who again made what difficulties he could. Lady Joan afterwards married Dermot O'Sullivan Beer. Lady Ellen, the 4th sister, married 3 times, her last husband being Edmund Lord Dunboyne, and she lived till 1660, when her stepson was restored to his country, but not to his property. Lady Ellis, the 5th, married Sir Valentine Brown, the younger, of Ross Castle at Killarney, and thus, as the wife of an undertaker's son, enjoyed some portion of the vast estates which had been forfeited by her father's rebellion. The title of Desmond was given by James I to a Scotch courtier, upon whom he also bestowed the only daughter and heir general of the great Earl of Ormond. It was Buckingham's plan to depress the Butlers by separating their title and estates, and by giving the latter to a favourite like himself, but Lady Elizabeth Butler defeated this scheme by marrying her cousin, the future Duke, and thus, through the greatest of the Cavaliers, the long strife between Ormond and Desmond was ended at last. End of chapter 49, part 3. Chapter 50 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 3, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Government of Mountjoy, 1601. Mountjoy felt that his own hands were not quite clean, and he knew that Carew was more thoroughly trusted than he was. The president's excellent temper prevented anything like a rupture, but the deputy's letter shows how sensitive he was. It was in answer to one of these dispatches, in which he had likened himself to a scullion, that Elizabeth wrote with her own hand one of those letters which go far to reveal the secret of her power. "Mistress kitchen maid," she said, "I had not thought that precedency had been ever in question, but among the higher and greater sort. But now I find by good proof that some of more dignity and greater calling may by good desert and faithful care give the upper hand to one of your faculty that with your frying pan and other kitchen stuff have brought to their last home more rebels and past greater breakneck places than those that promised more and did less. Comfort yourself, therefore, in this, that neither your careful endeavour, nor dangerous travails, nor heedful regards to our service, without your own by respects, could ever have been bestowed upon a prince that more esteems them, considers and regards them, than she from whom chiefly, I know, all this hath been done, and who keeps this verdict ever in store for you, that no vainglory nor popular fawning can ever advance you forward, but true vow of duty and reverence of prince, which to afore your life I see you do prefer. And though you lodge near papists, and doubt you not for their infection, yet I fear you may fail in an heresy, which I hereby do conjure you from, that you suppose you be backbited by some to make me think you faulty of many oversights and evil defaults in your government. I would have you know for certain that as there is no man can rule so great a charge without some errors, yet you may assure yourself I have never heard of any had fewer, and such is your good luck that I have not known them, though you were warned of them. And learn this of me, that you must make difference betwixt admonitions and charges and like of faithful advices as your most necessariate weapons to save you from blows of princes mislike. And so I absolve you a pena et culpa, if this you observe, and so God bless and prosper you as if ourself was where you are. Your sovereign that dearly regards you, it is easy to understand what an effect such a letter must have had, and how Mountjoy must have been encouraged in his difficult work. It was supposed at the time that the death of Fiach MacHugh would free Dublin from the depredations of the O'Byrnes, but his son Phelim MacFiach continued to give trouble, and the suburbs of the capital were in almost nightly alarm. Shortly before Christmas, Mountjoy set off for Monastervan, whither he had sent arras, hangings, and other baggage, betokening a long stay there. But he himself suddenly turned off near Nass, crossed the snow-clad mountains with a strong force, and entered Glenmalure quite unexpectedly. Ballinacor was surrounded, and Phelim's wife and son captured, the chief himself escaping naked out of a back window into the woods, while Mountjoy and his followers consumed the Christmas stock of provisions. The cattle were swept out of the country, the corn and houses destroyed, and at the end of 3 weeks the Lord Deputy retired. Garrisons were placed at Tullow on one side, Wicklow on the other, and these Highlanders gave no further trouble. Phelim MacFiach, who was saved by the mountain floods, came to Dublin and submitted with due humility. The early months of 1601 were spent by Mountjoy in devastating the central districts. Starting from Monastervan on January 29, he passed by Kildare, which was in ruins and quite deserted, to Trim, and from thence by Castletown, Delvin, to Mullingar, the shire town of Westmeath, compassed with bogs. Athlone was reached on February 17, and then, without resting more than a night, he doubled back to MacGeoghegan's castle, O'Donnor. Between Loch and the place still called Tyrrell's Pass, he found the redoubtable Captain Tyrrell in his stronghold, seated in a plain and in a little island compassed with bogs and deep ditches of running water. An attempt to cross with hurdles and faggots was frustrated by the current, and an officer was shot. Morrison, the historian, had a narrow escape. The English horse kept always on the move, which generally protected them against the fire of matchlocks, but the secretary, who was no soldier, and whose white horse gave a good mark, felt one bullet whistle past his head, while another struck his saddle. Proclamation was then made that no one on pain of death should succor the rebels in any way, that the country people should bring provisions to the camp, and that soldiers also, on pain of death, should pay the market price. 2,000 crowns were placed on Tyrrell's head, who thought it prudent to steal away by night to another island in Queen's County, which was for the time inaccessible on account of the floods. While staying at Donore, Mountjoy got a letter to say that Essex had been sent to the Tower. It is not credible, says Morrison, that the influence of the Earl's malignant star should work upon so poor a snake as myself. Yet so it was. Mountjoy thought it prudent to range himself ostentatiously on Cecil's side, and to depress Essex's friends, with some of whom his secretary was connected. He took his most private papers into his own custody, and Morrison says he never quite recovered the blow. He tells us that, however his principal might clamour to be recalled, nothing was further from his thoughts, and that he had made preparations to sail for France in case he was sent for to England. 10 days later came a gracious letter from Elizabeth, in which she announced the death of Essex, cautioned his successor to look well to the loyalty of his officers, and forbade him to leave his post until the intentions of Spain were better known. Mountjoy had been implicated in the Essex intrigues quite enough to make him nervous, but when it became clear that the Queen would overlook all, he was probably sincerely anxious to return. He wrote to solicit Nottingham's good offices, and the answer throws a curious light upon the manners and morals of the time. I think, wrote the Lord Admiral, Her Majesty would be most glad to look upon your black eyes here, so she were sure you would not look with too much respect on other black eyes. But for that, if the Admiral were but 30 years old, I think he would not differ in opinions from the Lord Mountjoy. And then he goes on to speak of Essex's behaviour after his trial, and of those upon whom he had most unnecessarily drawn the suspicion of the government. His friend Southampton, his stepfather Blunt, his secretary Cuff, were but a few of those to whom he ascribed a guilt greater than his own. And now, so Nottingham continues, I must accuse one who is most nearest to me, my sister, who did continually urge me on with telling me how all my friends and followers thought me a coward, and that I had lost all my valour. And then thus, that she must be looked to, for she had a proud spirit, and spared not to say something of her affection to you. Would your lordship have thought this weakness and this unnaturalness in this man? Lady Rich was accordingly committed to the Lord Admiral's house, but bore herself so becomingly that she was at once released. In writing to thank her late jailer for his kindness, she says, for my deserts towards him that is gone, it is known that I've been more like a slave than a sister, which proceeded out of my exceeding love, rather than his authority. So strangely have I been wronged, as may well be an argument to make one despise the world, finding the smoke of envy where affection should be clearest. This letter was sent to Mountjoy, who, to do him such justice as is possible, was true to this most unfortunate Penelope. 5 years later, when Lord Rich had obtained a mere ecclesiastical divorce from his wife, no less a divine than William Laud was induced to perform the marriage ceremony between her and her lover, and before that date Bacon had addressed to Mountjoy, "Because you love my Lord of Essex," his tardy and inadequate apology. It was not the fault of Essex that neither his sister nor his friend suffered with him. The barony of Farnay in Monaghan was next invaded, and the adherents of Ever, MacCooley, MacMahon had their houses burned, after which Mountjoy stayed for a month at Drogheda and then returned to Dublin. Sick and tired of the work which he had to do, he told Carew that he could welcome the Spaniards, "but I fear me," he added, "they are too wise to come into this country, whom God amend or confound, and send us a quiet return and a happy meeting in the land of good meat and clean linen, lest by our long continuing here we turn knaves with this generation of vipers, and slovens with eating draught with these swine." The Lord President, in the meantime, was reducing Munster to a quiet state. More than 4,000 persons were pardoned during January and February, and at the end of March, when Desmond left Ireland, there was scarcely any more fighting to be done. Carew could dispatch troops into Connaught and prevent Tyrone from sending help by the road to the Shugain Earl, who lurked for the most part in Tipperary. Lord Barry very nearly caught him, and accused his enemy, the White Knight, of harbouring the traitor. Carew threatened to hold the latter responsible for his country, and his fears settled the fugitive's fate. His object was to remain at large until the Spaniards came, but as usual they were too late. 10 years before, a papal archbishop had written that help was coming. Notwithstanding he said that the Catholic king, his captains, be slow in their affairs, I'm certain that the men are proposed to be sent to comfort the same poor island, which is in distress a long time. Another archbishop now urged the last of the Desmonds to hold out, knowing and firmly hoping that the help of my lord the Catholic king is now coming, which when it cometh all things shall be prosperous. The help did come at last, but by that time James Fitzthomas was in the Tower. The knight's followers, one and all, declared that they knew nothing of the 100 man's whereabouts, though some of them were his daily companions. Probably they did not believe in their chief's sincerity, but at last one of them asked him if he was really in earnest, and finding that this was so, led him straight to a cave not far from Mitchell town, many fathoms deep, and with a narrow entrance, perhaps the same which tourists still visit as a natural curiosity. The knight came to the mouth of the cave with a few men, and summoned the occupants to surrender. Desmond's only companion was his foster brother Thomas O'Fairkey. Appeals to the spirit of clanship were lost both on the knight and his men, and threats were also in vain. Bribes to be paid when the 6,000 Spaniards held Munster, he mentioned, the very number, were not very alluring, and so Tyrone's Earl was given up to Sir George Thornton, who conveyed him to Cork. His confinement was close, both there and in Dublin, and irons were considered necessary. There had been so many escapes from the castle that he did all he could to avoid being sent to England by offering to do shadowy services against Tyrone. But things were not managed as they had been in Fitzwilliam's time, and to the Tower he came some 3 months later. A year afterwards wages were paid to the watcher with him in his lunacy, and he died in the state prison in 1608. His brother John remained in rebellion and reached Spain, where his son became a Spanish count and died fighting bravely in the imperial service. John Fitzthomas never assumed the title of Desmond in Ireland, and it was to avoid pretenders that Carew advised the government to spare the elder brother's life. Mountjoy allowed himself little rest, having issued the currency proclamation and done what he could do to prepare the troops for the expected Spanish invasion. He started again for Dundalk at the end of May. A strong work was thrown up in the Moree Pass, effectually blocking Tyrone's approach on that side. No serious resistance was offered, but carriage was very difficult, and the Lord Deputy had to pay dear for pack horses. Before the end of June he placed a garrison of 750 foot and 100 horse at Armagh. He surveyed the scene of Bagwell's defeat and made preparations for rebuilding the dismantled fort at Blackwater. A post was established at Downpatrick, which brought the Magennis family to their knees, and by the middle of July he felt strong enough to cross the Blackwater in force. The fords had been elaborately fortified by Tyrone with trenches and abattis in the Irish manner, but he scarcely ventured to make any defence. Some of the colours taken from Bengal were displayed on the Irish side, but the Queen's troops easily passed over under cover of 2 small field guns. A new fort was made tenable and properly entrusted to gallant Captain Williams, whose leg was broken by a shot in one of these skirmishes. Mountjoy advanced as far as Penburgh, the scene of Owen Roe O'Neill's great victory half a century later, and there was a great deal of firing. But Tyrone dared not come to close quarters. His men had also to spare their powder, while Mountjoy's supply was practically unlimited. Dr. Latwar, the chaplain like Walker at the Boyne, had learned to love fighting for its own sake, and affecting some singularity of forwardness more than his place required, was mortally wounded in the head. The Lord Deputy's chief loss was in his Irish auxiliaries, and Moyson coolly notes that the loss of such unpeaceable swordsmen was rather gain to the Commonwealth. The latter part of July was spent in cutting down the corn and clearing the woods on both sides of the Blackwater, and the fort being then able to take care of itself. Mountjoy marched back to Armagh, where he undertook similar operations. Piers Lacy, the noted Munster rebel, was killed in an abortive attack upon the camp. It was Mountjoy's intention to seize Dungannon and to make it a centre of operations in reducing the north, and nearly all August was spent in preparing provisions so as to make a decisive campaign possible during the following winter. He was at Newry or Dundalk on the 29th when a letter came from Carew to say that the Spaniards had been sighted at sea. This forced him to draw towards Dublin, but he left Ulster firmly bridled by garrisons, and it is evident that Tyrone would soon have been reduced to extremities if it had not been for the diversion made by the invasion of Munster. An Englishman named Thomas Walker, who had worn out the patience of his friends and was in danger of prosecution for a seditious libel, visited Ireland, as he professed, for pleasure and to see the country. He reached Armagh in July and informed Sir Henry Danvers, who was in command there, that he was going to kill Tyrone, that the idea was entirely his own, and that he required no help. Danvers was in command of a garrison, and anxious to do something which might wipe out the remembrance of his elder brother's treason. He told Walker that the attempt was honourable but very dangerous, and advised him to think twice, but having consulted Mountjoy, who was in camp hard by, he allowed him to pass through the lines. After several narrow escapes from loose horsemen, Walker came into Tyrone's presence, who turned pale when he heard of the force at Armagh. The rebel chief was dressed in a frieze jacket open in front, and 600 or 700 men were in the neighbourhood. Walker told him his father had been mixed up with Essex's conspiracy, and that he had come for protection, since the Queen's government was wont to visit the sins of the fathers on the children. Tyrone had tears in his eyes when he spoke of Essex's death, and said that Walker was safe with him. He asked to see some of the new money, at which he gazed earnestly. Some of his train, saying, "These wars hath made the Queen of England poor, that she coins copper money." On hearing that the device was attributed to Cecil, the Earl said he wished he had him there to make him shorter by a head. The bystanders used many opprobrious terms, and a Spanish captain took occasion to say that his master still paid the royalists in the world. For a moment Walker was close to Tyrone with a sword in his hand, but his heart failed him, and he got no further opportunity. Tyrone attended mass, but Walker was not allowed to be present, as he had no godfather. He was sent on to Dungannon, where he found Lady Tyrone and her mother in a cot, and they took him to an island stronghold not far off, the fortifications of which were still unfinished. They crossed in a canoe, and 4 huge hampers of provisions were brought in, each of which took 3 men to carry it. The laters observed that the whole English army would attack them there in vain, but Mountjoy, not many weeks before, had found a soldier to swim over and burn the houses in a similar stronghold for no greater reward than one angel. Walker was informed that he was to go to Scotland, whither Tyrone was in the habit of sending all such visitors. He was strictly forbidden to return to the camp, and though he offered a round sum for a guide, no one was found bold enough to disobey the chief's orders. After this he went to Randall McSorley, whose favour he gained by professing to be a good Catholic, and who allowed him to go to Chichester at Carrickfergus. In the end he was sent back to England. Mountjoy seems to have held that there would be no harm in murdering a proclaimed rebel upon whose head a price had been set. He thought Walker little better than frantic, though such a one was not unfit for such an enterprise. Of all the plagues of that time, says Macaulay in his history of 1689, none made a deeper or a more lasting impression on the minds of the Protestants of Dublin than the plague of the brass money, and the great Dutchman is still toasted for delivering them from that evil. The attempt of James II to obtain a revenue in this way was the worst, but it was neither the first nor the last enterprise of this kind. Swift roused the people of Dublin to fury by his diatribes against Wood's patent, which, though not all that he called it, was nevertheless a scandalous job. Elizabeth's father, brother, and sister had issued base coin, and she had reaped honour by restoring the standard, and now she herself listened to the voice of the tempter, who in this case was Lord Treasurer Buckhurst. Had Burghley been alive, she would not have been asked to repeat an experiment which had always failed. The chosen instrument was Sir George Carey, who had succeeded Wallop as vice-treasurer. The expense of the army in Ireland was great, and Buckhurst imagined that it could be lessened by paying the soldiers in debased coin. In those days it was generally held that the presence of bullion in a country was an end in itself, and it was thought possible to tie the trade of Ireland to England while preventing the exportation of sterling money to foreign lands. The money which went abroad was chiefly spent in arms or powder, and this traffic tended to maintain the war. The Queen saw clearly that the proposed change would do her no credit, and that the army would object to it, but she was hard pressed for money, and allowed herself to be persuaded. All coin current in Ireland was accordingly cried down by proclamation, and new 12-penny, 6-penny, and 3-penny pieces were issued, with a harp on one side, and containing only 3 pence worth of silver to each shilling. All payments were to be made in this rubbish, and no other coin was to be considered legal or current. Those who held English or foreign money, plate or bullion, of the fineness of the standard of England or better, might demand a bill of exchange on London, Bristol, or Chester, payable in sterling money at a premium of 6 pence in the pound. Those who held the new coin might bring it to Dublin, Cork, Galway, or Carrickfergus, and demand bills of exchange on the same places in England at the rate of 19 shillings sterling to the pound Irish. Those who held English money in Ireland were entitled to receive 21 shillings Irish for every pound, and bills of exchange upon Ireland were given at the same rate in England. The old base coin circulating in Ireland was made exchangeable for its nominal value in the new currency, and the importation of English money into Ireland was prohibited. The system of exchange distinguishes Buckhurst's plan from James II's, who simply declared that the impression of his own hard features turned kettles and old cannon into gold and silver. But it was bad enough. At first the full extent of the evil was not seen, and Carew, who seems not to have been much more enlightened than the Lord Treasurer, thought no great harm would be done. But the towns soon began to grumble, and coiners were quickly at work, even within royal fortresses. English coin being no longer current in Ireland, the lawyers held that there was no law to punish those who counterfeited it. The genuine Irish coin was so bad that it was easy to imitate it and to leave out the silver altogether. Those who were interested in the trade gave out that the legal currency contained no silver, and so no one knew what anything was worth. The Queen lost by the bargain, prices became high and uncertain, and the only gainers were those who traded in money. Carey controlled the course of exchange, and it was believed that he profited very largely. Taught by sad experience, the Irish officials at last announced that the whole policy of degrading the coin was exceedingly distasteful to soldiers and merchants, rich and poor. We humbly acknowledge, they tell the Privy Council, that experience showeth that the prices of things do follow at rate of silver and gold, which is in the money. And when you lordships do think that prices of things by this project shall fall, we are not of that opinion. An attempt to restrain the course of exchange only made matters worse, and the difficulty extended into the next reign, when the English government at last came to see that honesty was the best policy. End of chapter 50.